eyes digging at my back. "Liar!" someone hisses. "I don't need to lie," I snap. "If you people did half of what I do in the pits, maybe you wouldn't be whining out here." It's a moonless night, and streetlights are too good for this side of town. Perfect for the night beasts on their hunt. So I slip out my dispeller and shake the glass orb carefully. The liquid metal shimmers softly, casting a light. The feeling that someone is watching me creeps up on me. I turn, stare down the empty, rocky path. Then I finally head home. The other fighters want me to explain, step by step, how to make Badger give them higher wages, as they always have for years now, as if I have anything to say. If I knew how to, would I still be here, getting venomous fumes in my eyes? The only reason he agreed for silver in the first place is because I'm his best fighter. I resist rubbing my eyes, blinking rapidly as tears gather at the corners. Every inch of my body hurts from today's fight. The Stygic was no joke. I couldn't fight a toddler right now. I only drag myself forward, one step at a time. The fang-like spires of rock jutting out of the ground form a narrow, crooked path. Toward the left, the ground falls away sharply, revealing the basalt columns barring us on the island. Beyond, the sea is still tumultuous, drinking in any sound my feet make. Slowly, by memory, I make my way to the eastern slum in the narrow corner where Kar Atish's land turns abruptly to the west. Most of the slum is either niches carved into the outer side of the cliff or spires around which people tie tents, teetering on the edge so as to not block the landers' way when they travel. It's the best we have, being non-miners, to protect ourselves from the toxic air and the metallic rain that leaves bare skins raw and red in just a few hours. Beyond the mountains and the underground river of lava called the Redwater, the westernmost side of Kar Atish belongs to the Collector. Only the council officers and landers posted on the island live at the Collector's compound, although the building is so large we could all fit inside. But it's the refinery that's the biggest structure on the island, on the edge towards the north, next to the harbor. That's where the generational miners have houses too, stone quarters, stacked like dead fish together. That's where I lived once, when my parents were alive. Suddenly, there's a shift in the smoky air. I'm not alone out here. My steps slow. The dark to the right of me is impenetrable. Not even the red-eyed glint of the rot, a kind of night beast that are always waiting to catch their prey off guard. I blink, trying to make my vision clearer, but the veil of distortion has yet to dissipate. Panic surges in my throat. What if a creature from the sea has made its way up here? I'm in no condition to fight. Pebbles clatter at my back. I whirl. Someone stands a hand away from me. "Yara?" I say, exhaling. "Unless you're going to pay me, I'm not telling you any secrets about seducing Badger." Her brother and their friend flank her. Instead of answering, she lunges at me. I stumble, trying to hold my balance, but fall to the ground. The dispeller spins from my hand, rattling as it goes, its faint light circling in the dark with the motion. I push myself up on my elbows. Pain screams along my arms. The wounds from the pit fight bleeding again. My vision, already unclear, doubles. What the hell? A kick to my jaw. I land flat on my back. My mind sways, unable to make up or down. I have to fight back. I scramble, or try. My body groans with pain and panic.
You think you're better than us, don't you?
Says Ansh. They hate you, my mind says, delirious, as my vision melts into a hexagonal shape. 6 Yara and 6 Ansh.
Hey!
Comes a familiar voice.
It's him,
Ansh swears.
Let's go.
He reaches down and snatches my packet of today's wages. Then, his strong fist connects with my face. I slam to the ground, face first this time, and everything vanishes. 4. It's the good dream again, after weeks. There's the sun, a strangely pleasant sensation, like on rare days when the sea storms are calm and there's no rain, and without the heat that burns through my skin. I'm not on Kar Atish, but a flat, plain island surrounded by a sea that murmurs softly. Riven and I, the children that we were, chasing one another all over the beach. The water rushes under our feet. I fall down, and he collapses beside me, laughing. The sea washes over us gently, and we stare at the sky. Nothing hurts us. There's no one else on the island, after all. Just me and him. No debts, no fights, no blood. No one to hide from. Nothing to run from. Then, he gets up, looks at me with softness in his eyes, but his face is contorted with worry. He's frightened. I want to ask him what's wrong. He slips an arm around me. Cress, he says. Then, urgently, Crescent, you have to wake up now, please. The sound of his voice registers finally. He doesn't sound like the child in my dreams. Above us, there's no sky, but a dull stone roof cast with shadows. It reminds me of when he first found me, sleeping in the niche next to his house 3 weeks after my parents died. And even with his brothers joking about getting a new pet, he never indulged them. He has been my friend since. He has always managed to pull me out of any misery. But the pain exploding in my head is too much even for him. Riven? Saying his name hammers my jaw. Thank the ocean. Tell me what hurts. As the room settles into focus, I feel his arms around me, and his warmth as I lie cradled against him on the floor. Riven's clothes are soaked in blood, too. I'm at his house. In the corner, his brothers are watching us with concern, very uncharacteristic for both of them. You look like hell, says Maven, the youngest of the 3 brothers. The rings in his brows glint even in the low light. I'm glad for that tiny detail because it helps me orient myself. Still better than you, I think. My voice cracks. The side of my face stings. Ansh kicked me. I remember now. And I scraped my face on the stone path. I feel for my ribs. A miracle, I think, as I pressed my hand to my chest, my stomach. I was still wearing my armor when I left the pits, too tired to take it off. It might have saved my life. Nothing's broken, I murmur. But it hurts. A shudder racks my body at the reminder of the hatred in Yara's and Ansh's eyes. What happened?
Hadn't seen you all day, so I thought I'd check on you.
Riven says.
Glad I did.
His arm tightens around my shoulder, and I gasp.
You're made of stronger stuff than those cowards,
says Ashvin. He scratches his brow with a thumb, dispelling the frown. He's older than Riven and me, only by a year, and yet he acts like he's responsible for the entire world.
I bet being beaten up every day helped,
Maven says.
Shut up, May,
Riven snaps. He turns to me.
You did bleed a lot.
He shakes his head and studies the side of my face, my arm, where the entire fabric is wetly red and bunched up, exposing wounded skin beneath.
But he's right. You'll be fine.
I sit up and almost fall back. Riven's palm catches my head immediately.
Easy.
Then, my memory still rattling, I cry, "They took my money!" A steel-heavy ache thumps inside my skull. My breaths come up short, painful in my lungs, like every shot of air is an arrow. "Riven, I can't! The deadline!"
Cress,
Riven says sharply.
Stop. Don't worry about it right now.
But I want to argue. How can I not worry? I have to go get it back. I have to fix myself. I want to get rid of... I look down at my clothes, wet with blood. All this. Riven brings me to the bath, runs hot water, and leaves to get a change of clothes. The bathroom is a small space at the back of the room, a makeshift bath. No light save a candle lit when someone's here. No less than a luxury for people like me with barely a spit on this island to call home. I strip, or try to. Every movement sends ripples of ache through me. Taking off the chainmail alone is exhausting. My fingers start shaking, then my hands. The bones inside are jelly, wobbling. Tears spilling down my bloody face. I tear at my clothes. The wet patches of fabric collect in a heap on the floor, uncaring, unimpressed. I lower myself into the warm water, push my hair out of my eyes, and hold my hands in front of me as the warmth sinks into me. Drops of blood drip into the water from my hair. Any energy I had deflates. I pull my knees to my chest and sit there in the candlelight, staring at my shivering fingers above my knees, sticky with blood. I have been injured in fights before. Broken ribs, broken fingers. The time I thought my left leg would have to be amputated. None of those times left me feeling like this, though. My hands shake, refusing to be still. The water is entirely red now. I know I should move, wipe myself, put on some medicine and bandages, but my body stays exactly as it is, curled into itself, bearing the pain as it continues to spread. Textureless, transparent, nothing at all. If I sank beneath the water, what would happen? Would the pain go away? I am lulled by the warm waves.
Cress?
Riven knocks on the door, which is not a real door, just a corrugated steel sheet propped upright, and a flat piece of rock tucked beneath to indicate when someone's inside. The candle flickers, rippling the shadows. The knock comes again.
Answer me, Cress.
In my mind, I do, but I can't open my mouth.
I'm coming in.
The door creaks further, and Riven says nothing for a while. He stays at the threshold. An eternity sways from one to another before his shadow takes one step forward, merging into mine. I hear him inhale deeply. He gets inside the bathroom, adjusting the door back, and puts the clothes beside the sink. Then he sits next to me, outside the tub.
Cress,
He says softly. A tear trails down my face. My eyes stay locked on my fingers, wrinkly from the bath, as I scratch at the skin, trying to scrape the blood off, which just makes more of it trickle through. Riven catches my fingers. He picks up the washcloth and dips it in the water. Gently, so gently, he rubs it across my hands. A shudder crawls ant-like on my body. He pats the cloth down my shoulder. The stinging increases. So does my fidgeting. I curl and uncurl my toes under the water. Riven doesn't speak, doesn't tell me to sit still. And slowly, the water in the bath turns even darker. He drips water through my hair, cleaning it off, untangling the knots, as if we're in my dream, just the two of us, and I have nothing to be afraid of. He's so gentle that it's agonizing. I'm a kicked foal, a stray, with nowhere to go unless this kind boy shows me mercy. I'm grateful for him, yet the feeling leaves me gaunt. If I had more silver, like Badger, I could be strong like him too. No one could challenge my strength. The water ripples around me. This is karma for my parents, just like everything else in my life.
stop,
Says Riven sharply.
You're not your parents.
I look at him, startled. Did I say that out loud?
You are your own person. Karma is not real. This anger toward yourself is not going to save you.
There's no pity in his eyes, like I thought, like I see in his brothers sometimes, which is why I can sit here, naked, and still not feel ashamed. But even he doesn't truly understand the weight of what it means to have claws digging in your bones. He has always hated that I fight in the pits, but it isn't his life on the line every month. It isn't his dream to collect enough money to get the hell off this cindered island. Riven gets up on his knees and puts an arm around me. He lets me cry until I've run out of tears.
I got you fresh clothes,
He says, looking back at the sink once. I nod, and when I don't move, he sighs and gets up.
We need to dress your wounds too. Come out soon.
As he leaves, I push back against the stone wall. The rippling of the water is loud this time, as if the whole ocean outside moves with me. My fingers are clean, but there's some dried blood under the nails. I push the nail of my left thumb under the nail of my right thumb and dig the flakes out. Just like I hunted for scraps in garbage dumps. This is what I have without the strength and without the silver. This miserable life of clawing my way out of the darkness toward light, only to find emptiness and another long tunnel. And these wretches,
think they can steal from me? Take what is mine? What I fought for? Bled for? I need to get the money back. Make up for the loss and insure myself against something like this happening again. Prove to them that they will not throw me into any darkness. My stomach clenches tight. Everything I want has only one answer: silver. And there's no other way to get that silver on this island except for the pits. No other way but for Badger's offer. I'll have to lose my next fight.
5. A week later, I walk back to the pits over broken paths, waiting to catch ankles in their mouths. The dark red sheen of the setting sun casts a bloody drape on every steep slope. But I have to be early. Get in, fight, get out, before Riven's day shift ends. I don't want to do things behind his back, but he knows how badly I was hurt, so he would have questions. Questions I don't want to answer. My face is still darkened with bruises, body aching in protest, as if it knows what I'm about to put it through. It's perfect, though, and believable. If I'm hurt already, nobody will wonder why I lost. I lower my helm, concealing my face. The cold metal smell sinks into my skin, fortifying me. From the corner where I stand, the empty prep room pans out in a triangle, lit at the center by a single dim starfish, encased in a lamp with dusty glass, casting oily darkness everywhere else. The crowd outside barrels on, despite the death of that man just a few days ago, cheering wildly as the night's inaugural beast-on-beast fight proceeds, their own violent rhythm immunizing them against the blood and death. Badger's arena is a chosen narcotic on this island. And if I'm contributing to it, well, I wouldn't be here for long now. By the time the prep room starts filling, I can hear the confused mutterings in the air. I have the room's attention. They would have liked today to themselves. They are angry I'm back. It's not easy to get into these pits. Even with the wins, the battles are deadly. But people caught inside die like tadpoles stomped on, so there's never a lack of fighters either. Even when most fighters are too young, too old. Scattered about, talking to others or themselves, suddenly wondering, too late, if the extra coin is worth their lives. The new ones must be strategizing. It's a waste of time. Agility, speed, even tricks, they work against other humans, but not the monsters that fight in this pit. You need more than physical ability. You need luck. Across from me, Yara and Ansh watch me like raptors. I wave at them, just to piss them off, and lean against the door, silencing my hiss of pain. A picture of unconcern. If anything, it renders them unable to gloat at my expense. No one gets the best of me. No one. And today is not the day I die. Just lose. The evening promises a spectacle, whether I came or not from the buzzing conversation. Badger, it seems, has grown a penchant to keep things interesting. He used to let us fight raptors and giant crabs and feathery stone lizards. But the people have gotten bored of death playing the same old cards. They've been getting enough death in the mines lately. So, they come here for the mind-numbing entertainment that promises blood, where they're in control, and not the victims. It's booming business. I already have my number ready. First, like usual, unlike the last turn I had here. It gives the spectators no time to speculate, but more scripts to bet. Coming right out of their day shifts, It's the high of watching someone else suffer that these people bet on. None of them know their meager scripts will be stolen right out of their hands tonight.
You ready?
Calls the bouncer. For a moment, I think of the quake. Since the last time, there have been 2 more shudders, each lasting only seconds, but terrorizing nonetheless. Some say that we have angered the island by digging in the mines deeper than we should. Not that the collector would ever share that opinion. What if we get hit by another when I'm in the pit again? But what else can I do? I swallow my misgivings and adjust my armor. Stepping into the ward toward the pit, I move my fingers in sharp motions, urging the blood flow, reassuring myself of the chainmail wrapped around the backs of my hands. My breastplate is in place, my throwing knives and my helm, too. This isn't my first fight, but this is one where my life might depend on the outcome. The thought has my heart skittish in its small cage. I hop on the spot, open and close my fists, bend my leg and pull at my foot.
Never seen you so nervous,
the doorman says. He chews a straw, eyeing me curiously. Inside the pit, the crowd jostles, yelling and laughing. Got hurt bad last time, I say, stretching my arms over my head.
So why you back here so soon?
Why is anyone?
Well,
he sneers.
Have fun in there, dark dancer.
The roar of the crowd echoes inside my skull. The lights glare down harshly, and for a moment, I lose my footing as the door groans shut behind me. I steady myself just as the creature's gates open. Brace for whatever monstrosity I'm about to lose to. It's a lizard. A giant, dusty blue lizard with a flat face and a huge forward-leaning mouth, standing on 4 legs that are half my height. I gape at it, mouth slack. How will I lose to this ridiculous-looking soft creature? Confusion ripples across the pit, murmurs of annoyance, until Badger's voice booms across the cavernous hall.
You think you know this creature? The Circe may look one way, but...
The lizard's color blinks red, and it shrieks. Badger's colors are notorious. Green as they drip sedatives into the creature's veins to calm them, and red when jolting them with electricity to make them aggressive. The lizard's giant 3-forked tail lashes at the walls of the pit, sending a shudder throughout. The tail slams down on the ground, then rises in attention, completely at odds with the liquid black eyes. Where in hell is Badger bringing these venom-tailed creatures from?
Are you ready for another performance from our dark dancer?
I make the blades dance in the air before gripping them tight and bending my knees. I am turned to steel. Applause rings through the pit at the display, hoots and shouts and laughter. The Circe lizard stumbles, looks around, and locks eyes with me. A skittering noise fills the pit, low-pitched and cantankerous. 1,000 tiny insects crawling in my ear. I shake my head. The Circe chirps, this time higher, but stays. A murmur of boo sweeps through the crowd. Damn it! I'll have to provoke this creature. At least a few good rounds before I lose, or the crowd will completely turn on me. I adjust my knives and sweep to my side. The Circe skitters, mirroring me, and we end up across from one another yet again. Fight it! Someone yells. The audience roars, clapping and thumping. This is good, because it startles the Circe. It hisses and raises its tail higher, alert. Good girl. The Circe leaps and slashes at me. I duck and spin, one foot rooted in place. The tail comes at me, and I block it with the hard side of my knife. A terrible, frenzied scream unleashes from the Circe as it twirls in the air, gnashing its short, sharp fangs. The mood of the crowd has changed as well. The annoyed half-heartedness has given way to cheers of "Go, Dark Dancer!" and hoots and raining scripts into the betting bowls, just the way Badger likes things in the pit. It brings a wicked smile to me. Round 1 is mine. The Circe hisses, but still with uncertainty, as if trying to scare me away without a fight. It skitters, but stops a good distance away. Then it leaps again, quick and sharp, and I roll away from its path. My knife screeches against the wall of the pit as I extend a hand to stop myself from slamming into it. Behind me, the lizard falls flat on the ground and scrambles in desperation. It finally extends its talons, bares those sharp fangs, and unleashes an infernal scream. The hair on the back of my neck stands. I hadn't expected the soft-looking creature capable of such a sound. I breathe deeply, tighten my grip on my knives. A small, star-shaped pain twinges in my lower back. Not now. I need to up my fight so I don't wind up dead, or worse, bore the spectators. The Circe springs, and I have no way out except backing up. I shriek as I push against the wall and leap to the ledge jutting out midway to the seats. The Circe's tail sharpens. It snaps, knocking me off my feet. My back hits the spiked wood of the ledge, and a scream tears from my throat as I go tumbling down. I grab at the wall, losing my knives in the process, and suddenly, I'm hanging from the ledge, totally exposed. The rugged splinters of the wood dig into my palm. My knives scatter on the ground, and the Circe swipes a padded claw at them. They clang against the wall across the pit, way out of my reach. The Circe snarls below, its big black eyes fixed on me. All around us, the raucous cheers fade, breaths held, awaiting what happens next. The air itself slows, filling with the wet growls of the lizard. My fingers begin to slip. I tighten my hold, gasping, and glance up. Badger sits in the balcony, hands relaxed on the arms of his chair, one leg pulled up on the knee of the other. The small red lamp at his back lights a bloody halo around him. A king, watching over his kingdom. I drag myself up again, each breath a line of fire, burning red from the halo around Badger. I pull out the throwing stars from the side of my belt. The Circe stands still, eyes focused on me. One throw, and I could blind it. How would you like that? I remember the venom from the fight last week, and my eye twitches. The Circe puffs itself up, readying for an attack. This bout needs to be over now. If I keep fighting this creature, or dodging it more like, I'm bound to injure it gravely. Not sure Badger would like that after his precious Stygic. The fighters' lives aren't important here. The whims of the bosses are. I throw a star to the right. The Circe leaps after it, and I have my window. I drop to the ground, firm on my feet, ignoring the shooting pain. But the Circe changes direction midway and charges back at me. I swing out of its way. The wall shakes with the impact of the lizard's head. Cries break out over us. But I'm not out of harm. The Circe's tail comes straight at me and pins me against the wall.
I struggle against the grip. It's too heavy. Any second, the lizard could turn its fangs to me. Caution wars with my survival instinct and loses. I lock my legs around the tail, pinning its venom shooters together. A star flies out of my hand and catches the side of the Circe's face. The crowd erupts in roars. The Circe screeches, tries to slam me off itself. I'm less a dancer, more a parasite clinging to its scales. My hands are beginning to get numb with the pain. We go in circles, my head slamming against the ground, the walls, and finally, my fingers slip. I tumble down the pit, and before I can get my bearings, the Circe jumps onto me. My fingers catch its jaw. Wet flesh and fangs sink into my hands. The creature scratches down my skin, slashing its tail, and forces its head down. Its eyes are a pool of black, panic and fear making it wild. I can't hold it back. If I don't yield now, I'll be dead. But if I yield, no, I have to. That's what I was building toward. The Circe is just a creature. It doesn't know what else to do but fight. It has nothing personal against me. And it's scared. This fight is square. If I hadn't pulled back in the beginning, I'd have won easily. But I had to give the creature a chance to dominate. I had to say the words, damn it. Yield! I shout, and the sound clangs in my skull. I yield! The Circe's collar goes from red to green. For a moment, its liquid eyes enlarge, looking at me with a sudden fear. A small whimper cuts off in the middle as the collar does its work, and the creature falls to its sides, unconscious. I roll on my stomach, deathly pain pounding in my muscles, and try to get up. My left hand gives way. I fall flat on my mouth, jarring my teeth. Granules of sand plume with the impact, getting into my eyes and nose. Giving this match away was my choice. But now it's real, and my thoughts are careening everywhere. What am I supposed to do now? I've never yielded before. What if the crowd is suspicious? I sit half up, breathing heavily. It's then, the pain pulsing and rearing, that I register the silence in the pit. The absence of cheers or boos, the cursing, the foot-tapping, the annoyance and anger that I'm expecting. Instead, what comes is worse. The hissing. It starts somewhere to the left, sweeps through the first row, then picks up across the pit. A ghostly wind churning into a windstorm. They're hissing at me. An old tradition from the days of fishermen when the pit fighting took place near the seas, and the losers were tossed into the water to be at the mercy of the creatures who lived there. These people are not just angry. They want me erased from this fighting pit. Teeth bared, eyes raging. The spectators take on the form of a monster. My worst fear is realized. Badger sits still, crowned in the red light, and watches me with the eyes of a predator, having finally caught its prey. 6. You promised! I stomp across the room, coming to a stop an inch from Badger. I know what I look like. Filthy and battered, lips split, bruises down my face, the pit's dirt tangled in my hair. He doesn't flinch, only stares me down, bored, leaning back on the table.
I promised nothing,
he drawls.
I offered you a deal.
He turns his back on me and rounds the table, sits down in his grand chair. The ease of the movement is a giveaway that he doesn't care what I have to say or do. His whims, always. My heart hammers in my throat. Why are you doing this? My gaze flicks to the bundle of silver on his table. What was supposed to be my cut from the fight. It's no longer mine to take. And Badger is banning me from the pits. The thought hasn't even settled in my head. Everything is a whirl of claws and fangs and Badger's voice echoing through a fog.
You heard them,
He says.
I will not risk our whole audience for you.
I stare at Badger, at his nonchalance, at the calculated look in his eyes, an inch from true dark malice. He's a snake, ready to strike. That audience has grown because of me, I snap. I'm your best fighter. You are no one, he says, cruelty flecked in every word.
My pits existed before you, and they will long after you're gone. I owe you nothing.
There's a flatness to his eyes that tells me he's not changing his mind. The same feeling as from the night of the red Stygic crawls down my neck. He wants me gone. But it doesn't make sense. Have I offended him? I haven't seen him for months. All I do is fight and leave. The only thing I can think of is my winning. How can he be so threatened? Disgust arises in me, meeting the callousness in him.
Besides, once the call comes from them,
He nods his head toward the door, indicating the hissing spectators.
I will not stand in their way.
6 years of my blood spilled in these pits, and this is what he repays me with. A sickening crunch rumbles in my head. Trying to get a red Stygic to kill me, then luring me to this with silver. Badger is nothing but a sick, narcissistic man who couldn't bear me not subjugating to his wishes. Understanding floods me. You weasel, I whisper. You put your men in the audience today, didn't you? You had them start the ancient call.
You're drunk on fighting and imagining things, Crescent,
He says in his infuriating drawl.
Fighting down here changes nothing for you on the island above.
That's why I want to leave. He flourishes his hands.
Well then, here's your chance.
I see blinding red, unable to speak, to even scream. At the door, I pause and look back. This man, who rules the world below like those foreigners rule us above, has ruined my chances at a better life. And I hate him. You can bribe his men to look away all you want, but I wonder how long you would keep this kingdom if the collector himself knew what was going on down here. Without waiting for a reply, I slam the door behind me. You are no one. Badger's voice haunts me. Another smaller quake had the ground swaying just after I left, tumbling rocks off the spires and blocking the closest path to the eastern slum, forcing me to double back and go nowhere. Which is why I find myself climbing up the toothy hills near the mines, dangerous in the slick rain. But I don't care. Anything to take my mind off wanting to wrap my hands around Badger's throat. The lights from the mines cast a stronger redness here, unnaturally diabolical. But it's a familiar place. A few years ago, Riven and his brothers found a tiny cradle atop the tallest hill. They sometimes spend their rare off days here, hidden from the island's constant cacophony. Often, Riven invites me, much to May's annoyance. From the top, I can pinpoint the exact little stone house I once shared with my parents. It sits between the countless other identical houses, little matchboxes carved out of stone for the mine laborers. But my parents had painted a side of it seaweed green, my favorite color. It is long faded under the harsh dust from the mines, but the strip of paint on the plain stones still stands out. I pull out my knives. If my mother were here, she would be hysterical. But, well, she isn't here. Fire crackles in my blood, burning me. The knives are cold in my hand. I clutch them tighter and slash at the air and the rain, again and again. I hurt so many creatures, maimed and killed. I am uniquely cut out for this because I know them well. I spent much time as a child at the shoreline watching them, observing them, learning their habits, their weaknesses. Not so I could kill them. It wasn't what I wanted, but I had to. I would make up for it somewhere, somehow. That's what I always thought. But now, all that blood, for this, to be thrown out at someone's whims? Alone in the red night, I scream and hack and pour all my fury into the emptiness. I'm a fighter. I kill despite myself. I will not go down so easily. Sweat rivers down my back, merged with the rain and draining onto the rocks below. I keep slashing, twirling and throwing the blades, except the dagger I always keep close, the guitar that belonged to my father. Then, the shooting stars. If I have to stay here all night to get this anger out, I will. But I won't let that smug-faced son of a bitch make a fool out of me. He's goading me so I make another mistake, so he can ruin whatever life I have left. He can't. Even if he already has. I have no money, and the deadline for this week's installment is tomorrow. No, I correct myself. Later today. What will I do now? The mines won't take me. The collector's compound won't employ me as long as I have debts to clear. Chandrabad is out of the question without silver. Even smugglers would think twice before taking me aboard. What were my parents thinking without leaving me a contingency plan? Did they not care at all? Did they say something that I've forgotten? Have I suppressed my memories? I fall down on my knees into a puddle of dirty water that splashes against my skin and scream viciously, without inhibition, until everything pours out of me. Except a pebble slips somewhere to my right, subdued in the sound of the rain. It rolls down, tapping against the wet rocks on its way. Blood rushes to my ears as I stand and whirl, holding the guitar out. The blade stops an inch from Riven's throat. He raises his hands, water sluicing down his face, his eyes serious, but also amused. "Why are you here?" I ask, keeping my guitar steady, my voice hoarse from the screaming before. Raindrops get into my mouth, the taste coppery and full of this island. He ducks fast and out of the way, appearing behind me. His hand shoots out, and I dodge, falling into the pattern we started oceans knows when. He hates that I fight at the pits, and yet always helps me practice. Sometimes, like now, without my asking. He swipes at the ground as I leap back with a snarl and says, "You didn't come home. You always come home after an arena fight." "No, I don't." Instead of saying anything, I flip the guitar in my left hand, feint, and go straight at him. He catches my wrist, and I end up slamming into his chest. We stand there, heaving from the exertion. And it's not like I haven't seen his pale gray eyes 1,000 times before, but they shine in the ruddy light. And for an intense moment, all I can do is stare back into them like an idiot. He raises a brow as if he knows I'm trying to deny it, that I go home. I frown, but concede. He's right. Without thinking about it, I've always stayed at his place on fight nights. It makes sense. He lives closer to the arena. He makes me feel safe. I unconsciously look for him after the battles. I push at him, twisting out of reach. For several moments, we're locked in a game of dodging and ducking and running. I'm the better fighter, but Riven's instincts are as sharp as blades. He guesses my move. Feinting is no use with him. I hate it. Fighting him is not like fighting the creatures. They can't distract me like he can. And it's probably my rising emotions that make me slip. He catches me at the last second, and I crash into him again, his arm around me and my back pressed against the solid wall of his chest. My hair comes loose in the drizzling rain, sticking to the side of my face.
"I heard what happened at the pit tonight,"
he says, his voice rumbling in his chest behind me. He doesn't let go, and I make no move to step away. Our breaths heavy and synced together. It was nothing, a bit of misunderstanding. Riven leans forward and whispers in my ear, warmth brushing my neck.
"Your voice is never so smooth as when you're lying."
I shove his arm away and turn to look at him square in the eye. The air between us grows taut. The red lamplight glints off the chain he wears around his neck. A single stream of rain follows a path down the center of his throat and disappears into his wet shirt. He was so gentle with me when I was broken and beaten. There had never really been any lines between us, because they didn't seem necessary. We grew up together. It makes sense that he's the one to have wiped the blood off my back. But now, it feels like something happened. Something I'm only now realizing. A kind of blurring that makes looking at him, trying to lie to him, overwhelming. I should tell him that my debts have grown more heads than I can slay at a time. But then what? Trouble him as I am troubled? No. I swallow hard. Riven doesn't press. He watches me closely for a moment, then slides an arm around me, this time holding me more softly. I feel the knot of anxiety in my stomach unraveling and the one around my heart rising.
"We'll figure it out,"
he says gently against the rain. I want to believe it, but unless Badger lets me back in the pits, there is nothing to figure out. I'm unwanted in the mines. There's nowhere else to go. Nowhere but the collector's office with empty hands. It's because I know I can't change anything that I let myself sink against Riven. I close my eyes and let the world fade away before I face the wrath of this island. 7. The debt clearance office is located within the collector's compound, on the far western end of the island, beyond the tallest mountain that divides the land in two, which is why the very air seems different here. There's still dust grating against my face, but no ashy taste in my mouth. And by the time I reach the compound, after half a day of trekking, It's just a cool blue breeze off the ocean that fills in my lungs with freshness that seems long forgotten on the other side of the island. It makes the tension in my muscles relax, even if I can't stop thinking about what I'm going to say when my turn comes. As always, the queue is long, stretching onto the rocky edge of the dry, thorny forest across from the compound. People from all over the island arrive here every 7th day of the week and are robbed of whatever little they had managed to earn. Payday. To pay them for letting us live in our own homes, I suppose. The difference between the townspeople and the regulators is as stark as sea and shore. The miners have suits made of material that keeps them somewhat protected in the mines, because the collector and his men need people in working condition. The rest of us wear loose clothes, patched together with discarded fabrics, mismatched blacks and grays. Ugly, but practical. But when we're here, at the debt office, we're no longer miners and non-miners. We're all renters, the lower caste, the ones who work as the landers see fit, live, and breathe as they see fit. We queue down the corner, a single file, and are forbidden to venture outside this orbit. The regulators wear their black and blue uniforms, tailored precisely, with badges of authority and sneers. They move around at will, take breaks when they want, and retire inside the compound, within their offices and sectors, all protected from the harsh sun behind thick walls of stone. By late afternoon, I'm finally beneath the compound roof. Banners flutter in the fierce winds, a golden squid on a sea of blue-black. The man in front of me takes his scarf off and wipes his weathered brown face, hands shivering. Slowly, the line moves forward, and it's his turn at the counter. "No scripts," he whispers, as if a prayer.
"This is your second strike,"
the officer says, almost bored.
"Well, salt it is for you."
"Is there—" The man starts, his voice already defeated, then stops. He nods and takes the papers. The normality of this doesn't faze anyone, least of all the officer. You can go once without a payment, but the second time, the salt pans it is. Day and night, unpaid bonded labor, until your last breath. And salt for the collector and his men, and landers everywhere else. Their food gets its taste from bonded labor. It bothers no one. A spasm careens through my body as I step to the counter. "No scripts," I tell him. My voice is pinched. "You're okay today. You'll go back home today." I clear my throat and repeat myself.
"First strike? It's your share plus 10% for next time. Get it?"
The officer's face is thin, but he's well fed. Healthy hair and unscarred hands that start to mark the changes beside my name in his register. He stops.
"Crescent Dune?"
An icy feeling creeps down my neck at the way he says it. Someone in the line behind me murmurs,
"Kinkiller."
Someone else joins in. For a moment, they forget where we all are, together at the mercy of the landers, and remember only that I'm the daughter of my parents, the kin-killers, miners who killed other miners. Blood rushes to my head as I adjust my scarf, hiding my face. They can't hurt me here. The lander guards have guns and don't tolerate disorder, but you never know. "She's still alive?" someone else asks, confused at my very existence. Fear turns to roiling rage within me. And I'm glad the landers are here all anew. Not for myself, but for these miners. If there were no checks, the ocean knows I'd have driven my claws into them. None of these people know what it took to keep myself alive. None of them calling me kin killer would survive my life. The pounding of my heart grows and grows, even louder as the counter window shuts down and a door opens somewhere at the back. The sharpness of my ever-present rage curls back into itself, fear rearing its head again. I take a wobbly step back, and two guards emerge with guns. "Move," one of them says, pointing back where they came from. "Why?" I dart my eyes around. The line behind me watches us, alert. Not because they care to intervene, but out of curiosity. "It's only my first strike. I'm not going to the salt pans." Their guns straighten. This time, both of them say in their cold voices, "Move." It takes all of my strength not to give in to my instinct and run backward. The laws of the pits don't matter in the real world. If I run, I get shot. And the most important thing when you're fighting is to stay alive. And fight, sure, but first, stay alive. So, heart hammering in my throat, I take a step forward. It's not enough for the guards. They grab my arm and march me through the back door and into a room with walls of polished stone. There's a single window, set high above, and a plain desk. I'm shoved into the one small chair at the back of the room. "Will you tell me what's going on?" They don't answer. At least they don't tie me to the chair. "No funny business," says the first guard, glaring, before they shut the door behind them. Immediately, I get up and work my way around the walls. No other exit. Not even a crack in the walls. Just a claustrophobic space of gray stone and that single window. What's going on? If they want to send me to the pans, the cart is right outside, crammed with the newly enslaved. This makes no sense. The window is high, but I might reach it if I stand on the desk. Will I get through it, though? It's narrow, and where would it open? What if there are guards? The door slams open, and in walks Badger? I cry. Behind him, someone else enters. An old man dressed in gray greens. He holds himself upright, but the stoop in his stance is obvious as the banners rising above the collector's compound. Pins clasped with gold chains dangle all over the front of his clothes, which reek of wealth and assurance. I stare from him to Badger, unsure.
"Cress, meet the collector," Badger says. "Sir, this is Crescent Doom."
Cold cuts through me. My first thought is that Badger is having me arrested. But no more guards follow through. The collector studies me with his tired eyes, then moves to the desk. Contrasted by the light behind him, his face turns into craters and shadows. He doesn't smell of the metal that everyone on the island does. He smells antiseptically clean. The man says, as if unconvinced of something. Badger shuts the door and comes to stand next to the collector.
"As I told you, one of our finest. Actually, the finest. She defeated a half-grown scythe crab 3 years ago, and has never lost a single match, including the ones with the red Stychik and the Circe." "Did she?"
The collector says in his dangerously calm voice.
"Most impressive."
"I didn't!" I burst out,
my voice high-pitched and confused. Defeat the Circe? Badger laughs shortly.
Oh, right. She did not.
He turns to the collector.
She did exactly what I asked. She threw the match, knowing it might cost her a place in the pits.
I'm a fool to think the collector wasn't aware of what's going on in his island.
I vouch for her.
Badger continues. Will someone tell me what's going on? I say, out of turn again, then add, please. This time, Badger remains quiet. He meets my eye and gestures for me to be quiet too. The collector inhales deeply.
Crescent Dune, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Your feats are legendary among my people.
My feats?
The scythe crab, of course, but the one we most hear about is the win over the worm lizards. 5 at once.
He shakes his head in disbelief.
That was a marvel. There was even a discussion if we should consider having the Dark Dancer on our security.
He laughs as if it's the funniest thing he's ever said. As if, after killing 2 of the worm lizards, incapacitating the other 3, I hadn't escaped the arena and vomited my guts out. As if I hadn't cried for days for what Badger was making me do by dangling silver in front of me. The man continues in his labored, slow voice.
We also know about you and your parents. A tragedy for such a young family. Not to mention the heavy debt you now must pay.
If I'm in a heavy debt, it's only because of you.
As Atlas Creer tells me, you would like to leave this island.
Atlas Creer? I raise a brow at Badger. He shrugs. It takes a few seconds for me to realize the collector was asking me a question, not stating the obvious. Yes.
But it would certainly not be possible without all your debts cleared. The penalty for defaulting is deservedly, I would say, the firing squad.
Deservedly. That word catches my attention, and for a moment, I see nothing but the hard ridges of the mountains our people live on. What we deserve is safety and happiness and joy. But to this man, we're a means to an end. Workers for a Zargonine, and anything else must be discarded. When our ancestors, the Empyrean elders, were shipwrecked on the shores of these islands 1,000 years ago in search of a better world, is this what they envisioned? People divided into castes, forced into degrees of purity of being human by virtue of the work they were forced to do? People like this collector, handing out death to the rest of us as easily as sipping tea? My hesitation and nerves steel behind the indignation. I'm sorry. Where are we going with this? If this is about my first strike, it's the law that first strikes are forgiven as long as I pay the second time. So what are we doing here? The collector runs another critical eye over me. I try not to squirm. He glances at Badger and says,
I see what you mean, Creer.
Badger nods politely. He's dressed in a black jacket with gold lining, but otherwise, he carries none of his air of self-made royalty. His shine is subdued in front of the collector on purpose.
Your debts can be cleared, Crescent Dune.
The collector says,
you will be free to leave the island if you so wish.
The words take a moment to sink in. I look to Badger to see if this is his idea of a joke, but he looks back impassively. When neither of them laughs, I make myself say the words. Why would you clear my debts?
Have you heard of the Tarnak expedition?
I frown. I have only a vague memory, mostly because I've forced myself to forget those expeditions inside the mines. Tarnak was the most recent expedition, half a year ago, 5th overall, and only the 2nd since my parents' death. The maps of the mines are incomplete, and, on the collector's insistence, parties keep going into the mines, mapping them out farther and farther, marking the location of the Zargonine and other metals. Even though there's no particular need for this, the veins that are mined are still full and will be for centuries still, and the maps unrolled so far are so close to the surface they might as well just be the same damn mines. Lander greed is a monster the rest of us can't begin to understand. Didn't they end up like the others as well? Half the expedition members always vanish in thin air, and others, well, skeletons are often found when the mine work is expanded even a little. Skeletons lying in positions of terror, of needing to escape. Skeletons that are half missing. An expedition into the mine has always meant signing up for death within the labyrinths below.
Close, but not quite,
the collector says. What does that mean?
We are about to find out, which is where you come in.
My words spill out even as the realization comes in fits. You mean there's a chance someone from the Tarnak group is still alive down there? How? It has been half a year, if I remember right.
The increased geological activity has changed certain echoes, and we're hearing reports of voices down below. Human voices.
I fight the shiver running down my spine. What do you want me to do about it?
If there's someone alive, we need them back. Not only to save them, but to find out what they have seen. The mines go much deeper than any of us can fathom, Miss Doone,
the collector says reverently.
What the lowest depths hold, I can only imagine. Creatures of the dark that no one on this island could face. No one except you.
I stammer. There are others. Surely Landers must have better people.
You have a history we have followed closely. Daughter of kin-killers, a survivor against all odds on an island of blood and storm.
The collector looks me up and down.
What makes you different is your undaunted heart.
I stare at the man.
Accompany the party I have prepared to retrieve any survivors, keep them safe from these creatures, and the freedom you want so dearly is yours, Crescent Dune.
The door has barely shut behind the collector when I turn to Badger. Tell me the truth. What does he want? Badger raises a brow. In the second it takes for me to step forward, his demeanor shifts. From the deferential performance to a king again. He rakes a hand through his hair, and his face becomes hard as stone once more.
The truth is what you heard. You are to guard the company that will retrieve any survivors or any information as to what happens to these expeditions. No more is expected of you.
His voice is steady and lazy at the same time, like it always is. But there's a spark in his eyes. Fine, I say. What do you want? What do you gain out of this? Badger barks out a laughter.
I knew you were my best choice.
He keeps his smirk on as he says,
What I want is for my arena to rule the world. And for that, what I need is creatures this world has never seen.
The Stygic isn't enough?
You defeated it spectacularly.
Cold
grips my heart. What are you planning?
The 150th glory race at Salonia starts in a day. No one from Karatish will ever make it. You know that.
The glory race is a chariot tournament with the beastly, vicious Mary Stags. A game of death and lug, bigger than even Badger's blood-stained dreams. It's held every 4 years and brings most islands to a standstill for an entire week until a champion is crowned and showered with gold. It is also a tournament only for landers, something that Badger seems to have forgotten. So, I remind him. None of us can make it.
A renter is one of the 10 contenders this time.
That's news to me, but then Karatish is as isolated as can be. It's the most distant post for landers this far south, and only a handful of them stay here, only for supervising the mines. The other islands don't care about us. All they want are the shipments of metal and salt that we send them. News for us is already stale everywhere else. Do you know who? I ask.
One of the hunters.
Badger smirks.
Calling herself Coral of Salonia.
I flinch. He says it like he believes in the perversity of considering the hunters outcasts for their work, even though they're renters, like us too. It's another delicate game played by the landers. Provide the hunters with more resources than the rest of us, and isolate them from their community, keeping them reliant on their work, until their own people forget that the division was the point. So they forget who the real monster is.
Our island's blood and stone build their lands. Now, imagine if the biggest spectacle across the islands of Ophir is not in Salonia, but here, on Karatish.
Badger's eyes are black flames.
Imagine when the only source of life is not the death grip of the mines. I could hold a massive spectacle. The best fighters, the most vicious creatures. It could draw real power to this island.
Carefully, I ask, what do you want from me?
Go do what the collector wants you to. Protect the company. And as you do, find me creatures no one has ever seen. Tell me what they are and where to find them, and I'll do the rest.
Of course, he doesn't want people out of the mines out of the goodness of his heart. Trading death in the mines with death in his arena. For half a heartbeat, I want to slam his face into the desk behind him and tell him he can go drown in the ocean. As if he reads it on my face, he comes to stand a hand away from me. His face is grim, cut with stone, and terrifyingly, his eyes refuse to blink.
There are 2 ways to get out of your debt. The salt pans or death. I have staked my reputation and goodwill with the collector on a lifeline for you. A lifeline you would be foolish to ignore. Are you foolish, Cress?
8.
You're cheating!
Maven screeches so loud I startle in the bathroom, and the bandage slips from my hand. The boys continue arguing outside.
Riven, you saw it, right?
It's 2 against 3. Ashvin shouts.
I'm done with both of you.
Riven roars.
Me too! The Shade Folk take you both!
Maven yells. They're playing Seep, a weird game about striking your opponent's calories with your own and collecting points. I don't know. I never got the hang of it. I squint as I pick the bandage back up. The lone candle is down to dregs, flickering dangerously. The wound on my left arm is healed mostly, but it's best to avoid any friction. I can't recall if it's from the fights or from Yara and Ansh cornering me. What would it matter? All that matters is that I'm in the best possible condition in 2 days' time. I sigh and sit back, staring at the mirror. Shadows of my injuries contrast the small white birthmark beneath my right eye sharply. It's in the shape of a horizontal crescent moon, a cradle for my eye. That's what my parents named me after. It's been hours since I said yes to Badger and the Collector, and I still cannot think about anything else. The Collector is insane to think anyone would be alive down there after all these months. But it's his money and resources to waste. Besides, guarding a company doesn't faze me. The very air of those mines is dead. There's nothing to protect anyone from. What bothers me is the darkness. Like stepping down the gullet of a human-devouring giant. But I will bear it. For what comes after? My freedom. From the soul-sucking debt, from the pits, from this damned island. And it's this hope that might kill me. Too sudden, too dangerous, too much. Which is why I haven't told Riven yet.
You know, if that bandage was one of your opponents, it'd be pulp by now, Dark Dancer.
Riven stands leaning against the door, arms crossed. The low orange-tinged light of the candle makes his mouth look red and raw. A sharp pang hits my stomach. I quickly look down and realize how tight I'm gripping the piece of bandage. And are you guys done beating one another to pulp over cowries? I say, deflecting. Riven says nothing, only moves to stand near me, his leg touching my knee. Already he's taller than me, and I'm sitting, so he leans forward. So close. The collar of his shirt shifts, exposing the smooth brown expanse of muscled skin. My mouth goes dry. He takes the bandage from me and begins dressing the wound. The brush of his fingers on my arm leaves embers in its wake. My focus narrows to the pulse at the base of his throat. It quickens, even as I'm watching it, matching my own. I tighten my fingers around the edge of the seat to prevent my hand from touching his skin. He takes the scissors to the bandage, eyes narrowed in concentration. His jaw hovers near my mouth, curls of hair loose below his ears. He loops an extra bandage, not saying a word.
There. That's better.
He turns to face me, the nearness of his jaw replaced by his lips. I should shift back. He meets my eye, smiles a devastating smile, and stands back up. Heart hammering in my throat, I take my time to collect the discarded bandage, throw it carefully in the trash, and stuff the first aid kit next to Ashvin's box of menstrual pads in the tiny shelf cut into the wall. The shelf overflows with med packs. The boys can go without food for days, but they always stock up on meds, probably so they don't have to see another family member fester to death like they did with their mother. The warm sensation spinning in my head hasn't subsided. I stand there, staring at the shelf. Why should I feel this weird around Riven? I've known him for a long while now. We've always taken care of one another, bandaged one another's wounds, held each other's hands while the other was sick, slept in the same bed, and chased away bad dreams. But perhaps that's why keeping secrets from him contrasts so starkly. The feeling gets worse as Riven makes me turn to look at him. He tucks a free lock of hair behind my ear, his fingers lingering on my skin for a touch too long and, at the same time, not. A casual, familiar gesture. Nothing out of the ordinary. And yet,
Are you okay, Cress?
no, I'm not. I have the chance of a lifetime. I get to leave this island, be free. It's the one thing I've wanted, but I'm scared it will all go away. That it was all just a mistake, and they want someone else. Someone better. Yeah, just hungry, I say. Let's go eat something. I can taste Ribbon's disappointment as I hurry back into the room. The cowries are spilled everywhere. It's clear the loser definitely did not lose with grace. In the middle, Ashvin and Maven sit cross-legged, a tiny bowl of fish curry and a short pile of flatbread next to them. Food for 3 people, divided for 4 tonight. One of the many things I will repay them for after. Despite being the oldest and the youngest, respectively, Ashvin and Maven resemble each other like twins might. The same brown hair and the slight bend to their noses, as opposed to Ribbon's black, wavy hair and eyes made of stormy gray gemstones. As Ribbon and I join them, Ashvin throws a bit of flatbread into the air, and Maven catches it in his mouth. He chews it down and grins with self-satisfaction.
One day you're going to choke,
Ribbon says, settling down.
and I'm going to just sit and watch.
Okay, Officer Ribbon, retorts Maven swiftly. Then he changes topics. Something about the mines, his mouth half full and his hands wildly gesticulating. The usual gossip about disgruntled miners, another attempt at organizing a rebellion despite people's hesitation. It's hard to keep up with him, but not for his brothers, who react together at the right time, even when Maven barely keeps his rant from spilling everywhere like the cowries. They always exist like this, move and bicker like this. Different parts of the same body. I may have been invited into their home, maybe into their hearts too. But I can never be a part of them. I would unbalance them. An hour later, after Ashvin and Maven have gone to bed, tired from their day shifts, and Ribbon gets ready to leave for his night at the mines, I find myself walking in circles outside. The street is narrow, doors cut into the blocks of stony hills, only 2 miles from the main quarry. Kar Atish is shaped like a hand joining into a shoulder. The hand works, with its mines and harbors, and at the joint, the tallest mountains and deepest craters divide it from the shoulder, where the collector and his compound rest in easy air.
Cress, what are you doing out here without light?
Riven shuts the door behind him and shakes his dispeller brighter. The sudden burst of color turning his black hair into gold will never get old. Despite myself, I smile. Riven raises a brow. He comes to lean next to me.
You know, at some point, you'll have to tell me what's going on with you.
I look at him, wondering why I haven't told him yet. I've tried, but every time, something keeps me from saying it. Riven looks back at me, curiosity in his eyes, and I feel the space between us shifting. A cowardly thought rises. Maybe I never tell him. I leave, get the job done, and just vanish off this island. And then what? Riven goes on with his life, mad at me, but maybe with time, he'll forget me. He'll work in the mines, find someone. Why should it matter what he does with his life? I wouldn't be here. Might as well tell him.
Badger, what has he done now?
And the collector have offered me a job. Somewhere down the narrow, rocky alley, another door opens. The night shift miners are moving out, conversations wafting in the air. A child screeches. A mother coos. The irascible scraping of metal tools begins getting louder. And taking shelter behind the din, I tell Riven about the rescue mission in the mines. So, he says carefully, what did you say? I'm leaving the morning after next.
I don't understand. You get sick in the dark. You hate that place.
I hate this whole island. I close my eyes, breathing deeply, and open them again. Riven watches me, and for a moment, I can see the desperation on his face as he tries to understand what's going on. If there was time, maybe I could have put myself in his place and tried to sympathize with his confusion. But there isn't. He should know by now I'd do anything to get away from Kar Atish. I try once more. There's nothing for me here. I've been kicked out of the pits. The miners will kill me before ever letting me work the mines. I'll be indentured to the salt pans for not paying my debts. This is my only option. But I get it. You're worried because you're my friend.
I'm your friend?
His eyes widen. Of course I'm your friend. We've been through so much together. Remember when Amma was dying and you took care of her while we worked? Piling every bit of a script to get her meds?
And now, you won't let me help you?
My lower lip trembles. Not a mention of what he's done for me. How long will you help me for?
What do you mean, for how long?
He shouts.
For as long as it takes. Forever.
You would, wouldn't you? I feel my heart break. Riven would do this for anyone, not just me. He's a good person, but he's always taken care of the kicked and the down. He doesn't deserve feeling this obligation to help me. I'll go into the mines, far into Kar Atish's belly itself, I say. If it means I can get off this island, I'll do it. Riven jerks back like he's been burned. The look on his face constricts my ribcage, lungs twinging with guilt. This is why I couldn't tell him immediately. He's taking it personally, like I knew he would. I've never made my desire to get away from here a secret. I need to get off this island, and for that I need money. There's no other way out.
But this is too dangerous.
He shoves his hands into his hair, helplessly clutching at it. We can get away from this island another way. I'll come with you. You don't have to do any of this alone. Let me help you, Cress, please. Stop it, Riven! I snap and turn from him before my resolve breaks. He can't make promises he will never keep. If it was just him, it would be different. But he has his brothers. He can't leave them. And I will not put him in a position where he has to make a choice. He doesn't understand what he's saying right now because he wants to stop me. Can we please stop fighting? Just go back to normal?
No!
Riven snaps, but his voice cracks midway.
I don't want to go back to normal.
I want. He presses his eyes closed, and when he opens them, he still looks frustrated.
Why do you want it this badly?
It's his tone, even now, so confused, and the look of betrayal in his eyes that make me burst out, because I hate it. I've hated every minute I've lived on Kar Atish since my parents died and since I was forced to live on scraps. I have nothing here and no family.
That's not true.
Of course it is. I don't expect you to understand. You have your brothers. What do I have? Riven's face hardens. Suddenly, the planes of his face aren't beautiful, but terrible, edged with fury. He repeats, slow and clear,
What do you have?
The outburst has left me breathless. I can only pull my brows together.
Fine,
He says, walking away.
if there's nothing keeping you here, then go.
9. I trek down the steep slope, feeling like I'm underwater, as the red flash of dawn cracks the sky. The storms surrounding the island briefly turn the color of freshly cut muscle before returning to soot. If Kar Atish was a flatter land, perhaps the distance from my corner of the island to the mines would take an hour. Instead, it's a land of craggy terrain, rocky mountains, stony spires, and brittle craters that give way without warning. There are even old rail tracks for mine trains, broken because over the years, the weather got progressively worse, loosening rocks that suddenly crashed into passing carts. The ravines throughout the island are a jumble of rusting tracks. But that's not why I want to jump out of my skin. I haven't seen Riven since 2 nights ago, when he so unceremoniously turned away from me. I thought he'd get over it by now, see why I want to go away from here. But when I stopped by his place earlier, Ashvin opened the door. He said,
Riven took extra shifts and never came home last night. Hey, May, you have any idea when he'll be home?
From inside, Maven yelled back, voice thick with sleep.
What does it matter? It's not like the Dark Dancer cares what we think.
Ashvin shrugged. There wasn't any apology in it, just weariness.
He'll be fine, Cress. You do what you have to do.
He gave me an awkward hug.
Stay safe in there, yeah?
By the time I finally make it to the mouth of the quarry, the sky has lightened, as much as it can, hidden behind the storm clouds. From the top of the peak, the mine is a wound cut in the skin of the land. The clanging of tools and the abrasive noise of miners yelling back and forth gets louder step by step along the way. The work at the mines never shuts down, only divided in shifts. All 10 islands of Ophir depend on Kar Atish for a constant supply of Zargonine. To build their weapons and walls and roofs and whatever else they can think of, it's a miracle element. If we stop, the other islands stop too. Which is why we're kept here, in this open-air prison, and given no money and no opportunity. If only Riven understood. This life is no life. At the top of the face of the mine, I stop and search for Riven. Maybe I can catch him here. Down the entire potholed way, there's a swamp of workers, dressed in shabby blue uniforms, soot-stained hands clutched around their equipment, and expressions hard as the surrounding rocky peaks. The cantankerous banging of hammers and trowels and shovels, wheelbarrows scattered around, mine trains loaded with raw metal ready to leave for the refinery. The constant din of drills, miners calling out to one another. It's worse than the lawlessness of the pits. The noise makes me so irritable that I can't even distinguish faces suddenly. From here, it does look like the pits. The miners are the entertainers, and I watch them from the audience's area, open to the sky and the sea. I begin my descent, and a few steps down, a warm breeze curls around my neck. A strange sensation, like I'm being watched, crawls up my sides. I glance around. Nobody is looking. And even if they do, they'll know me from the pits. Nobody will immediately think I'm Jar and Katya's daughter. My parents' faces have faded like sand castles beneath a barrage of waves, but I hope that I don't look much like them, so no one would recognize... Crescent! Hey, Crescent! A hooded person is waving enthusiastically at me, one hand shielding their face so I can't see them. They stand relaxed, leaning on a dangerous-looking spiked polearm. I glance around, alarmed, but no one seems to care.
I'm Ariadna. The rest of the party is waiting for you.
At my expression, she adds,
It's not hard to see you're not a minor, so who else would be here this early?
I look down at the padded blacks and armor that Badger has lent me, the 4 daggers along my belt, the blood-red scarf obscuring my neck and mouth, and the backpack I carry securely. Ariadna, on the other hand, is dressed in dark brown camouflage gear. It makes her blue-green eyes stand out alongside her pale hair. She smiles, and it lights up her face with an almost intolerable beauty. I grip a dagger at my belt. We head down the rest of the way. Ariadna keeps talking.
I only said yes when we were told the Dark Dancer was coming as our guard. We had 2 already, but I've seen you fight. It's like watching a demon fight, and
Wait, what other guards? I feel foolish as soon as the words leave my mouth. Of course I wouldn't be the only one.
There,
Ariadna says, pointing. My face falls. Like stone statues, Yara and Ansh stand shoulder to shoulder at the entrance leading into the various mine inclines and shafts. Did it have to be them? A sudden sense of foreboding fills the back of my throat, and I collect myself before I lose my footing. Yara and Ansh are just one more obstacle on the path to my freedom. I'll deal with them if I have to. They don't look particularly happy seeing me either. At least that's a relief. Badger must be laughing in his office. If my test was the Circe, what was theirs? I wouldn't be surprised if it was their successful attack on me. Maybe that's why they acted after all these years. Behind them, I can see others crowded around, easily distinguishable from the workers in their gears and backpacks. A gruff-looking giant of a man with dark blonde hair tied in a thick braid stares at me with narrowed eyes. Unlike the pallor on most landers, he has burnished skin, as if he spends time in the sun. He doesn't need to introduce himself for me to know who he is. Bairn, the collector's man leading the mission. He seems the type who would string the twins upside down if they caused any menace.
You took your time. We've been waiting.
Before I can apologize, one of the miners accompanying us speaks in a no-nonsense voice. It's been 5 minutes. She's dressed in a mine suit and protective padding like the others, and she holds a pole arm like it's an extension of her body. A ring on a chain around her neck glints softly. Bairn throws her a severe look.
5 minutes could mean the death of this entire company.
None of us are dying, Bairn, unless you believe the Shade Folk will come for us.
Ariadna laughs shortly. She squeezes past Yara and picks up her backpack. And just as she does, a small rodent flies past us, leaping at her. Ariadna screeches, and Yara grabs the creature off her and flings it away. A sharp cut at the back of Ariadna's hand glistens brilliant red. She swears and wipes it off on the wall.
You'll see what the mines have to teach you,
Bairn says. Ariadna ignores him.
Now, I know you're all miners, but even so, I expect some sense from every single one of you.
His gaze lingers between me and Ansh and Yara, as if he can see that we're trouble. He should take it up with the Collector and Badger, but I keep my mouth shut.
They will keep us protected from any creature we encounter. They fight in the underground arena and are used to beasts. We can expect the same steadfastness from them, is what I've been told.
He adds, as if he wants to wash his hands of us if we don't live up to our names.
Are you sure you're up for it, Dark Dancer?
Ansh asks, hard gaze pinned at me.
Can you Keep people safe instead of...
What are you accusing me of? The collector might want to hear about it. Ansh's lips curl, but he doesn't do anything inadvisable. Bairn watches us with a frown, but then goes back to the others. He points at the woman with the ring by her neck and a girl, probably a little younger than me.
Raksha will take care of expanding the maps as we go, along with Cyril. Thane,
He continues with a tip of the head toward the miner man,
will be second in command after me, should anything happen. And Ariadna will assist us in whatever we need. I command the company, and what I say is final in every way. Is that understood? If it is not, tell me now and save us from a last-minute bad decision that will risk our lives.
When no one speaks up, as if anyone would with a giant lander looming over us like he wants to bury us, he turns and picks up a glaive, adjusts his grip on it.
Take a good look at the sky. You won't be seeing any for a while.
We are going to be down there for days, if not weeks. For a strange, thick moment, I stare at the mine's entrance. The rough, jagged edges, as if a giant monster had clawed at the ground. I'm supposed to leave this place, but here I am, going even deeper into the land. Into the dark, where the worst of my nightmares dance wickedly. I want to run back, to Riven. But I breathe. If I can live through starvation and the pits and this murderous island, I can also bear the dark. I will be as entombed as I have to be if I get to survive and one day get to see skies beyond the smoke and ash of this island. And I will bring these wretched people out safely, no matter the accusations Ansh and Yara want to lob at me. Then, with a deep breath, I step inside the darkness. 10. If the work had been stopped for just an hour or so, we could have made it out of the crowded areas of the mines by now. But the work never stops. The landers probably think it might cause an apocalypse if the workers were a little rested. So we traverse through the initial chambers slowly, move down the inclines at timed periods, so the wagon tracks are empty when we're on them. And bit by bit, the daylight recedes, even as the heat swells like the fiery breath of a monster, every inch reeking of smoke and decay. There are no lamps, not even starfish lights here. The air is too bad. When it gets dark, we'll switch on our headlamps, and when it gets cold, we'll light our torches. Even if they make the walls look putrid, the thought does nothing to ease the anxiety clawing at my throat. Bairn leads the company, with the two older miners, Thane and Raksha, timing us since they know the inner terrain. My job will come later, when we descend and the creatures come out. All in all, we make good time. Compared to the spires of rock and the constant knife-like wind above the ground, the path down here is mild. But it's impossible not to feel the dread pooling into my stomach. Is it Riven? Or the fear of being in these mines? The uncertainty, perhaps, is what's getting to me, of what we might encounter underground. It hasn't escaped my notice that, apart from the collector's proclamation that we're searching for someone who might still be alive, we don't know how we're going to look for them. Even if my only work is to keep these people safe, a semblance of a plan would be good. Maybe they just didn't share it with me. Ariadna, the girl with the strange-colored eyes, makes things worse. She's awed by the fights, the same way that Collector Cirrus was taken in by the bloody entertainment.
When you tackled the worm lizards, I couldn't believe it. But I wish I could have seen you fight the scythe crab,
she says reverently, as if I were freeing the island from the collector in the pits and not playing with my life. I could never get off work.
You had all your work during night shifts?
Kind of.
Before I can ask why, she adds, I'm really honored to come here with you. I look at her square and can't keep the irritation from my voice. Honor has no part here. I do what I do for the same reason as you. We need money for food and clothes and a place to stay. We do. She agrees, immediately losing the annoying awe in her eyes. The mines aren't enough anymore. That's why I'm here, you know? Our last meal before we move farther is at the mouth of an abandoned shaft, about a mile from the entrance. Beyond it lies darkness, the black, toothless gullet of a monster. We will have to make dangerous descents. It's my last chance to run back. I push my fingers through the grip of the katar, letting the cold edge against my knuckles to stop the trembling of my hand. My father used to do this too. I didn't know at the time he was nervous. He always seemed in control of everything. It was a lie. I shudder and tighten my grip on the katar. I have to bear it. When I sit at the corner of the group, Raksha and Ariadna move closer to sit with me.
With the way we're going, Raksha says, it will be a miracle if we return before my 60th birthday.
How old are you right now?
Ariadna raises a brow. Without missing a beat, Raksha says, 20. I choke on my porridge, which only makes the two of them laugh.
At least some things loosen that frown.
Raksha says,
beware of your mind when we go down. It is far more dangerous than any physical obstacle.
I shrug and return to my food. I'm not here to make friends, I remind myself. My only friend is outside. I didn't like snapping at him, but it's for his own good. If he believed there's even a small chance of me turning back, he wouldn't stop, and I can't let that happen. I clutch my spoon tighter, my resentment turning into real anger. My fingers hurt, and it only annoys me more. I force myself to keep eating, even though the porridge tastes bitterly of ash. I have to keep my strength and my mind if I'm going to descend into unknown tunnels with ocean knows what down there. Riven can stay mad as long as he stays safe and with his brothers. I glance toward the end of the group, where Yara and Ansh sit with the other two miners, Cyril and Thane. Makes sense. The two of them work days at the mines. They must know these people. Thane is probably my parents' age, with a seriousness about him. They didn't have many friends, and he doesn't seem familiar. He has short waves of slick hair that is still brown, but a hard-lined face where soot has settled and made its home for years, and an authoritative grimness that only older miners have, just like Raksha. He carries a spiked pole and a gun strapped down his legs, but otherwise sits quietly, observing the others. Cyril, on the other hand, is young and pale as a fish's belly and doesn't know how to keep her mouth shut. We already know so much about the sea, but not anything about the ground we walk on, she says. Unless we know, how can we learn more about our world? Yara and Ansh exchange glances. Besides, Cyril continues, waving a book about, the more we learn about the underground, the better we can negotiate our rights at the mines. What's there to learn about? I call out, unable to stand her idiocy. The underground's dead.
So why are you here?
Ansh smirks. To make sure you don't kill everyone in their sleep.
Killing people is in your blood, not ours.
I clench my fist. No fighting here. Can't let these two get to me. Ariadna, thankfully, speaks.
Where did you learn to read, Cyril?
The girl turns around to us, eyes bright. I learned it by myself.
Huh.
I narrow my eyes, studying her closer. Who is this girl?
How have the mines not leached the life out of her yet? If you can read, what are you here for? You could get a small office job at the mines, Ariadna says. Small jobs don't pay, Cyril says with a sudden hard glare. She doesn't elaborate, finally shutting up and turning away, which makes me even more curious. How does a young miner manage to read and happen to get on an expedition as deadly as this? I turn to Raksha. She's fiddling with the ring on the chain around her neck, and I realize now she also wears one on her ring finger. It must be her husband's ring. And the fact that she's wearing it around her neck tells me enough not to pry. What have you seen? She has a permanent frown between her brows, which lift and turn her expression from vaguely irritable to amused. Even without the frown, she'd look unapproachable. The scars on her face outnumber the actual features. And her eyes, currently studying me, are pale green, lined with thick kohl, lending a sense that she could see through to my soul. She must be above 40, maybe even 50, but there's a very rot-like sharpness to her focus.
It would take years to recount everything I've seen,
she says. Ariadna giggles in her stoop, and I fight hard to keep myself from snapping. You know what I mean. They told me I was needed here because there might be creatures down there.
It's best to be prepared.
Raksha agrees.
Down the dark is a different world.
Is that where you got these scars?
Some? Where did you get yours?
Here and there, I say. If she won't answer me, I won't either. Over her shoulder, Yara has turned away toward the tunnel, but Ansh is still watching me with a hunter's precision. Whatever animosity we may have, would the twins really jeopardize all of our safety by coming after me? How can they hope to get away with it? Tell me, I say to Raksha, my gaze still on the twins, about what you know of the caves below.
The usual, she says. Monsters and madness.
That pulls my attention back. You've seen these monsters?
I've heard stories.
Stories from whom? No one has ever come back from the expeditions.
You spend time in the mines, and you'll come across one or two strangers who seem to be emerging from the dark.
She glances toward Thane and Cyril. I blink as I struggle to understand what Raksha is saying. Those two have talked to someone who returned? But no one has ever returned.
Not in the way that matters. It's the mad who return. The mad who are no use to the collector, except for the rough sketches they sometimes carry. How do you think the maps have been building if no one has ever returned?
My head spins. Badger wants me to tell him about the creatures we encounter, if they exist at all. But those imagined creatures would be ones we can fight. That he believes I can fight. But this? Rumors of people returning with madness. If I didn't know better, I'd think the miners made it up to lure one of the collector's men to kill him for some sick act of rebellion. But it is true. If no one has ever returned, how could the borders of the maps be increasing? Why would any of you agree to this? It's madness. Ariadna cuts in, and I jump. I forgot she is with us.
Like Cyril said, small jobs do not pay.
Raksha says mildly. Well, for this mission to be successful, none of us can go mad. Are we agreed? We are. Ariadna says, after all, we're all going down for the same reason. In that dark is the way out for our destiny. 11. As we go farther in, Bairn and the miners light their torches and headlamps, casting the sickly light like a flimsy veil that will make no difference
if a knife comes skewering toward us. I count in my head, tighten my grip on my dagger, and keep myself grounded in the present. With every step, the idea of descending into the network of dead shafts and narrower tunnels buried beneath the mountains is increasingly unnerving. An alien pain pulses beneath my lungs, not enough to slow me, but making its presence known with a grim frown. There are more than 10 dead mine shafts, broken cages lying askew, rust so thick it looks as if it would scatter like salt at a bare touch. We move past them quietly, like the miners before us, like we don't want to disturb them. And soon, we arrive at a small cave. A track cuts across from the left side to the right, a few carts discarded stationary on it. The cave looks rarely ventured into, likely just where they throw junk that is too big to carry all the way back up. At the other end, a passageway leads in 2 different directions. On one side, we can see the last of the faint light, its emptiness, tracks extended into nothing. The other side is dark as ink.
Here be dragons,
Murmurs Ariadna. Raksha swears, "Don't say that. You will make it come true." Ariadna laughs shortly.
You don't believe that.
I do. Raksha says firmly. The land keeps its secrets. There's a reverence in the way she watches the darkness, like she can will it to stay silent and let us pass untouched. My mother was the same way, a believer in the darkness and what it hides. She told me stories about the Nog dragon, but in her stories, instead of guarding treasure in the ocean, it could breathe fire and it stayed hidden in the fiery depths of Kar Atish. A shudder racks me at the remembrance. Bayern gives Raksha a sideways glance, then says to me,
From here on, you lead.
I nod and tighten my gloves to hold up the torch. It would have made for easier movement if I had a lamp, but my head already pounds with the fear of darkness. I don't want to add the weight.
And you, boy,
He adds to Ansh.
you will be at the back end. Your sister will split time between you and Dune to help maintain the line.
Ugh, I say automatically. Everyone turns to stare. Yara and Ansh, knowing I just made myself look unreasonable, give me identical smirks.
Is there a problem?
Bayern growls. His eyes are 2 dark pits of tar boring into me. No, I was just looking for the match, so... He throws a new box of matches at me that I catch out of instinct, and no small shot of panic that he was throwing an iron star at me.
Get going.
Swallowing my pride, I light my torch. The flame hisses sharply, casting huge shadows across the cave, and the bright light sears my eyes. I shut them tight and turn my face the other way before slowly opening them. Even with the new light, I can't see beyond the first few steps. An oiliness clings to the void. My vision, too, remains hazy. I take out one of my daggers, adjust my grip. From this point, this company is my responsibility. All right, let's do this. The maps go on for a few miles into the incline, charting out the natural labyrinth of tunnels cutting in and out of it. We shift westward. It doesn't escape my mind that the farther we go west, the more we're moving right beneath the sea with its great waters and monsters. There are remnants of the mines above. For one, the distant echo of the clang of tools and growl of wheelbarrows, veins of Zargonine glimmering in the dark like iridescent water snakes, emerging along the walls every few meters. Somewhere in the deep, far beyond reach, must be the substance that mixes with gold up here to form the ore of Zargunine. Behind me, the others are quiet. Only the scraping of shoes and breaths getting laborious as we continue. So far, nothing has interrupted our way through, and I'm starting to think if anyone is alive from previous expeditions, they might have simply gotten lost. These tunnels are too narrow, too labyrinthine for any living creatures to hide and attack. But if there are truly no monsters, there might be some truth to the madness in this chasm of darkness. How will I keep them safe from madness? What if whatever madness took hold of my parents runs in my blood, and I'm the one who hurts them? My throat constricts, forcing me to stop walking. There's a whoosh, and hot fire comes so close I feel my neck sear. Someone yelps just behind me and pulls the fire back. Bayern hisses,
"What the hell is going on? Why did we stop?"
"Crescent, do you see something?" Thane asks.
No,
I say, heartbeat booming in my ears. I thought I did. Let's keep moving. Bayern thunders.
"Then why did you?"
"It's better to stay safe," I snap. "Isn't that why you brought me down here?" The echo of my voice makes me feel strangely powerful. Shutting up a man like Bayern, who looks like he could break me in two and pick his teeth with my bones, and doing so in front of witnesses, almost makes me forget why I stopped in the first place. The thought of madness. Maybe it's exactly this. The thought circling inside minds and bringing madness on. So there's nothing to do but continue down the catacombs, on and on, into the womb of the land, beneath the ocean pressing on us, passing countless diversions down the paths, until I feel as if I've never seen the sun, as if the dark is a solid wall pressing against me. The others murmur at the back, but I don't mind. It's a sign that I'm not here alone. What if we never find anyone? The collector said there were reports of human voices, but what if it's a mistake? When do we turn back? This is beginning to look as foolish an errand as gathering seawater in hand and waiting for salt to be left behind.
you don't look half as insane as you do in the pits.
Yara breathes down my neck.
Maybe it's the dark.
I keep from sticking out a leg and letting her tumble headfirst down the tunnel. Maybe you're going blind. As soon as I say it, my left eye twitches, reminding me of the poison it took.
I must be, since I don't see lover boy circling you. Or did he finally come to his senses and move on?
I clench my teeth and ignore Yara's goading. She knows how to get under my skin. And I can't possibly keep off the dark's madness if I keep losing my cool over her and her brother. But the thought of Riven moving on, whatever that means, sends a spider crawling on my heart. He's just annoyed that I'm taking a risk. He'll come around, like always. Why couldn't he just wish me luck and get over it? If he thinks it's so dangerous, what if I never come back alive? A faint noise cuts through the fog in my mind. Wait, you hear that? At the change in my tone, Yara drops the mockery. She looks around, then says, "Let me check down the line." She tells everyone to stop moving. Bayern grunts at them to gather in the center, then lifts his torch higher, a giant among mortals. I move ahead to the corner, one step at a time, breath held. Awareness dawns slowly in my mind, the dust coating my skin, moving as if it has taken life of its own. On either side, unforgiving walls slip closer. This isn't like the pits.
If something attacks me, there won't be a collar around it. I look back once. Anj and Yara have the tunnel mouth covered. So I creep forward, holding the torch at arm's length. The corner turn comes closer with every breath. The tunnel opens up in a hall. The torch's flame lights up the circular roof, plunging the dark walls in shadows that seem to warp any perspective. This room shouldn't be here. The maps show a network of caves and tunnels, labyrinths crossing into one another, but not halls this big. Wait here. I call to the others and move in. A high chirping to my right. I swing the torch in the air, throwing violent shadows about. Even after years of fighting and seeing creatures out of nightmares, this new sight stops me in my tracks. A sheen of luminescence, almost the shape of eyes, but not quite, gleams in a corner. I raise my dagger. The creature is small, rodent-like. It hisses. And just as I lunge, it slips into a crack in the rock. I squint, looking for a place wide enough to slip in my hand. But the creature burrows deep, blindly. It looks defenseless. A ruse, I know. But I recall the eyes of the Circe just before I yielded. This is just a creature in its home. It's not attacking us. I don't want to kill it. It's one thing to fight in the pits for my life, and completely another to take a life for nothing. Did my parents ever think of that? I shake my head and pull back, as if now is the time to ruminate over their sins. The creature continues to breathe heavily, but stays inside, watching cautiously. Maybe I don't have to kill it. Just hurry and get out of here. I sweep the fire around the hall and, finding nothing else, call the others in. One after the other, they tiptoe inside, except Bayern, who can't not make noise when he moves. Yara and Anj arrive at the end. Their identical, thin, pointed faces look grim. Anj, whose main differing feature from his sister is the permanent smirk on his face, looks around, skeptical. He keeps his hand extended to prevent Yara from entering the hall until he's sure of safety. There's nothing here, I say through the pain that now lies just below my throat. And before either of the twins object, I add, this hall shouldn't be here either, according to the map. Cyril steps up, her book tucked under her arm. Those maps won't help us. They were rudimentary, and no one has double-checked them. There could be danger at every turn.
If there's danger, she will deal with it.
Bayern points at me. I wish I had your confidence, Cyril says. Bayern takes a threatening step toward her, and she moves back, making herself smaller. My fingers slip into my guitar, but Bayern only says, Do you want to go back? Cyril shakes her head.
Good. We move west. That's it.
Cyril looks at me helplessly. What does she want from me? I can't do anything to undermine Bayern. None of us can. Thane steps up next to Cyril. He says calmly, If we're going to plunge in the dark, we're going to do it with all our hearts or not at all. He continues to look at her, like he's calculating the next fear she will voice, readying himself with an immediate answer. Miraculously, she only nods and adjusts the straps of her backpack. Good. And we have our compass, I say, copying Bayern's forceful tone. So if something goes wrong, we can just trace our steps back. Making enemies with Bayern is the last thing I want. Who knows what will happen once the collector's people are found? They could go back on their word. So no, I will not take a miner's side, just as I know
None of them would resist from calling me kin killer if they knew. I will only do what Bayern wants. And if that means plunging in farther down this abyss, so be it.
12. We continue on, and when the creature doesn't return to trouble us, I breathe a sigh of relief. Badger wouldn't want that kind of animal anyway. If they're keeping to themselves, I'll keep the company out of their way too. Even if Yara's getting suspicious that we haven't encountered any creatures in the dark. So when I feel the weight of someone's gaze sending a cold shiver up my spine, my first thought is Yara or Ansh. I slow down and focus on the group behind me, listening for the shift of a foot, for the hiss of a blade. But no one charges at me. No coup takes place. I stare into the reflection on my blade. It's the dark. The claustrophobia of moving beneath the ground. I keep walking, ignoring the strange feeling at the center of my chest that is pressing harder than the physical pain ever since I descended into this darkness. The feeling of someone following us. It's nothing but my paranoia. The dark cloying at the edge of my mind. No one can follow us down here. We've traveled too deep beneath. Monsters and madness. I swear under my breath, shaking my head slightly to banish the thought. Miners' superstitions. Nothing more. And if I fall for these tales, what difference is there between me and the ones who let my parents rot under the sky? The ground beneath soon grows sharper, rocks turning into fangs snapping at our feet, my teeth set on an edge. A susurrating wind passes by. There's an opening somewhere, Thane calls softly. Careful. I look back, a single drop of sweat trickling down my temple. He's squinting at the easily missed sheen of green in some of the cracks along the floor. It's probably fungi, and the reason any of the critters survive down here. We pass some of the lakes of seawater. Knowing they exist and looking at them in real life are completely different things. The ceilings don't seem any softer than the surroundings, but they are lower. Hidden behind a haze somehow. The water itself lies still, murky, hiding depths we don't check. If someone falls down from above the ground, they'd die simply because of the height. Every time we leave behind a lake, I breathe easier. Very soon, we leave the range of low-roofed halls and come across another tunnel that opens up in a startlingly large cave. The ceiling gleams with tiny star-like points scattered throughout, blinking and shimmering and dancing in the dark. Sargonine, Ariadna breathes. Behind each of these hundreds of stars, there's an entirely new vein of the ore, ready to be drained for 1,000 more years. The sight is as beautiful as it is surreal. Deep beneath the ground, with stone and water burying us, a hall with a starlit night for a ceiling. We stand there, gaping at it. A constellation of dancers and monsters cast against dark velvet. Each point of light, a tenderness in the discordant world around us. Until Bayern bellows for a lunch break, shattering the illusion the stars cast on the rest of us.
Lunch is probably long past,
mutters Ansh. He and Yara immediately settle next to Thane, who has found a boulder to lean against. Thane places his spiked pole beside him and crosses his arms as the rest of us scramble for a place to sit. Even Bjorn's face is smeared with dirt now. It must be over 5 hours since we descended into the caves.
I do not miss the sun,
Thane says to the twins. The three of them spread their food between them, sharing.
But I would give anything to sit by the sea with Tamina's fish.
Tamina, I gather from their conversation, is a woman who routinely serves lunch to miners when her work gets wrapped up early. She charges them nothing for it. For a moment, I feel like it's just something they made up. Who has the luxury of friendship and free food on this island? I catch Thane looking at me, a frown between his brows, and he abruptly turns away. I hope it's not because he recognizes me. But he's already turned back to Yara and Ansh.
When do we make actual camp?
Ansh yawns, casting about. Thane says,
You need camp to sleep? Well, I don't. I'm so good at it, I could do it anywhere with my eyes closed.
Yara groans as Ansh laughs. Ariadna says, If my grandfather made that terrible joke, I'd understand. You're not old enough to get away with it, Thane.
It's his specialty.
Raksha adds in a light tone, at odds with the permanent seriousness of her face.
It's all he contributes.
They go on like this, back and forth, the humor progressively getting worse, which is perhaps what makes it better. Like a little family, all of the miners. I'm from a miner family. I deserve this companionship too, not to be made a pariah on the island where I was born. What if I were to start screaming, show them the insanity of what's been done to me by my parents and the world, that I keep at bay out of sheer will, while they all moved on, bundled their feelings into anger and disgust toward a child who did nothing to them but exist? I'm almost about to open my mouth, but for all I know, someone other than Ansh and Yara might also be victims of my parents' actions. I should just be grateful everyone is too busy focusing on our survival to make the connection between my last name and the people they hate. As if Ariadna reads my mind, she calls, Let's ask Crescent then. What's the worst joke in your family? Her face is flush, eyes bright, as she probably thinks she's being nice in including me in the conversation, but my heart sinks. No family. I choke the words out. My mind, however, drifts to Riven and his brothers, of the many nights I spent with them, of the way I leave my things, weapons and clothes, at their place, of the way they always make space for me, even though they fit together neatly, perfectly, and have no need to fit me in.
Really?
Ansh says without missing a beat.
What happened?
Let's keep some of the conversation for later. Raksha cuts in, saving me.
Who knows how long we have to be down here?
Ansh locks eyes with me, smirks.
You got saved this time, Dune.
My appetite vanishes, leaving a sour taste in my mouth. I lean against a slope and watch the entrance we just came from, dark as the gullet of a predator. Once I start watching, it feels irresponsible to take my gaze off it, so I stay on guard. It helps assuage the feeling of being watched, too. Bayern consults with Raksha and Cyril on the maps. Cyril is supposed to be marking the new chambers and tunnels we see and the location of new Zargonine veins. I'll have to remember to sneak a copy of it later, to mark the creatures I see for Badger. Cyril edges closer to sit with Raksha and Ariadna. The trio are within hearing distance, murmuring softly about the mission.
We knew it was going to be dangerous,
Raksha murmurs. Dangerous? Not illogical, Cyril says, annoyed. She pulls at the jerky she's eating violently, as if it's offended her. We're here to find people, build the maps farther if we can, not to jump into the ocean and kill ourselves. What's so illogical about it? Ariadna asks. We knew what we were doing when we were asked to join the party. The lack of information has always been clear. I'm beginning to doubt if the mission is even about finding the survivors. Of course it is, Ariadna hisses. What else would anyone want to go down there for? Find out if the monsters are real? Then what? Wave at them and run for our lives? No, we are going to look for people and drag them back if that's what it takes.
When you put it like that...
Cyril tugs at the jerky again. I can't keep quiet anymore. You arrived before all of us, Ariadna. Anything you picked up? Anyone specific we're looking for? The collector revealed no names, but it must be someone important. This mission is too risky for just anyone. Although I still think no one could be alive down here alone. According to what I heard Bjorn say, 2 people escaped the caverns, but I think they died. Ariadna says, frowning, as if she isn't sure it was death that claimed them. The deep underground turns into mazes and, well, people get lost. It refuses to let go of the people. The land is... She looks at each of us before adding, holding them hostage. The land is holding them hostage? I'm sure it's just the way it feels to people like Bayern who haven't worked in the mines. Ariadna looks at Raksha for support, but the latter is staring across the chamber, deep in thought. I want to tell Ariadna how insane she sounds, but it's true that landers who stay at the collector's compound for most of their time on the island have no real sense of the world. They think everything can be explained from within their protected walls. But when your life is intertwined with the land, even to the detriment, you begin to have a more coherent relationship with it, where it warns you when you transgress. The miners know the violence we cast on the land. They are guilty of it themselves, but they don't do it because they want to. Just like I fight in the pits, not because I want to. You're not afraid of also getting lost? I ask quietly, to no one in particular. Some, but it can't be any worse than serving them for the rest of my life, Cyril says. There's no venom in her voice, just a fact. Come into this world and spend every waking moment trying to make sure there's enough script to exchange for enough food, so you survive, only to do more work for them. She stares into her hands, her voice growing smaller with every passing moment. Then, your family gets taken away. Not just the adult, but a child, too. And you're left with the cruel monotony of working in the grime and making one morsel of food last for the whole day, so you can save the scripts you earn to pay for their freedom. And so, you end up on the path to almost certain death, taking on a journey from where no one returns. But if you manage it, they will reward you. Perhaps that will make the suffering and the cruelty worth it. I sigh. Cyril has the same yearning as every person on Kar Atish, but I ask anyway. And the monsters? The madness? There's no place in this world without monsters and madness, Crescent, Ariadna says. To that, I have no argument. But I can't stop myself from finally voicing my thoughts. And how will we know when to stop? The chatter dies, spoons held midway. All gazes turn to Bayern. He's not fazed, or even seems like he's giving the question any thought.
We stop when I say we stop.
The arrogance in his tone makes my mouth curl with disgust before I realize what I'm doing.
You have a problem?
He says. His torch crackles at his side, a match for his temperament. I glance at Ariadna, closest to me, and she's shaking her head inconspicuously. Raksha's frown is even more pronounced. I look back to Bayern. No, you hold the command. So he does, leaving behind the chambers and the small chittering creatures watching us from their corners. Afraid of us or for us, I can't tell. 13. We have been underground for a little over a day now. The caverns turn larger and higher. Their ceilings are ink dark, but the points of Zargonine grow more numerous as we move. Somewhere close, a cracking reverberates in the emptiness, like ice breaking. The feeling of being watched has pervaded everyone at last. Even with the fire of the torches, our breaths grow colder, fogging every time we exhale. Our footsteps are loud, but the sound of the ice eclipses all. Ariadna takes my torch and walks beside me, lighting my way as I hold a weapon in each hand, and Ruksha has her pike out. Then comes the growl.
Is that a rock?
Thane says. His voice is, unsurprisingly, tired and flat. Testament to the years of dangerous mining he has undertaken. I look up. The giant teeth of the cavern hang down menacingly. If one breaks, it could easily take half of us along with it. But it's not rock. The sound came with life of its own. I reach for my torch, and Ariadna silently hands it back. She's on edge, too. I turn and slowly take a step toward the way we came. A tremor rocks the cavern, and Bayern thunders,
"Gather to me, now!"
A whip-lashing cracking sound explodes in the cavern, and then a battle cry. A human cry. An animal screech cuts the air, followed by the deafening sound of rocks falling. And then someone hurtles through the mouth of the cavern. Chasing them is something gleaming with malicious brightness, high up in the air, its reek filling the large hall. And the person it's chasing, someone with black hair and... Riven! I scream. The shock of it sends me into full tilt, and I crash to the ground, even as Yara and Ansh storm past me, their weapons drawn. A single tentacle cuts the air, cracking like thunder, and whips at Yara and Ansh. They lunge in opposite directions to avoid it. Riven backs away from the creature, which emerges fully. It looks like a jellyfish, a semicircular, gauzy body floating in midair. And I recognize the luminescence pulsing along its sides, the ones I mistook for eyes when it scuttled back in the niche. I left it alive because it wasn't hurting us. The elongated tentacle begins buzzing with red sparks again, rearing high, ready to strike. A second's heartbeat, and I throw a star straight at the creature. It dodges. Where are its eyes? It looks sightless, mindless, but its instincts are sharp as raptor fangs. It avoids the rocky outcroppings from the walls, expertly darting through the air with speed and purpose. A singularly baffling creature. I can't stop staring, trying to figure it out. Whatever Badger was expecting, it wasn't this. I pull out my daggers. Yara and Ansh are back up again, too. They're coordinating, dodging the creature, trying to tire it, get it to cross its tentacles, something. And as they do, I take a second to study the creature. Too high for any of us to really hurt it, and too fast. Yara ducks as the tentacle grabs for her, except it slides beyond her and goes for Ansh. The company behind screams. The jellyfish snatches Ansh, dangling him upside down. No! Yara screams. She races at it in a flash, forgetting any pit instincts, seeing only her brother. I run after her, and Riven tries to stop me. Get out of the way! I yell at him, my blood running hot in my veins. The sound catches the attention of the jellyfish, and it rises even higher. Ansh flails and tries to stab it, but one sharp jerk and its blade clangs to the ground. The luminescence around the jellyfish's body brightens to blinding proportions. I throw my arms up to shield my eyes. Anj! Yara yells. Toon, help me! I don't know what to do. The creature is floating high up, and we can't reach it. The creature starts squeezing Anj, who bellows and claws at the tentacle. I need someone to distract it. Riven! I turn again. Thane! Come on up here. Thane jogs over with his spiked pole. Behind, Yara is still grappling with air, trying to throw blades while avoiding getting Anj. Keep its focus on the two of you, I tell Riven and Thane. Just as I turn, Riven grabs my hand.
What are you going to do?
What I do best. Shouting for her to get out of the way, I rush up to Yara. She momentarily loses focus and stares at me, open-mouthed. I flash past her and bang against the wall with speed. There's no time to feel the pain. The cavern's walls are craggy. I grab a jutting ledge and leap over the rocky slope. Riven and Thane grab broken rocks and swing at the creature, making noise and shouting, keeping the creature from focusing on anything else. Across from me, Yara begins climbing too. My hand slips, and I gasp, but reach again, and climb. The creature is now shooting red stings, aiming at Riven and Thane, and my heart is beating very hard in my throat. A flare of light flashes in the corner of my vision. The next second, the side of the slope cuts off, crashing into a pile of rubble. I press against the sides as the debris continues falling. A sharp piece of rock cuts through my palm, and I gasp. At the sound, the jellyfish bobs uncertainly, rotating in its place. Taking advantage, Anj twists his body and makes a daring reach for the tentacle grabbing him. His hands claw at it. A wounded shriek rings along the walls, jarring through my bones. I shut my eyes tight to contain the strange sensation reverberating in my body. Get down! Riven yells. I turn around so fast that I almost lose my grip on the rocks. Riven shoves Thane out of the way and gets hit by one of the red stings. My scream doesn't leave my throat. He goes flying back and slams against the wall. My stomach drops. A violent denial tears itself from me. No! Thane bolts after him. I try to climb down, but my hand slips on a rock, and I realize that I have to take down this bizarre monstrosity, or there's no protecting Riven from something even worse. Yara reaches eye level with the creature. As I begin climbing again, she throws a dagger at it with a cry. The blade knocks into the spherical body, but bounces off harmlessly. The creature jerks up and down, startled. I reach Yara. All I need is one opportunity to strike. Anj catches the tentacle between his teeth, screaming, and the creature flashes back and forth viciously. In the blink of an eye, the creature severs the tentacle. It flies in the air, taking Anj with itself. Anj crashes against the far side of the cavern. He goes limp. Yara screams. The company rushes to Anj. In the ensuing commotion, with everyone distracted, the monster begins glinting red again, gathering steam beneath the translucent outer layer. If it unleashes those luminescent stings once more, they will strike at the group, all of them together. I look at Riven and Thane. They're still huddled beneath the wall. Yara is frantic about Anj, and the creature is moving toward her. I swear and hang back. Yara, careful! She whirls to me, then the creature, and tries to get out another blade, but she's trembling.
Her hand keeps slipping. The jellyfish is vibrating now. This close, I can see the lethal-looking barbs around its body. Quickly, I switch my daggers for the longest one. With a roar, I abandon the caution of the pits, forcing myself to forget the distance to the ground, letting my body take over and do what it knows best. I grip the dagger in both hands and leap off the wall, rushing through the air toward the creature. The blade lodges itself deep in its flesh, and a spurt of blood engulfs my face, filling my mouth. I cough and hack and gasp. The creature shrieks, circling in the air madly, trying to throw me off. Blood makes my fingers slippery, and I grip the dagger tighter. I scream, the sickly blood still coating my mouth. The walls blur past me as the creature begins plummeting, still moving in circles. I reach and grab at it, a handful of wet muscles. The creature shakes wildly, turns to strike with its remaining strength. And that's when we slam onto the ground.
14. The creature's body cushions my fall, but the impact rings through my bones, a shock of pain running through my body. I pull in breaths with difficulty, the blood blocking the back of my throat and filling my nose. Coughing it out lights fire through my lungs. I lie there, just grateful to the ocean I'm not dead. Then I roll off the creature's squashy mass and slam on the ground, my palms slick with blood and my eyes threatening to pop out of my skull. I don't know how I got from there to the edge of the wall, or who came to pick me up. The pain turns everything around me to the deepest night that I can't see through. Only when drops of water dribble down my chin do I gather strength in my arms and snatch the water skin, sucking through to the last dregs. When I finally open my eyes and blink my vision clear, Ariadna is wrapping my hand in a bandage.
That was quite dramatic,
she says. She reaches out, tentative, and I don't even bother to jerk away like I would have outside this tomb. Apart from the bandage on my hand and the painful spasms in my feet, I'm not hurt. At least, not in a prohibitive way. I search for any injuries on Ariadna, but she seems fine. Raksha sits on a rock across from us, watching me with her permanent frown, but says nothing. A short distance away, Yara is crouched over Ansh, with Cyril helping them. The sight of them brings back the shock of jumping off the wall and toward the jellyfish crashing into my mind. I wince. Riven? New guy?
Yeah, about him.
Ariadna shifts, giving me a view of the wall to my right. Riven is hunched over, gripping his upper arm as if in pain. The sight is a gut punch. Thane sits with him. Thane, who is about to be hit before Riven. I lurch from my place, even as sharp pain bites at me, and make my way to Riven. He looks up as I approach, tries to shift, and grimaces. He has a bag and a pike, and his shoes are sturdy. He's even wearing a sensible jacket over his miner's clothes. You planned this. I sit down and pick up the discarded cloth that he must be using to wipe his forehead with. As I touch the cloth to his skin, he winces.
The creature cornering me? No, I did not.
Stop it, Riven. Why in hells would you do this? Follow us down here.
What was I supposed to do? Let you get yourself killed so far away from everything?
And you're helping by coming here how exactly? Riven's eyebrows lower as he concentrates on me. I'm determined not to look straight at him. For days, he didn't speak to me, refusing to see sense. It was eating me inside, and now, here he is in the flesh,
and I'm the one furious. Do Ashvin and May even know you're here?
May does. He'll tell Ashvin.
I swear. What is wrong with you? You know how troubled Ashvin gets. How could you? And now... I press the cloth on his forehead hard, and he yelps.
Okay. I agree. I didn't think this through.
He grabs my hand and removes it from his forehead. The touch of his calloused fingers is so familiar, so precious. It takes everything in me not to burst out crying.
But I couldn't just let you be here with all these...
He looks around.
Minors?
I roll my eyes, even as he still holds my hand. How could they know anything about me down here?
By yourself? They wouldn't have. With those two? Come on, Cress. You'd have done the same if it were me.
Of course I'd have done the same, but I'm not going to admit that. Riven tries to sit up, only to gasp. His grip on my hand tightens. What hurts? I say automatically.
Nothing,
he says, then adds at the look on my face.
The whole slamming into the wall thing didn't go as planned. I hate you, by the way.
He directs the latter at Thane, who sits a few feet away from us.
You have even more of my gratitude, then.
Thane gives no indication that he's taken Riven's words in the worst way possible, like they understand one another. Riven confirms my suspicion.
I know, Thane. He's too peaceful to be here. Is this some kind of hunting mission, and you're going to use him as bait?
For the ocean's sake, no. Riven catches my eye finally, and just the look is enough. Despite how dire everything is, we start snickering like children. But then he quiets. I raise a brow, and he gestures over my shoulder, letting go of my hand. Bayern stands there, watching us. From this angle on the ground, he appears a giant ready to stomp a boot on me. One after another, Thane, Cyril, Ariadna, and Raksha join us too. They're expecting something. The realization of what happened and what might happen now finally dawns on me. It's his company. The collector made him leader. And here we are. An attack so soon. And someone who has no business being here.
Who are you?
He asks, jaw tight. Riven and I stand.
I'm Riven, a minor.
He gestures at the others.
Like them. Whatever you think you're doing here, boy, you will not come with us.
We can't leave him here alone, I shout. The muscle in Bayern's jaw twitches. For a heartbeat, I feel as if he's going to hit me. And what if he does? He could leave me and Riven here as punishment. He could do anything to us down here, and no one would stop him. Yara hurtles to us, coming to a stop an inch from Riven. She stabs a finger into his chest. You brought that creature to us. It's your fault my brother is hurt. I stop myself from correcting her. It's my fault that the creature came after us. If I killed it like I was supposed to, Ansh wouldn't be hurt. He's sitting half up, a bandage around his head, a hand in a sling. I can't see him properly from this distance, but his hatred doesn't need light to cut through to me. He gets up, groaning with effort, and limps his way to us. If he hadn't shoved Thane aside, one of our company would be dead. I know, of course, how flimsy this logic is, but I won't leave Riven alone here in this labyrinth of death. Bayern's lip curls.
He wouldn't have needed to if you'd done your job right. You have come here on the collector's discretion. Down here, I run things.
One more person to help can't hurt, Ariadna says timidly. Bayern shuts her up with one look.
He has nothing at stake here. If he slips, we would all be at risk. So actually, it will hurt.
Riven glances at me as he says,
I have more at stake right now than anyone present.
blood rushes to my cheeks. I scramble to draw attention away from what he's just said. If you won't let him come, then I will stay with him and go back. You can continue on with your half-dead guard and his sister, who will always prioritize him over the company's safety. Before anyone says anything, a bark of laughter erupts from Yara. Everyone turns to her, even Bayern. You, speaking of the miners' safety, is a bit ironic, don't you think? She snarls. Did you tell them who you are? She stabs a finger toward the others. Do they know who they're traveling with? What does she mean? Cyril asks, swiveling her head from Yara to me. Tell them! Yara shrieks. Tell them who your parents are.
Shut up, Yara.
Riven says quietly. He leans against the wall, breathing deeply, as if it's hurting him. Why? Yara turns to him. We're walking in death's mouth down here. We should have all the facts. Ariadna glances at Bayern, then me with questions in her eyes. Tell everyone you're Jar and Katya Dude's daughter, Yara yells. In a second, everything changes. There's an uproar of disbelief, shouts and questions ringing in the cavern. Cyril lunges at me, and Riven shoves his way in front of me, hands outstretched, as if he could single-handedly hold back the entire world from us. Ariadna stays where she is. My parents died in that blast your parents set off, Yara continues, as did so many others, brothers and sisters, and so many family members. And here you are, making more of us bleed. You are your parents' daughter after all, Dune. Is that why you came here? That's a lie, and you know it. Cyril clutches her backpack to her chest, as if she's protecting herself, her eyes wide with true fear. Why weren't we told this? She's going to kill us down here. I didn't realize I still had the capacity to feel hurt when people see me like a monster, as if I'm not risking my life to protect them. Raksha moves like lightning, her pole arm held at the ready. She says harshly,
A child does not pay for the crimes of their parents.
I don't. Thane starts, but is cut off by Ansh.
Rakshama,
Ansh says.
This is the kin killers we're talking about. Not even the shadow of their blood is welcome in the mines. You, of all people, must see reason.
I see reason. Miraculously, Raksha glares at him. Her free hand closes around the ring on the chain around her neck.
Your petty, minor, dung business.
Bayern cuts in, his voice dangerously soft and impeccably loud at the same time.
Is your business. But this mission will not be jeopardized, or none of you will see the light of the day. Do you understand that?
He directs the latter toward Ariadna, who seems to be the only one standing in no man's land. Bayern hasn't spoken much during the journey down here, but I realize now he never needed to. The darkness that has descended on his face makes me see that this man could crush my skull with his bare hands if he wanted to. The Collector sent him alone to lead so many of us. It must mean something. Raksha's defense, even if it's probably only because she needs me to keep the company safe, builds my courage, and I say, we can deal with this, with me, when we return. But we have to return alive for that. And once I return to the land above, nothing will keep me on this island anyway. I will live beneath the better skies of Chandrabad.
by myself, away from my parents' names and their deeds. I will not be called to court for their crimes. So, our safety rests in the hands of a person whose parents basically went insane and committed mass murder for no good reason? Cyril says, dismayed. I may not be the monster they think I am, but I can glare like one. Basically, yeah. Thane is the one who relents first. Then, much to Yara's annoyance, the others follow. Anj places a hand on her shoulder, clearly holding her back from opening her mouth again and getting decked by Bayern. Both of them turn to give me a death stare. The expressions on their faces, grayed by exertion, are predatory. I won't be dropping my guard for the rest of this journey, any more than I would have on the island above. Raksha lifts up her polearm, signaling the start of the truce. And just then, a cry escapes Riven. He crumples to the ground. Riven! I reach for him. A spasm of agony wrecks his back.
What's wrong with him?
Ariadna asks, joining me. I don't have time to think about how she's talking to me, as Riven presses a hand to his chest. I open the zip of his jacket, then unbutton the top of his shirt. His chest is bleached white, and in the middle of his collarbones is an angry wound with luminescent red threads pointing toward his heart. 15.
I haven't puked all over myself,
Riven says. I look into his eyes that are lighter than they should be before going back to the mass of red on his chest. The sting hit him square. Riven claims he felt nothing but warmth, nothing to suggest he'd been physically hurt, but the wound sticks to him like death. The caves are cold, burning my lungs, making my hands shake. I can't believe I didn't notice it before. What will I say to Ashvin and Maven if something happens to Riven? He's here because of me.
Whatever's going on in your head,
Riven says, breaking my thoughts,
is not going to help us. Us.
It's Bayern who speaks, in the way of a deadly snake positioning itself to strike and leave no chance for its victim to escape. Slowly, as if from a nightmare, colors change in my vision. I remember why I'm here, and with who. They come into focus. Yara, Anch, Cyril, Thane, Ariadna, Raksha. He's hurt, I say to Bayern. I need to go back and get him help.
What you need to do,
Bayern growls,
is get up and move.
He'll die! Bayern storms forward. He stops a hand's length from me and stares down.
No business of mine. None of us asked him to come here. We have wasted enough time.
He's my best friend, and I'm not leaving him to die. And he won't die. Not ever. Bayern's face hardens.
The Collector has his wisdom, and I will not question that. But if you leave now, I will make sure you have a black mark against your debts. You will see no profit from this expedition.
Which means I can never get off this island. Once a debt is black-marked, it becomes perpetual. I could pay off all the original amount, plus interest, and they will still keep my tab open as punishment for obstructing the Collector's work on the island. Soul-crushing labor and enslavement are how they run this place. Power-tripping bastards. I say nothing, sensibly, because I know if I open my mouth, it will only be to curse him aloud. Bayern grits his teeth. He digs his hand in his large pocket. Before I can step back from him, he's pulled out a gun and planted its cold barrel on my forehead. Someone gasps.
Whoa.
Thane raises his hands and tries to step between me and Bayern.
We can discuss this.
Bayern stays still, power radiating from him. Do what you want, I say through my darkening, angry vision. I will take him back, or I will die. Either way, I'm not going any farther with you. Cress! Riven hisses, alarmed. I ignore him and keep my chin up, refusing to look away from Bayern. My heart beats erratically, pounding in my ears. Don't call my bluff. Over Thane's shoulder, Bayern looks between Riven and I, his cold, calculating gaze resting in the small space between us. I understand, at the same moment as he does, where my vulnerability lies. He moves the gun from me to Riven in a swift motion without taking his eyes off me.
Do what I say and move, or he'll die much sooner.
In a second, my instincts kick in, and I lunge to snatch the gun out of Bayern's hand. Thane twists at the last moment, and I collide into him. But it's Riven who grabs my hand first. I look down at him, incredulously. He squeezes my hand, gets up.
I'm fine. We'll dress the wound up,
he says, through the slightest of tremors in his voice.
and then we can go ahead. You are not of the company,
Bayern snaps. I will not leave him, I say. And if you hurt him, you have nothing left to blackmail me with. Flames reflect in Bayern's eyes, turned dark with fury. It's a gamble, but it's also true. There's not a world where I could leave Riven alone, to die. As if the burden my parents left me with is not enough, that I must live in a world where Riven's death is my fault.
We're wasting time,
Raksha says harshly, breaking the tense silence. Bayern turns to her as if in disbelief that someone other than him has dared to speak. But Raksha meets his eyes.
If the boy must come, then let him. Better than to stand still, neither here nor there.
Bayern watches Raksha with narrow eyes, then looks at Riven and me. A savageness enters his features. The hall is large, empty, save for us and the corpse of the jellyfish creature. Yara and Ansh would cherish the chance to hunt us. Rakshama and Ariadna don't seem like people who enjoy chasing after people. And who knows where Cyril's and Thane's loyalties lie? Thane tries to keep peace, but Cyril, who came here with her silly book, didn't hesitate to want me dead. But she doesn't have any weapons. At least, none that we can't fight. No, I think, as I look at Riven. Not we. And then what? Even if I managed to get Riven and myself away from here, we'd still be hurtling in unknown territory, choked by the dark all around, with Bayern on our heels. Riven and I exchange glances. His wound hasn't spread further in these past few minutes, but the direction of the strange threads is unmistakably toward his heart. Finally, Bayern says,
You will continue if you don't want a black mark. And whether the boy dies here or down there is your wish. But if the boy slows us down, no one is going to stop for him. Now move!
He shouts, and in an instant the queue is reformed. If he has to die, either way, I say, my lips trembling, then there's nothing that you can do to make me go with you. No black mark is going to force my hand.
You're not worth this much trouble,
Bayern growls. Don't do something imprudent, Bayern, Ariadna calls sharply. The collector himself chose her for this mission. The tick in Bayern's jaw pulses as the others stand there, watching with bated breath for whatever decision comes. Is this how it ends?
with Riven wounded and me unable to do anything? No more dreams of free shores and blue skies. Only the dark in my veins. And Riven, I look at him. He never talks about his dreams. Nothing but the safety of his brothers, for whom he labors in the mines every day. Does he die because he made the mistake of caring for me?
Killing people is in your blood, not ours.
Then, Bayern says,
If you do your job properly, we can talk about getting him to the compound's doctors upon our return.
my head spins. But Riven needs help now. Before I can argue any further, Raksha steps in front of me. She drags me to a corner, away from everyone else.
The man is right, and you know that.
So what do we do?
I whisper angrily. Nothing?
We don't know what that creature is or what this wound means. You won't be able to get help at the compound without Bayern's endorsement.
What if it's poisonous? It has to be treated on time to be contained.
We don't know that, Crescent.
She says patiently, her lips curling.
It's a risk, yes. A risk we have to take, or Riven dies anyway.
So,
it hasn't affected him immediately.
She looks at Riven.
So maybe it's not a venom. Look, you can waste time trying to go back up in the dark without the help of maps or compasses or even light. Or come with us and wrap up this journey as fast as we can so actual doctors might look at him.
what kind of cruel option is this?
I ask, tears stinging my eyes.
The only kind we have under them,
Raksha says with resignation. We continue for several hours, going deeper and deeper down the caves. Fortunately, the decline steepens on its own, and we don't come across any descents where we need to rappel. Riven couldn't take it if we did. I keep at the head of the company. This time, I make no mistake. Any creature that crosses our path dies. But not many do. And the ones that I'm forced to kill are only small ones. We move past stranger and stranger surroundings. The chambers get bigger. Paths start forking in more directions, filled with stone pillars that seem unnatural. Once or twice, I feel eyes on me from the dark. But when I check, it's nothing. Nothing except the persistent pain that now hammers between my shoulder blades. I've never felt anything like it before. Not restricting, only constant. As if something has gotten locked beneath my skin, trying to find a way out. Bayern keeps up to the west, leading us past many chambers. It's curious how he can be so sure of the direction with a compass and an unconvincing map when so many others have gotten lost. Yara stays at the back with Ansh. I can feel their hateful gazes on me, even up here. Almost as if they'd let another creature attack us, just to get back at me, even if it hurts them again in the process. At every turn, I sneak a look back at Riven. He's managing, but not without difficulty. I still keep up the speed. The sooner we can scour the caves, the sooner we can get out. He catches me looking, and he stumbles. But Ariadna reaches out and helps him. After what has to be hours, Bayern calls for a break.
Finally,
Cyril murmurs, shooting the leader a dark glare. We sit in the faint light off the nearby seawater lakes. Despite the central fire, the cold stings. The cave around us bends toward the center, lower than the others, and smaller, too. It's safe, but water trickles down its far wall, frozen in places. The burning eye of the sun feels like a distant memory. Even its wrath would be welcome in this cold. I scour the perimeter as the others set up camp. When I return to the group, I find Riven helping them instead of resting. He's taken off his jackets. The pale shirt clings to the strained muscles on his back. Then he turns, and the wound's void gapes at me. I shake my head. You shouldn't be doing this, I say.
And fixate on this?
He looks down.
Like you?
But then he sees my face and laces his fingers through mine, squeezing them.
Sit and eat something.
Without the constant vigilance, hunger's claws rise up suddenly at the mention of food. I can't remember the last time I ate something. And just a few nights ago, Riven and I were having dinner with his brothers. The thought of Ashvin and Maven makes me queasy.
Do you think the lander really means it?
Riven asks. The strange red threads flash quietly along the wound, bright in our dark surroundings. A lure, as if to say, come closer. It may be my imagination, but the lower edge has expanded a tiny bit already. Yes, he does, I say fiercely. Or I don't know what I'll do. I'm not going to be the one to tell Ashvin and Maven that their brother, for the ocean's sake, Riven. This was such a foolish thing to do. Riven laughs shortly, a hollow sound.
Whatever Rakshama told you, trust in that. She knows what she's saying.
He knows as well what it would mean for Ashvin and Maven if something happens to him. May, especially, never got over watching their mother die the slow, painful death. It's why he's always so mean about everything, a front to protect himself. But I don't push it. Raksha does seem well respected among the miners. If she says it's not a venom, even if it sounds like wishful thinking, maybe it's true. Even Yara and Ansh don't argue with her. I glance across the cave and catch Yara staring. Kin killer, she mouths. Riven says,
She wants to roast you on a spit.
she can get in line, I say dryly. The others are murmuring quietly. Thane sits with Raksha and Cyril on an elevated flat stone. They're supposed to keep watch, but he's staring down the space in front of him with the meditative quality I've come to associate with him. Ariadna is talking to Bayern. She seems strangely not afraid of anyone in this company, even though we're all strangers. Mostly. But she spoke for me and helped Riven through our journey. And that's all that matters. If these red threads turn out to be venom, if we can't get back in time, if... The metallic taste of blood slips into my mouth, and I realize I've been chewing on my lip. I get up for another perimeter check. The tunnel we left behind breathes empty. The walls of the cave gleam like dark seas beneath starless nights, and I find nothing. Nothing save that strange sensation in the pit of my stomach. It's fear, I know. Fear of losing Riven. When I turn back, at first, I can't locate him in the group. But then, there he is. Ariadna standing close to him. To check the wound, I think. The sight of her hand at Riven's collar makes my stomach lurch.
Pack up!
Bayern barks from somewhere to the left.
We continue in half an hour.
Groans erupt from the company, but everyone begins to move. Thought you were supposed to be on the alert always, Yara says at my ear, startling me. How did she sneak up on me? I could fight you blind, Yara. She guffaws, then adds, Speaking of being blind, they look so good together, don't they? Riven's head is bent toward Ariadna. Her hand has moved from the fabric of his shirt
to the skin on his collarbone, and my entire vision tunnels on that brief touch. I feel like I'm going to be sick. If my best friend had gotten hurt by a deadly creature while he was trying to find me, I think I'd be happy he's getting something out of it in what might be his last couple of days. Yara says. Heat pounds in my head, swallowing every sound. The compass in my hand shatters. I look down. The glass screen cuts through my palm, blood trickling onto the broken bits lying around my feet. Yara shakes her head. Oh no. Looks like she's lost her direction. 16. By the time we range miles of empty caverns, over 2 days pass. I can sense the others growing lax, but the seeming calm makes my heart race faster. Keeping them all safe is my responsibility, even more so now with Riven. Although his wound shows no obvious signs of infection, the warm red has only grown. I can't close my eyes to rest without dreaming of Riven dying. Things are too quiet, except for the drip of water echoing from somewhere to our right. A row of glowing mushrooms interrupts the dark until even they vanish. We stop at a low plateau, the drop only a few meters. Along the edge, though, are some more mushrooms, tiny and shimmering. They could be poisonous. Stay away. Raksha barks when she sees Cyril kneeling close. We're making good time, according to Bayern, who alone seems to know anything about where our journey stops, so he lets us have a bigger break, get some sleep. Cyril and Thane take watch toward the cliff. It doesn't help my jitters, though. With Riven wounded, all I want is to keep moving and hurry out of here. All this break does is let my mind wander. Whatever I felt on seeing Ariadna near Riven, it doesn't make sense. It's strange, an excavation of my insides that I did not permit, and it doesn't feel good. Almost as if she was encroaching on something that was mine, which is a silly thing to think of for a person. What's even worse is knowing that doesn't change the fact that my palms have been clammy ever since. I don't need any of this right now. Damn Yara. It's her fault for filling my head with pointless things. And what am I doing, letting her manipulate me like this? Get a grip, Dune. If anything, I should be thinking of how to help Riven, how to get him out of here. I sweep a glance across the company. The bags and the shut-off headlamps are heaped in the center, and everyone is curled around. The ceiling in the cave is low, and there are stalagmites along the plateau until the mushrooms begin growing at the edge where I stand, near Cyril. It would be so easy to grab these people's supplies as they sleep and leave them to fend for themselves. I'm quicker and lighter on my feet than any of them. Not even Yara and Ansh could keep them safe, nor could Bayern lead them out if they don't have weapons and compasses. With no food and being lost, none of them would return. No one to counter any story I could tell the collector. We were ambushed by a monstrous creature. Everyone died but me. I'd get half the promised pay. I'd get no black mark on my debt. Riven would get help faster. Adrenaline rushes through me at the thought. I push my bag behind a boulder, next to where Riven is resting. With his eyes closed and the wound behind his shirt, he looks so serene. I could sit and stare at him forever. I shake my head. It's best to let him sleep. No point in telling him before we're ready to leave. I'll wake him up at the end, and we'll run. My stomach twists as I move to the center of the company. Most of them are already asleep. Raksha almost, but she's pressed her face into her scarf so she wouldn't notice anything. I shoot another quick glance at Cyril and Thane at the edge of the plateau. Cyril, who believes I'm here to kill her, like that's what I do for fun. If we're quiet, they won't even know we left. I take the bags first. The food and water, emergency kits, extra compasses, ropes, and gear. Everything from one neat heap. These people are begging to get ambushed. It takes several long minutes to take away everyone's headlamps, slowly, so I won't make any noise. The weapons lying next to everyone come next. I hide them at the entrance of the hall to take them later. Stripping Yara and Ansh of their weapons, however, is hard. They're both light sleepers. They're both used to fighting monsters, as I am. I slip out Yara's throwing stars from the side pocket of her jacket. If either of them wakes up. But they don't. The entire company, minus Cyril and Thane, lies on the plateau now, vulnerable. All I have to do is wake Riven up quietly. I tiptoe to him. "Look!" Cyril says excitedly, her voice echoing in the emptiness. I slap a hand to my mouth to keep myself from gasping aloud. Raksha moves, but no, she only turns in her sleep. Cyril lifts something to Thane. "Have you seen this color before?" In her hands is a rock, I think. Under the muted light from her headlamp, it shimmers. The color could be violet, but is lighter, like the pale shades that lander clothes are sometimes made of. Something soft and kind. It has nothing of the hardness of miners. Cyril's whole face has lit up like that of a child. Thane indulges her like she's his own. The memory rushes back to me like a punch in the gut. I was 5 or maybe 6 and playing along the shore despite my parents having told me for the 100th time how dangerous it was. That the monsters in the sea would eat me and take me away from them. And would I like that? No, I'd said, wide-eyed. And yet, when they left for the shift, I skipped down to the shore. Curving around the spires, the cliffs, I found a newly hatched flauner alone, which I knew wasn't possible. Flauners were incredibly protective of their young. Only death could separate them. So, I picked the baby up and ran back home. My parents had come back and were worried sick, and my father was going to yell. But I held up the flauner to his face. Look what I found. It was alone. I saw many emotions cross my father's face in that moment. Emotions I can now name. Anger, but terror, then relief, and maybe even joy. At the end, all he did was help me take care of the flauner until we could release it back in the sea safely a week later. That's what Cyril and Thane look like. A daughter and a father. They're such bad watchers. I managed to move all the gear. I could easily walk away. A vicious creature could creep up on them, and they wouldn't see their own deaths coming. They won't last a day without me. If I leave these people stranded, I wish I were the kin killer these people want me to be so badly. But fortunately for them, and unfortunately for me, I have a thing to prove. And I will have to protect them, even if the majority of this company deserves to be Cersei food. I walk away from Cyril and her absurd rock. And under the pretense of checking the perimeter, I slowly bring everything back before anyone wakes up. 17.
The next crossing brings us to a series of narrow alleys along overlapping walls that take hours to get through. Be careful, I call, still sullen over losing the opportunity to get out of here. The walls are jagged. I go first, but my bag gets caught in the walls. We try to shift the bags, squeeze them, but there's no way we can cross the alleys with the bags and the torches while also keeping our weapons at the ready. I'll take you one by one, I say, examining the space between the alleys. I'll hold your flame and any weapons. Come behind me with our bags. Bayern lets me take Riven first. Not out of generosity, but probably because Riven's dispensable, and it's better to leave him waiting on the other side. It's a cumbersome, slow process. The scraping of my suit against the stone echoes through my bones, the fire from the torch making my eyes water. For the first 100 or so meters, the ground is fanged, making it difficult to walk. Every press on the ground sends a shocking pain even through the thick boots. It's suffocating, stone pressed on either side. If something attacks us, there's no space to fight back, I murmur.
Let's hope nothing does then.
I laugh shortly, only to hiss in pain when a rock jabs at my stomach. Tell me about the others, I say, facing forward and moving at a glacial pace. You know them?
I know Ruxima the best,
He says. She's Heron's mother.
Heron, the young scythe.
I snort.
That explains so much.
Even I've heard of her son, Heron, the leader of the younger faction, preparing for a full-scale rebellion in the mines against the Collector's growing ruthlessness. All those minor blasts ruining tankers, ship damages, port blockage, causing all sorts of trouble to the lander overseers. People affectionately call him the young scythe. I can see he takes after his mother. She may not be a rebel, but Ruksha commands respect by her very presence.
Thane keeps to himself.
Riven continues.
I think he might have been there.
There. The day when my parents set off the blast in the mines. Is that why Thane is such a peacemaker? Because he saw someone he loved die? Does he hate conflict because he doesn't know which of his own people might betray him if he doesn't keep everyone together?
And Cyril, with her books, she's harmless. If that's what you're wondering, by the way. All of them are good people.
She calls me Kinkiller. It's what she's been taught to think of you as, Cress. These people have nowhere they can direct their festering anger toward. Easier to hate you than face a life they're being forced to live. Isn't that just great? I say through gritted teeth. How could I ever prove I am not my parents if they have already decided what they think of me? If only there were something to fight. Fighting keeps my mind busy. It's harder to think about dead parents and pathetic miners when you're focused on where the next claw swipes from. Staying angry at all these people who hate me for what my parents did works the same. And what about Ariadna? He says after a moment,
I don't think I've seen her before.
He doesn't sound particularly concerned, though. Maybe he just didn't come across her. The mines are hard work. Not everyone has the same temperament of thinking of everyone else as family. We continue on slowly, sweating and cursing. The walls begin to grow wider, giving us respite, but the alleys are still never-ending. More than that, though, the structure feels like it's been carved. The incline grows smoother, as if a worn passage, not the rocky terrain of the rest of the underground. And the fractured walls now are filled with silvery minerals glinting in our torchlights. It all feels purposeful, not the action of time. The thought keeps my mind off the other thing gnawing at me, even as the space stays narrowed. Every time an alley ends, another begins. We've been at this for almost an hour. I'm beginning to feel as if we're moving in circles. This is a labyrinth, I breathe. My voice echoes anyway. Stay close.
Are you sure the others are safe out there without you?
Yara and Ansha are with them. Soon, the alleys begin to expand until the last one spits us into a caved-in hall leading away toward multiple passages. Rubble clattered across the surface, and every passage looks the same. I heave, sweat pouring down my back. Breathing is painful as I suck in lungs full of air, every movement a stab in my sides. For a moment, the pain takes me back to days of running up the hills, training around the spires in the metallic rain and along the coastlines where the sea creatures weren't always docile. Terror beat me sharply at every turn in those days, but I had to get into Badger's pits. Otherwise, I would sink into the very stone of this island, never to get out. Good job not sinking in the stones of this island. I straighten. Wait here. I'll go back to them. Then, I plunge back into the labyrinth. For a while, everything seems fine. But then, without Riven with me to talk and keep me distracted, silence prowls along the edges of my mind, slowly becoming bigger and bigger. I put each step down with care, making sure there is ground beneath me, not just emptiness. Several minutes like that, and I want to shriek, just to keep myself company. Parts of the labyrinth are so narrow that I could simply give up on holding myself up, and still gravity won't be able to pull me down. And would that be so bad? If I just didn't have to carry my own burden? Maybe I would float away, like the jellyfish creature. My body could slowly split and spiral upward, turn into air, and vanish. I could stop walking, just stay here, in the maze, away from everything and everyone. My one job here was to keep everyone safe. But I failed that. Riven might be dying. Useless. It's how I felt since Badger threw me out, and perhaps why I even agreed to come on this journey. To have my debts pardoned, but also to prove something. But what? That I'm not my parents? And still, Cyril shattered that illusion in just a moment. Kill her before she hurts us. I've stayed hidden for so long, and they still see me as a monster. If I am truly no different from my parents, should I even bother leaving this island? If I will only hurt people anywhere I go, is it not kinder to stay here, quietly in a corner? Who am I to want out of the life that I'm doomed to live? All the guilt of what my parents did, the fear of being found out, it has pressed on my shoulders, weighing me down. No feeling survives long in me before being smothered by this weight. And now, I'm beginning to think perhaps I died the day my parents did too. Better to have died in the pits. I should blow out the torch. Let the dark take me. Crescent! The voice hits me hard, and a shadow flees from my mind. I heave, breathing in air as if for the first time. A fiery torch lights the alley's wall to sun-like brightness. Ariadna almost slams into me. Her face is red as she drags herself through the narrow maze, and she's still yelling. What were you doing? I swear, tasting the dust in the air with renewed vigor.
It felt like I was underwater. In truth, it was worse. A voice inside my head, as if it had always been waiting to strike, finally getting an opportunity. A venomous snake slithering until it had replaced me inside my own mind, like I was nothing. Only a little obstacle it climbed over, and it wanted me. Madness, I breathed. It felt like madness.
Are you sure you're okay? Ariadna asks. She's pressed against the wall, her arm extended to hold the torch for lack of space. She must be hurting.
I am, I say, and no one should do the crossing alone. She nods and then leads me out. Hours later, with Ariadna's help, I finally get everyone from one end of the labyrinth to the other. We pick the westernmost passage out of the hall where I'd left Riven. The madness does not come again, but I still feel its forked tongue inside my mind, waiting for an opportunity once more, to remind me again of the life waiting for me if I get out of this darkness and don't run from this island. Is this something that might have afflicted the previous expeditions? Maybe they didn't have someone to lead them out of the labyrinth. I don't tell anyone else about it. I'm not sure what I can say that won't make me look like a coward unfit to do my job. Maybe Bayern adds another diversion in our already flimsy plan. Bayern, I need matches. I stop speaking. A coldness grips my spine. It sinks into my skin in a way that makes me feel like I'm standing in the pits, my back to a lunging monster. What's wrong? Thane calls. I shake my head slowly. It's a smell, not unlike that of the pits, of blood and violence in the dusty, stale air. Something musky within the chilled surroundings. Something almost human. I glance over my shoulder. Bayern's huge frame touches the low ceiling. He obscures Raksha, Yara, and Ansh behind him. Riven is with them, half of him visible as he leans to the wall. My stomach lurches at the thought of what this journey must be costing him. But everything seems normal. And still, I cannot shake the feeling of being watched, of being pursued. The first time I felt this, it must have been Riven. But now, there's no wind. I wave my torch from side to side. In the moment the whoosh of the flame dies, I think I hear something moving over the rubble we left behind. This time, I stop and turn. Ariadna raises a brow. Do you hear something? I ask. She closes her eyes, listening, and behind her, Cyril turns around on her spot, casting a look everywhere.
I don't know,
Ariadna says uncertainly.
What do you hear?
Bayern asks. Movement, I say simply. After that, we walk with drawn blades, and Raksha joins me with her polearm. Still, when our stalker appears, he nearly kills one of us. 18. A shadow separates from the wall and leaps at us, catching Cyril by her stomach. She screams. The rest of us are caught halfway in scrambling and aiming our weapons.
What is it?
Yells Bayern from the back of the row. Between the shouting and the scrambling, no one answers him. Raksha and I grab for the creature with a leathery brown skin, but we only catch air. It darts around us with inhuman speed. We grapple with it for several seconds. It claws my arm, and the outer layer of my suit rips.
For a moment, we're just a mass of teeth and blood and hair. My foot slips. I crash into a wall, and my head rings. Bayern roars and, using his entire frame, slams into the creature and pins it to the wall. No, I think, my vision so blurry from the hit. Not a creature at all. It's a man, dressed in thick brown robes. In the dark, lit by nothing but flames, he looks like death has taken a form. His body is wiry, less than half of Bayern's mass, yet he does not stop rampaging so furiously that it looks as if he could burst out of his body and become a storm himself. He and Bayern struggle for an elongated moment, unbridled and violent, and then Bayern shouts,
My fucking ear!
The sudden smell of blood pours in the air as the man continues to battle Bayern madly, still trying to bite him from beneath the hood. The sheer intensity of his movements makes me think of a rabid animal in no control of its actions. Cyril stumbles back, scrubbing viciously at Bayern's blood that got sprayed on her, at the same time as Ariadna steps closer. Her eyebrows are pulled down, as if she can't believe what she's seeing. "What is that?" she says. Bayern, still screaming as crimson spills down the side of his face, tears off the hood with his bloody hand. I gasp. Beneath the hood, the man's brown skin is ashen, smooth like a carved marble, as if the man has never walked beneath the sun. Not even landers look as sunless as this man. He spits the torn flesh of Bayern's ear and holds his mouth open in a threatening gesture, lined with thick, hammer-like teeth currently dripping with blood. And the eyes, as he darts his gaze about, unnaturally large pupils, like vats of deepest black oil. Bayern pulls back from the man, but keeps one hand locked around his throat. He squeezes. The man makes a deep growling sound, clawing at Bayern's hand. "Animal," spits Ansh. Raksha shoots him a dark look, then says, "There have been rumors, but I didn't think." I catch Riven's eye. He seems as baffled as me.
Rumors of what?
Bayern asks, his voice strained.
The children of Shade,
Raksha says slowly, eyeing the stranger up and down.
People who have lived in the caves for generations. They are their own clan. No connection to the world above.
Bayern curls his lip in disgust.
A Shade man, huh? Are you worms the ones hunting the previous expeditions?
Without warning, Bayern punches the man full in the mouth. The man howls and drops to the ground, holding his face and convulsing like a fish out of water.
"Stop it!"
Thane cries.
"Bind his wrists quickly,"
Bayern orders. Yara and Raksha take hold of the man, even as he continues to thrash in their grip. Ansh hurries over with a rope. The Shade Man watches his movements. He turns his shoulders downward, trying to make himself small. His body shivers beneath the brown robes. Ansh is quick with the tying. The Shade Man's wrists are thin, although he doesn't appear to be starving. Not like the children above ground, at least. He probably got separated from his group. Despite the display of violence, he's afraid. Even if he injured the biggest of us, even if he gave us the fright of our lives, he's still only one man, at our mercy. What stories do they tell among themselves about the people who live above? Bayern grunts in pain as Ariadna tends to his wound, a hole in the side of his head, just like mines cut into the island. His furious eyes remain fixed on the Shade Man, oozing with evil hatred. It's almost like his anger at being attacked has erased any pain he might be feeling. He's completely hypnotized by his own rage. Thane takes advantage of Bayern's silence for the next few minutes and kneels in front of the Shade Man. We mean you no harm, friend. Somehow, I doubt that the man, covered in blood and tied like a beast, will believe that.
Friendship with these brutes is not why we are here, Ariadna murmurs as she tears strips of bandage.
You call him brute, yet we're the ones who tied him up.
Thane grits out as he gets up and strides away. Bayern frowns after him, and I know this slippery moment of empathy is going to cost Thane. The size of Bayern's square, brutish face dwarfs the Shade Man's whole head. The Shade Man stops struggling against his ties and glowers at Bayern. Then, he smiles grotesquely with bloody teeth. An act of defiance.
Tell me, Shade Man.
Bayern speaks softly, as if holding back all his rage.
Where are the men who came before us? What happened to them? Did you hurt them?
Ariadna wraps up the bandages and puts the emergency kit back in her bag. At first, the Shade Man tracks Ariadna's movements, frowning at the kit. Then, he eyes Bayern's wounds, but he gives no answer. He tries again to claw at Bayern futilely, tries to get rid of his trappings, tries to push back into the wall as if he could melt into it and escape. The rest of us watch him struggling and failing. Then, he opens his mouth and screams. Bayern slaps him.
What can you expect from someone living in the rot rather than in the light?
What are we doing with him? I ask, determined not to look at the Shade Man.
Was it not your one job to keep a lookout for things exactly like this?
Bayern asks. I think of all the times I felt someone was following the company. I chose to keep quiet. But what would it matter? The Shade Man knows the terrain, the secrets of the caves better. He was hunting us. He hid well. Bayern curls his lip. With half of his face bandaged and the other still red with flecks of blood, he only manages to look like a monster himself.
I don't know what the Collector saw in you to put our lives in your hands.
He turns back to the Shade Man.
Speak, rat. Where are our people? What did you do to them?
The Shade Man growls, flames reflecting in his black eyes. Bayern grabs his chin, pressing his fingers with so much force that the man's resolve breaks and he cries out.
I will bring down the ocean if that's what it takes to make you squeal.
He can't understand you, I blurt, my heart hammering in my throat. You're wasting time. For the moment, it's not Bayern's ruthlessness that scares me, but the implications of his threat. If he really does bring the Collector's army down here, invade the Shade Folk's territories, he could ruin an entire people.
Is that right?
Bayern says, frowning at the man.
I suppose. Where would he learn to speak like a man when he lives like a rat?
He can't tell us anything. I think we should let him go. Thane adds.
Why do you speak on his behalf like so?
Bayern asks dangerously. I'm not. I only think this is not what we signed up for.
We will make him talk. We will take him back above ground, and he will speak. This man...
Bayern stops to grab the Shade Man's head and shoves him toward the wall.
Knows secrets about the land we live on. Perhaps he has more information about Zargonine or other metals of use. One of you, take his responsibility.
He looks at each of us. His one eye gleams with the torch, the red on his bandage already crusted to brown. No one moves. Thane looks like he might be considering it, but Raksha suddenly shakes her head, and he says nothing. He's under enough scrutiny. I'll do it, I say.
You should focus on the path forward.
All the more reason to keep him at the front with me. Maybe he knows places where creatures dwell. Self-preservation is a good motive. I have to keep an eye on the Shade Man personally. I can't trust anyone else to.
Let her do it,
Raksha says.
He'll only slow us down if he's at the back.
Bayern nods.
Fine then.
He glares at the Shade Man.
He's now our captive, and if he so much as looks in the wrong direction, I'll shoot him.
19. As I expected, the Shade Man makes scouting difficult. He drags his feet, tries to go in the wrong direction, resists walking at all. But that is also why I know keeping him with me is keeping him safe. If he troubled anyone else down the line and they said something, who knows if Bayern might make good on his threat. We traverse through caves on uneven ground that makes our progress slower. To make up for it, Bayern keeps us moving relentlessly for hours. It feels like walking inside the closed mouth of a beast, its teeth sharp and jagged beneath our feet. My legs throb with pain. Riven is at the back of the line with Raksha, and I have to keep myself from checking on him. Every now and then, I can clearly hear water tinkling somewhere close. In 2 days, we will have been down here for a week. If we still don't find anyone, we'll go back, and I'll get Riven to land her doctors. Is this safe? I ask, pointing a torch down a narrow path. The flames light only half of the path, while the rest remains dark. After the labyrinth, I have no intentions of stepping into unknown dark again, letting any madness into my head. The company waits for us a few steps away. The Shade Man offers no help. He stubbornly watches me gesture down the dark. Blood has dried along the lower half of his face, and his nose sits crooked. He must be in pain with every breath, but he hasn't shown any. Well, I tried, I tell him. If a creature attacks us, it'll be your fault. I've barely turned when the Shade Man breaks out of the line. He slams into Cyril and, as Thane reaches to catch him, drags him alongside and runs. He knows the terrain, while Cyril and Thane bang into stone as they try to stop him. Bayern fires his gun. You imbecile! I shout, not knowing who I'm yelling at. Raksha roars, You'll hit Thane or Cyril! He doesn't listen, and Raksha hurtles after the trio, trying to intervene. I swing from trying to keep up with the others to Bayern. She's right! Stop this! Then, before he can kill one of our own and burden us with the blood of the Shade Man too, I pull out a throwing star and aim for the low end of the roof. Stones roll off the jutting edge from the sharp hit. The Shade Man yells, startled, and Raksha wastes no time jabbing the polearm on his chest. Cyril and Thane take his arms. He growls, still struggling to get himself free.
All you managed to do,
Thane says wearily,
is make the man in charge angry. Tie his feet too,
Bayern calls.
Drag him if he doesn't keep up.
Riven and I exchange looks. No one says anything. On the island, the collector's men punish miners by chaining their feet and making them work. It is gruesome and inhuman. At the end of the shift, the miners' feet are swollen and bloody. It happened to Maven a year ago, and it was the only time I saw Riven cry. No one here in their right mind would do that to someone else, especially me.
What are you waiting for?
Bayern snaps. Ariadna, finally, moves to the shade man and gets to work.
You brought this on yourself,
she mutters as she secures the ropes. Thane requests some time to pull himself together, and the others also chime in before we move forward, probably to shake the memories of chains rather than to rest. But my insides are jittery with frustration. The more we rest, the worse Riven will get. Raksha comforts Cyril in a corner, rubbing her back and speaking softly to her.
We get paid whether we find someone or not. That was the deal. This shademan doesn't change that, okay?
I really need that money,
Cyril sobs. Ariadna steps up next to me, the same grimness in her features with which she tied the shademan. I know she did it to spare us all, but the bitterness of the act hasn't left me yet. When I glance over, Ariadna is watching Cyril wipe her tears. It's Cyril's sister and niece who work at the salt pans, she tells me. I suppose she was always going to take any unpleasantness down here harder. If by unpleasantness you mean tying a man up like he's a rabid monster, don't you give me this, Crescent. You're supposed to be more practical. That's why you're here. Don't you think the Shade Man's existence changes everything? How can we look for our people when others might have already gotten to them? Our people? She waves a hand impatiently. You know what I mean. People from above. I turn away from her. He's just one man. It seems our lack of information about the deep is worse than we thought, Ariadna says. Bayern, seemingly, agrees, though it's obvious he hates it. He directs his frustration at the Shade Man.
This time, if you try something funny, you will only wish you were dead.
The Shade Man says nothing, but he doesn't need to. His look drips with pure loathing as he stares at each of us. I may have imagined it, but
why do you have to be the one dragging him around? I don't like the way he looks at you,
Riven says, voicing my thoughts. Seems like how everyone above the ground does, I try to joke. By the flattening of Riven's expressions, I have not succeeded. But somehow, I know that the Shade Man doesn't mean me harm, or at least not singularly me. Curiosity gets the better of me, and the next time we stop, I find myself staying with our prisoner instead of leaving him in a corner. The dried crusts across his features blunt them, but beneath, I can still imagine the ashen cast to him. He doesn't deign to look at me when I kneel in front of him, but I can tell from the twitch of his shoulders that he's aware of me. And if he followed us for so long without detection, he's smart enough to have noticed the number of knives and weapons I keep. I check for the others before slipping out a bottle of water. Here, I doubt you have anything on you. The Shade Man moves with astonishing speed to snatch the bottle out of my hands and guzzles the water down. It spills over his mouth and into the layers of his clothes. The bottle is nearly empty when he stops. It would be for your own good if you don't antagonize Bayern, I whisper. He's a brutal man. He means it when he says he'll take you out of here. I get no answer. I know you don't understand a word I'm saying, but can you not use some sense? You're in obvious danger here.
Even if he did understand us, what makes you think he will believe anything we say?
Thane asks, coming up to stand beside me. I look up at him. Like I said, it's for his own good.
The Shade Folk are tougher than the ocean. They have to be to survive down here. You think discomfort bothers them?
It won't be discomfort if the Collector gets his hands on him. And, since he works with people like Badger, I wouldn't put it past him to have learned of some choice torture methods from the Master of the Pits.
We're all 1 second from death any moment anyway, Crescent,
Thane says. The shade folk know that as well as anyone. He walks back to where the rest of them are. Bayern is already deep asleep. The pain from his ear must have gotten to him finally. I sit next to the shade man, head resting against the wall. The chatter of the group is dying too. One time, I murmur, mostly to myself, since he obviously doesn't understand anything. They got a varmy in the pits where I fight. I don't know if you know what they are. These small mammals that live in caves beneath the shores, and their entire bodies are packed beneath the slabs that are bone hard. And when they're threatened, the slabs lock together and form a cube, and the varmy hides inside. But they've also got mean claws. One took out a fighter's eye. We call him Manzar One-Eye. Anyway, this varmy refused to fight back, no matter what I did. And then, the pitmaster turned the collar up and gave the poor creature a shock so bad, it died right there. It wasn't my kill, but I still got a tattoo for it, to remember. I lift my left sleeve. In the inner elbow, among many other, is the dot right at the center to represent the varmy. But, unlike the others, it has a small crescent shape tattooed beneath, matching the birthmark beneath my eye. It might have lived if I'd provoked it bad enough to fight. If it had only just realized how much danger its stubbornness was putting it in. All it had to do was to lose its pride in that moment and survive. Survive to live again. The shade man looks back at me, dead in the eye, unmoved. I don't know why I'm telling him this. I shake my head and get up, even as the sinews down my back almost break with the exhaustion of being down here. I leave the bottle with the strange man. 20. I find Ribbon sitting on a small boulder. He pulls me close, his hands on my waist, and I rest my head on his shoulder. We stay like that, without saying anything. We've always been comfortable in the closeness. The familiarity of him turns my body from granite to sand. He knows I need this moment of peace. When I pull back reluctantly, he says, "Are you still mad at me?" I don't know. Are you? You know I can't stay mad at you for long. Despite our situation, I smile at him fondly. Did you know I would be this much trouble when you first met me?
The first time I saw you, I thought you were dead and the rot were going to swarm, so I wanted to clear the place.
What?
You know, they can really infest places,
He says mildly. I laugh, raise my hand to playfully punch him, but stop at the sight of the wound. The laugh vanishes. I blink to clear my vision because it can't possibly have been pulsing. I lower my hand until it rests next to the wound on Ribbon's skin, which is cool to the touch, and his breath hitches. If something happens to you because of me,
nothing will happen to me. Not until...
He takes a deep breath, my hand rising and falling with his chest.
Not for a very long time. I have so many things to say to you, and I'm not going anywhere until I have said every last one of them.
I look up, his arms still encircled around me. Even here, surrounded by this chaos and darkness, dimmed by the threads licking their way to his heart, Riven's eyes hold a stunning light. There's something different about him here underground, but it's probably just the lack of sun and the unfamiliarity of the surrounding. He still has his wavy curls, the same stormy eyes, the same red mouth that... He glances away. I want to reach up and hold his face, study it, know it, understand it. So when I run, I will never worry about forgetting the way he is.
I finished my water,
he says.
Can I have some of yours?
Yeah. I start and stop, remembering I gave my bottle to the shade man. I finished mine too. I'll ask someone. Ariadna? No, I don't know. Thane? Maybe. Yeah, he'll help.
I know you gave your water to the shade man.
Riven pulls up a side of his mouth, amusement crinkling at the corner of his shadowed eyes. I stare at him, dumbfounded. Then, why?
If I had asked you outright if you did, you would have denied it. And so no one finds out, you wouldn't have asked for water from anyone either.
He needed it more, I say pathetically.
And only you saw that.
And only Riven would make it sound like I did something life-changing. He's too kind, and he thinks so is everyone else. He came here for me, and look what it got him. A wound that's eating at him, a morsel at a time. He raises a brow. The movement livens up the planes of his face in a different manner, and the need to be even closer than I am right now, mere inches away enclosed in his embrace, intensifies. I say nothing, only murmur something about checking if he looked unwell and withdraw. I turn from him and realize how hard my heart pounds in my throat, how unbearably loud it is, yet not enough to drown the voice in my head that keeps repeating one thing: making a new life on Chandrabad means losing Riven. The last tunnel in the labyrinth is darker, even in the flame. Beyond the small circle of light from the torch, everything remains a fearful night. Bairn makes Yara join me at the front, which she does while glaring daggers at me and the Shade Man. I'm enjoying you being around less and less, I murmur. Yeah, she says, but I have actual reasons to hate you. Let your reason rot you from the inside for all I care. I keep my mouth shut, though. Antagonize her, and who knows? She could refuse to fight when the time comes. I could have risked that before, but not now, when Riven's life is on the line. I speed up to get away from her, but the Shade Man lags back. He glares as he looks down to his tied feet. Now you understand gestures? I say, annoyed. The tunnel begins narrowing in the middle, the walls pressing at my sides, and leads us down a steep slope, forcing me to slow down again. I hold my daggers up in front of me, each step cautious. Yara breathes shallowly behind me. The walls seem to suck in the light, leaving no shadow, no perspective. The silence rings in my ears. It is dizzying. Even worse when the path ends abruptly at an archway. I stop walking and stand still, my torch held aloft, plunging everything beyond the arch into a darkness deeper than anything we've seen so far. The disorienting ringing pulses softly, fading, but still there. No one asks me to move, not even Bayern, who I can sense wants to. They're all staring at the arch, too, and the two broken pillars on either side of it. Despite what we know for sure, that Zargonine comes from deep beneath the ground, where creatures of darkness dwell, someone built pillars of stone here, and carved into them with delicate precision. I stare, transfixed. The arch is twice my height, even with parts of it lying crumbling on the ground. If the sun shines on it, it could pass for a gateway at some place like the collector's compound. But how could it be here, so deep into the ground? We have been down here for 5 days now. There's simply no way that... And yet, we found a man with black hole eyes and bloody teeth down here, buried beneath the ground, under the sea. Riven's gasp tears me from the pillars. He presses near the wound, his face contorted. I'm okay, he says when I reach him, but he leans on me just the same,
as I put his arm around my shoulder. Then, looking back at the pillars, he adds, "Well, not really." "What are these?" I murmur. "Pillars," Yara says, without missing a beat. Riven and I turn to her together, and she only sneers at us.
Does she ever tire of this?
Riven asks. Bayern rounds on the Shade Man. Despite the bandage tied around his head, a bloody patch dried to brown where his ear should have been. He looks beastly in the dark, with the flames throwing his shadow like a giant's in the narrow space.
What do you know of this?
I start. He doesn't. The Shade Man spits in Bayern's face. Bayern hits him again, and Raksha rolls her eyes.
That's not getting him to talk,
she snaps. Then she pulls the Shade Man upright, dragging him away from Bayern. The uneven slapping of his feet against the stone is loud and uncomfortable.
We have to keep moving,
Bayern says gruffly. Perhaps it's the wound that has left half of his face bruised, but for the first time, I notice a little uncertainty in his face. Thane starts softly.
When we were offered the chance to come down here in exchange for whatever we wanted, we were under the impression the collector would send someone with some idea of what we were walking into. But it seems, as with most things landers promise us, I was wrong. We are going up to the previous expedition's mission point. We are following the map the last man we found drew for us. It is better information than anyone before us had.
Bayern spits out.
You are all promised the same thing. If we don't find anyone at the end point, we will head back. The map from the man who was delirious with madness.
Bayern turns to face Thane, a shadow descending on him with silence burning past ash.
You think you're here because you have merit? It was I who let you come, only because you found my brother. Don't test my patience.
Raksha and I exchange glances at this new information. So, the madman is Bayern's brother. What's he trying to prove by retracing his steps? Yara, though, lacks all tact. Your brother? That just means you're running on sentiment. We're out here risking our lives based on your brother's testimony, and you can't tell us anything for sure.
We already knew he can't,
says Raksha, her beady eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the arch.
Even if that map is right, it tells us where to go, but not what we will find there.
She looks over her shoulder toward the Shade Man,
or who. My job is to get to a certain point for the collector,
Bayern answers.
And yours is not to question if you wish to reap your rewards.
If we return alive. Yara stands, tilted toward Ansh, like she's shielding him. I'd forgotten. He too was hurt during the fight with the jellyfish creature. Bayern's frown deepens.
You have grown a mouth on you, have you?
Yara looks at Ansh and then, strangely, to me. When I give her no reaction, she shakes her head. Thane says,
being a good commander and leader means picking your fights and sometimes dropping them too, Bayern. And questioning the authority of your commander is not going to help you raise the silver you need to save your lover.
Thane's jaw clenches, as if reminded of who he's talking to. He looks away and says nothing. The corners of Bayern's mouth rise in ugly satisfaction. He straightens his shoulders and goes back to his map for several long minutes. None of us dare move, reach out to Thane, and tell him we think he's right. Bayern may have gotten some satisfaction out of using Thane's weakness to shut him up, but he's still bristling. One strike and the match of his anger will light a fire. We can't afford any fires. I deliberately turn back to the arch, staring at the dead piece from a world that shouldn't exist. Only the struggling Shade Man breaks the deathly silence, fidgeting and snarling every few seconds. It's a miracle he followed us for however long he did, when he can make such a racket. Bayern rolls the map and snatches his torch back from Thane. Warily, the rest of them line up again, watching me expectantly. Riven looks gray now, beads of sweat lining his neck. So I lead on at a stiff pace. Raksha switches places and comes to handle the Shade Man alongside me. This time, everyone's more alert, watchful of our surroundings as we step through the arch. Beyond the arch, we walk down a low-roofed path. On either side, the stone, which must once have been smooth, is cracking with time. The flames of our torches catch glints deep in the cracks, like the walls are stuffed with gemstones, but they vanish the second I try to look directly. I reach out and brush my fingers along the wall.
It's a passageway,
Cyril murmurs, somewhere at the back.
Yes, but to what?
The moment the thought comes in my mind, the passageway ends and answers. We stand on a landing, with narrow steps leading to level ground. The hall rises to heights greater than the collector's compound, empty but so expansive that its walls remain obscured in shadows. A hollow mountain. And in the center stands the ruins of a stupa. 21. After so long in the dark, there comes a moment, sooner or later, when you'll question your senses. Madness, hallucinations, visions, whatever it may be, it creeps quietly. But the flame in my hand, burning hot near my face, reminds me I'm clear-eyed. Surrounded by derelict guardrails, the stupa stands before me, almost grazing the roof, its middle crumbling within. The top of the hemisphere is flattened, as if a giant fist slammed at it, and yet a monolith just inside the circumference of the guardrails, reaching the ceiling, is perfectly circular. Unlike the texture of the ground and the walls, the monolith is smoothed, like the ocean waves drink up every imperfection. I suck in a breath, unable to take my gaze away. The pillars are one thing, even the haunting monolith. But here, at the bottom of the known world, beneath rock and water, beneath caves that reign over death, there existed someone, people in large enough numbers, to have built a damned stupa. My mother's stories never mentioned this. There's no other entrance in the hall from our direction. This stupa is the first thing anyone will see coming down. Going through it is the fastest way across the hall. How has no one ever mentioned this if people returned from the collector's expeditions? Was this the sight that drove them mad? Footsteps stamp behind me. Bayern booms.
Are we to spend our time staring at it? Move!
Slowly, I pick my pace down the ruined stairs. The others follow, their steps echoing in the large hall of ghosts. The ground bears testimony to time. The once flat plain fractured, depressions scattered along the path, and the pillars collapsing like the archway littering the hall. People built this? Ariadna wonders aloud.
Unless there are beasts capable of building with stone, yes.
Raksha says.
But who?
Anj calls out from the back. Did your brother mention this? Yara grumbles to Bayern's apathetic back. Closer to the stupa, the rubble gets worse. From this vantage, its age is clear in its smooth but worn facade. By the light of the torch, faded carvings vanish in the dark around it. Some of the myriad stones around it are my height, and even though they are ramshackle, the carvings are visible on the faded reds and blues. Waves? Perhaps the sea or the storm winds. Who knows? Inside the stupa, the darkness swallows us whole. Every step is loud as a hammer on a rock to release the Zargonine. Everyone behind me lights their spare torches. As the flames lighten our path, a horrible feeling clings to me as I lead the company through. Nothing blocks our way. The stupa is hollow, but for the ledges along the walls. And above the ledges, around the stupa, are marks and murals made in a white chalk-like substance. The mural runs from the top of the ceiling to the ledge. It seems like that of a humanoid creature, if it were made of rocks, drawn as if it couldn't bear the weight of the stupa's roof, curling its shoulders. None of it makes sense. Maybe it just looks human-shaped to me. Monsters made of stone? Ariadna raises a brow. What are we doing wasting time here? Someone clearly had an overactive imagination once upon a time and drew some superstitions on the wall. Myths and stories, Cyril murmurs. Raksha says, all stories begin somewhere in truth. Myth or truth? All these things are dead and gone. We're in no danger from them. Bayern says loudly. Then why bring monster fighters to protect you? Letters, Cyril says, tracing the marks along the ledge at the foot of the mural. She turns to Raksha. This is writing. It can't be, Ariadna says. She taught herself to read with letters she couldn't even identify at first. Raksha says, I think she, out of all of us, would know best. Isn't that why you brought her? She directs the latter toward Bayern. He stares at the letters. Can you read this? Not unless you give me a few years, Cyril says. Anything from you, storyteller? He asks Raksha, who shakes her head. Cyril says, if we explore, maybe we can... We're not here to explore, Bayern barks. We still have miles to go to our destination. And what exactly is this destination you keep pointing to? Where does the collector want us to go? I thought we were rescuing people. I turn to look at him. His torch casts half his face in shadows, the bandaged side the only one in light. We weren't supposed to walk into some forgotten part of the world as intruders, as... I search for a better word, but my mind evades me in front of the colossal find that sits in the center of this underground hall. A structure that far outshines anything on the island, even in ruins. Bayern gives me a disgusted look. Are you scared of an empty hall? I curl my fingers in a fist. The man stares me down, the corners of his eyes crackling with savagery. Before leaving, Badger told me that Bayern was a ship's captain who, 20 years ago, stood alone against one of the biggest rebellions the mines had ever seen. It had come close to a success, ousting the collector's men, if it weren't for the timely reinforcements from Salonia. Bayern had stayed, steadfast, refusing to leave the harbor, fighting and killing miners on the narrow gangplank. He held Kar Atish with a broken knife to its throat, even as he himself bled into the waters. For that, he was awarded medals and titles. And if this mission fails, it is his reputation, his loyalty, that fails with it. What does he care about the world realigning itself around us? Thought you wanted doctors to keep him alive, Bayern adds, pointing to Ribbon. I take a deep breath, uncurl my fingers. All I'm saying is we ought to be careful. We should know. It makes no difference what is down here if it doesn't move. We continue until we can't. Our journey here isn't to stick hands into the grime of history, but find any survivors and head back, all alive and in one piece. I'm this close to throwing my flame right at Bayern when Riven, a sheen of sweat on his upper lip,
now long with the sunken eyes, catches my wrist and pulls me close.
Whatever you're thinking, don't.
I turn away from him. I wasn't thinking anything.
Sure you weren't.
As Baron orders, we continue on our way, leaving from the back of the stupa. Just as I step out, my foot crunches on something that isn't stone. I lower the torch to the ground. "Bones!" I cry. I swish the fire from side to side. Mingled with the rubble are hundreds of bones. Skulls and femurs and ribs. An almost intact skeleton, if it weren't for the missing legs.
Leave the dead.
The shade man rasps. My mind reels so fast, I almost fall to the ground among the bones. Words explode in half confusion, half shout. "You can talk?" All this time, the things I said, the futility of the fights in the pit, he could understand that? What was I thinking, speaking it all to him? Did I say something else I shouldn't have?
Lying bastard!
Bayern growls. His hand travels to his wound, his face reddening by the second. But other than that, he doesn't seem particularly bothered, only triumphant as he says,
"This is why I made sure to keep him with us. He's a damned spy. He'd have run to his other rat friends and gotten us in if we hadn't captured him."
Can you imagine the things he can tell us?
Ariadna says excitedly.
What these people survive on down here, the minerals we can find. Zargonine is one thing, but imagine something equally life-changing, or even better.
"What is wrong with you?" I blurt. She shoots me a frown.
It's a revelation. Don't pretend it isn't.
Bayern grabs the man's collar.
"What do you know of this?" "Don't disturb the dead,"
is all the shade man says. Trembling still, I climb into the pile. The bones are fragile enough to start shattering into dust. They're all stripped to the last morsel. No sign of clothes or any belongings. Robbed? Or so old that nothing's left? That is too much for me to accept. I turn and raise the torch, so the light falls harshly on the shade man. These people would have something with them. Water bottles, bags, something. If you know anything, now's the time. The shade man stares at me, then bursts out laughing. Yara kicks him in the stomach. Though he tumbles over, he still laughs.
"You think these people came yesterday, last month, last year, last decade? Your ignorance is a miracle."
Nausea fills me at his tone. The shade man is obviously trying to play games with us, tried to scare us in the dark. Of course these must be the people from the expedition. It can't be anyone else. He's just one man. And other shade folk like him are only a handful. My mother said so. Your mother was wrong about many things. I shake my head. It's probably some beast of the dark. There are creatures in the sea that can strip a man to bone in seconds. Who's to say there isn't one here too? He wants us to get caught by surprise, right? Fine. I'm ready. 22. Behind the stupa is the only other door in the hall. Through it, we emerge into another large space, and then begin an unnerving journey through empty chambers and passages, one after another, some with metal beams hanging with fragile fingers of rust from the ceilings, where we pass quicker than ever. There are chasms between chambers, narrow ledges for movements, connected only via bridges of twisted ropes and weightless stones. No one says anything anymore, because there's no need to. We can all see it. This place was part of an ancient underground civilization. Human hands built these bridges, these structures. Increasingly, it feels like we are in a maze. The network of tunnels was one thing, but at least there was only one way in and out in each tunnel. Here, the chambers have multiple exits, and if any of us gets separated from the company, many hours of descending treacherous slopes and broken stairs later, we have our second break. Riven sits with Thane and Cyril, and when I join them only for his sake, the girl immediately shuts up, her glare full of spite. I'm surprised she doesn't call me Kinkeller. But then Thane continues.
It's not like that, what Bayern said. She's married to someone else.
Oh, they're talking about Thane's lover? The person he wants to save.
So she's not your lover, but you love her?
Riven asks. He glances at me with a piercing gaze that suddenly feels like a hot touch of fire that has burned my flesh and left my soul exposed. She's sick, Thane says, brushing a hand along his light beard that conceals scars down his face.
Very sick. She wouldn't survive here without Lander intervention. If this mission goes successfully, they've promised me they will let her get treated at the collector's compound.
It must be someone the miners know. Why else would he hide her name like this? What a strange thing it is to love someone and not be able to be with them. To keep your feelings buried and not tell them what you can do for them. I wonder what's worse, the one hiding or the one who doesn't even know. You're willing to risk your life and she can't even know? Why would you love someone like that? Cyril asks, her eyebrows pulled down. Thane doesn't say anything. But Riven does.
You can't pick who to love any more than you could avoid a tsunami splitting your body and leaving you strewn in the water.
My gaze finds Riven. In other circumstances, somewhere else, if either of us heard someone say that, we would laugh. Get out of the way then, we would say. But he's still looking at me in a way that is agonizing. Something rattles in the cage of my ribs, demanding I express it. But when I try to, the tide of words recedes. Revulsion at my own lack courses through me, and yet, unaware of this war in my head, Riven doesn't look away. Talk of tsunamis aside, Cyril says, adding wood to my fiery thoughts, that's beginning to look bad. Riven pushes his shirt down. The blood-like red has gotten darker.
I've had better luck with the rot than one moment down here.
It's been days since we entered the mines, I think. Every second feels elongated. Every hour a bare moment.
We should be heading back within a day,
Thane says.
After what we've just seen, that's the last thing on my mind.
Riven. I start, but trail off. Still, no words. But this time, not for lack. There's so much in my head that I don't know exactly what I'll say if I continue. Maybe I shouldn't have come down here. I'm not equipped to handle this. One creature alone got both Riven and Anch, and now there are creatures that have carved entire graveyards. What if there are worse things still? The emptiness only a lure to trap us. And the Shade Man. I glance at him. He's sitting with his back to the wall, glaring at Bayern. Who are you? Cyril calls to him. How can you live down here all alone? Thane looks at me at that, wearing a phantom expression. For a moment, blood pounds in my ears, like he knows and is about to say it. The one thing I have kept hidden, even from Riven. But then, he turns in a slow, strange way. He says,
You survive in the cruelest places because you must. You go on because that is what life demands. When you're used to life in a particular way, you find it hard to imagine anything else. Human view of life is narrow, so limited.
I think over that, and how close those words seem to what my mother used to say about the people elsewhere, like she called them. Raksha, after a while, speaks, her low voice ringing in the emptiness.
In my mother's grandmother's time, we were still storytellers like our ancestors. As one of the 4 Katya families, we collected myths and folk tales and songs.
A small smile touches her lips and dies.
Before the landmaster of Salonia.
She looks at Beorn, who frowns.
Well, we have our stories of times even before our Empyrean elders arrived on these islands. The great first ones walked the deep undergrounds. They found halls of gold and rivers of milk, jewels like stars shining in the walls, floors glinting like sunlight in the skies. And they lived in harmony for many eons before the evil from beneath rose.
I watch how attentively Cyril listens to Raksha. It's finally obvious to me that the two of them work together. One raises questions, and the other brings stories as the explanation. If allowed, they could probably solve the mystery of the Shade Man on their own. They could be great historians and chroniclers if they were on Chandrabat. I ask, evil from beneath?
Nameless things that live too deep, that should never be disturbed.
Like the gods of Empyrean elders? Ariadna asks. It strikes me odd. Only Landers ever referred to the so-called supreme beings that the first of our people worshipped as gods. Raksha frowns.
Perhaps. There's never been much about their nature.
Beorn scoffs.
Your reality is not real.
The Shade Man interrupts, making all of us jump. Cyril gasps so loud it echoes across the hall.
The first ones may be gods, but they are not those of the elders. They are gods only because they could not be killed.
His voice is slithery and high, almost hypnotic. Raksha addresses the Shade Man. Her body stands tense.
Why do you say that? What do you mean by our reality?
The Shade Man refuses to speak again. Even when Beorn kicks him, I begin to think I hallucinated his voice. We pass several other halls with pillars and niches, each getting bigger, until Cyril murmurs from the end of the line, "This is a layout of a city." Raksha says,
The Stupa Hall must be the entrance.
"You don't think this could be the halls of gold, do you, Raksha?" I ask. "Halls from 1,000, 10,000 years ago?" Yara cuts in.
Older.
Raksha and Cyril say together. Cyril throws Raksha a glance before adding, "It can't be the work of the first ones. The architecture from that long would be crumbs of dust by now. This is someone else's work." "You're letting superstitions get to you," Ariadna says, frowning. "Even if there was something here before. It's so long ago that, for us, it might as well never have existed. Our ancestors are the Empyrean elders. They came here 1,000 years ago. Who knows what happened back then? Maybe it's their work, something we didn't hear of before because it was abandoned." No other miner seems convinced. Thane murmurs what seems like a prayer, a frightening enough idea above the ground, but here in this darkness, to acknowledge that something like those gods might hear us. The sinews of my chest tighten, the drum of my heart suddenly too loud. A civilization beneath the world I know, where we live, burning every day, working like rats fighting against the current of water. And here is proof that Badger's network of tunnels is nothing but a mere spit of what existed before. A keening sound fills my ears. Too loud, too discordant. For a mad moment, I feel like ants are crawling inside my ear. But then we enter a big hall, leading into several directions, and I stop. A low, growl-like purring, and the skittering of many tiny feet. The sound isn't in my head, and it's growing louder. You all hear that, right? The company looks around warily as the sound continues to grow. The dust here is broken, thin swipes in places as if it were moved over recently. Up there! Aunt shouts. As one, we take in our surroundings, and the horrifying realization dawns. A cloudy sheet of brown-black blankets the floor. Shed exoskeletons. And above, spilling out of the holes in the ceilings, scorpions, with luminescent tails and pincers. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them. Run! I shout. Bayern and Aradna lead Raksha, Thane, and Cyril. Yara and Ansh follow, and I grab Riven's hand. A wind rises as we hurtle toward the exit, much too far. Riven's wound slows him down, and I match his speed. More scorpions come springing out from the fractures in the wall and crawling down the pillars. The scorpion's hissing is deafening through the hall. Cress, go ahead, Riven gasps. His face is drained of blood, leaving him chalk white. I'm not leaving you! Someone shouts. Riven and I slam into Thane, and the others stumble into themselves. At the top of the company, Yara is crouched next to Ansh. She swears as Ansh's bandage reddens again. Get up, Ansh! She cries. Look out! Cyril screams, and Raksha turns, slamming her polearm into a scorpion's pincers, sending it tumbling upside down. We're surrounded. The many-legged creatures and their deep, empty-socketed eyes converge on us. Raksha and I have our weapons out. Yara stands in front of Ansh, who gets up even as blood drips from his broken hand. The scorpions are vibrating, eager to sting and devour, their legs moving in quick succession, tails aiming at us. Up and down, up and down, up and down. There's no space to breathe. I dart my gaze from left to right. Riven breathes heavily, his hand held out, as if he could push the creatures away from us. One of the scorpions lunges. My hand works automatically, slashing it down with the dagger. It falls in a squelch at my feet. A quivering sound ripples in the air. The scorpions lean closer, their tails dripping with venom. The chitinous bodies rumbling with anticipation. Another scorpion flies at Cyril. She screams and twists free, her jacket coming up in shreds. And then, a low-pitched buzzing fills the air. The scorpions turn to the sound, at the back of the hall, across from where we're stranded. The buzz comes again, this time higher, almost like an electric spark. A rush of panic grips the scorpions, and they start fleeing from us. They climb back up the pillars hurriedly, disappearing through the little holes covering the ceiling. Something is scaring the scorpions, and I doubt it would be friendly to us. My stomach plummets. Our only hope is to outrun whatever it is. We need to move, I say, the words barely a whisper. Come on! Ansh swings his good arm around Yara, and they run. The others follow them. Raksha and I bring up the rear, and we're the last through the gateway at the other end. We emerge onto the side of a chasm and a bridge half a mile away to the other side. And just then, something large slams against the walls of the hall, shaking the ground beneath our feet. I bring out my daggers. Yara joins Raksha and me up front. "Everyone, make for the bridge! We'll hold whatever it is!" I shout. "No!" Riven yells back. But Ariadna grabs his hand, dragging him along, and for once, I'm grateful. Then, I turn to face this new monster. 23. There is no place to retreat from the ledge beside the chasm. Only the bridge, half a mile away, or back the way we came, which is currently being blocked by the monstrous... What is that? Several horrifying seconds pass as it skitters forward through the arch. First, the spiny, hairy front legs. Each hair the size of my arms. 2 deep red compound eyes on each side of the large head, and the long spear-like mouth to pierce its victim. Its neck is slim, easily slipping out of the gateway. "A damned assassin bug!" Yara breathes.
Yeah? If an assassin bug was the size of a mountain?
Raksha shoots back. Yara isn't wrong. It is an insect. A giant, venomous insect that could suck our insides with that spear on its mouth in a second. Badger would love to have this monster in his pits. For a moment, its legs slip on the ledge as the rest of its body struggles to come through the arch. Then, with a massive pull, its bulging thorax undulates in the space and all at once breaks free. The arch crumbles behind it with a roar. A dust cloud erupts. I cough, grabbing for the rocky wall. In that brief moment, the giant insect lands in front of us, all 6 legs whirring with anticipation and its eyes forward, focused on us, the prey. Without warning, it strikes down. Yara and I leap in opposite directions, Raksha hurtling backward. The space where we were standing is now a crater. The creature screeches, cutting at the nearest boulder. Yara hacks at it with a borrowed spike, but it moves swiftly, skittering over the ground. We're backed up against the narrow ledge with nowhere to go. My hand holds the daggers aloft, but I don't know what to do with this monster. It's too big. It is impossible to hurt it with daggers. The red eyes loom in the dark, the faraway torches of the company gleaming brutally. Eyes. I can stab it in the eyes. But how? It's too high. There's not enough foothold in the wall. And one slip, I glance to the side, will mean a long, agonizing fall to my death down in the chasm. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of Raksha holding her polearm and facing the insect down. "Yara!" I whisper. "Come with me." She hesitates for only a second. "What are you thinking?" "We have to go high. Stab it in the eye." It sounds so simple, but not even the pits have prepared either Yara or me to fight a monster this giant. Just then, something whizzes past my hair. A blade. It twangs against the hairy leg and falls away harmlessly. The insect screeches, as if buzzing away a mosquito, and advances speedily.
Well,
says Raksha,
that didn't work.
a wild, hysterical laugh escapes me.
Go!
Raksha urges.
Do what you have to do. I'll keep its eyes on me.
The insect rears, screeching so loudly, I'm forced to clap my hands over my ears. Yara is already on the move, climbing the rocky wall, a dagger held between her teeth. If she gets one eye, and I come at it from the back and get the other, for that, I need to reach the back. I can't even feint here. The creature shoots out its spear mouth, nearly taking my leg off. I swipe at it with a blade, but only end up falling flat on my back. Hey! Raksha shouts. Come here. She steps backward, pole arm facing front. I take the momentary distraction's advantage and hurtle to the wall. Dagger in mouth like Yara, I grab a jutting rock and hurl myself up. There's a shriek and a clatter of metal below. Keep climbing. A pointed stone tears down my arm. I scream. Blood spurts from the gash, staining the black stone red. Stones go rattling past me as Yara climbs above. And just as I reach up for another grip, the insect's spear zooms past my hair, burying itself in the stone. I scream. The stone comes crashing out, and I'm barely hanging on the wall with one arm that's bleeding. Cress! It's Riven from somewhere far behind us. The desperation in his voice echoes along the chasm. No, go back, I think. He can't see me like this, or he'll throw himself in front of the creature. The thought gives me a burst of speed, and I haul myself up. Blood spatters on the rock, some of it slipping into my mouth, and the taste of iron chokes me. A stone sails past my head and slams against the insect's head. Above me, Yara has reached the roof, now throwing rocks at the creature. And instead of turning away from us, it screeches loudly and slams its legs on either side of me, its spear coming directly at me, razor sharp. It will impart venom and turn my insides into mush, like a Maristag's venom, and then it can suck out everything, like a spider. With a roar, I slash at the oncoming spear with all the strength in me. The insect's head gets thrown to the right. It screeches, locks eyes on Raksha. Get away! I shout. I try to wave, and my injured arm begins slipping from the rock. Whether that gets Raksha's attention or not, it certainly gets the insect's. It pivots suddenly and comes at me fast, the tip of the spear slamming a hair's breadth from my ear. The impact loosens the rock I'm holding onto. Only half a lifetime in the pits still keeps me fighting. Yara, standing atop the wall, throws a well-aimed dagger at the insect and gets the corner of an eye. Red-tinged yellow blood spatters on my face. My hand slips. And in my desperation, I latch on to the only solid thing in my vicinity, the insect's spear mouth. There's a moment of silence, then a buzzing. My hands tighten on the slick spear, finding no purchase elsewhere. And then, the distance between me and the rocky wall increases suddenly. I hear my name shouted, but my head is spinning. Even with my eyes wide open, I cannot make sense of my surroundings. Everything is too loud, too fast, too dark. My legs are swinging in empty air. Then, it hits me. The insect has taken off. It's flying. Fear pounds in my veins anew. I grab the spear tighter, cling to it with my whole body, quivering like a fish in the sky. Darkness blurs past me. The insect speeds down the chasm, trying to throw me off. It zooms this way, then that. And there's nothing but the deep canyon below us. I tighten my bleeding arm around the awfully thin, awfully fragile spear mouth. The world is upside down. Dizziness crackles in my skull. The insect streaks around the canyon in agony. It could end up exhausting itself, falling down in the abyss, and take me with it. Horror and fear turn in my stomach. I keep spinning.
My world is black rock and the darkness beneath. And then the pain catches up. Like fire, it licks through my arms, bloodied and battered. And still, the insect flies. I risk a look below. There is no ground. Nothing in the vast emptiness of the chasm. Stupid, damned insect! I breathe. My hands are throbbing, the oozing blood making my grip slicker. And still, the insect flies furiously, trying to rid itself of me and of the pain that must be burrowing itself deep in its head. The blood from its eye is still spiraling, spraying everywhere as it goes in circles, injured and angry. Howling wind arising out of the insect's own movement buffets us nearer the ledge once, but it keeps fighting viciously with no mind. The whole point of coming on this expedition was to finally get rid of the darkness, the way this island sucks you in and keeps its hooks in you, where you rot until you die. But here I am, wrapped in a cocoon of blood and terror, slipping deeper in the ground. Is there no end to how deep these caves go? If I hit the rock bottom of this chasm, will I find another excavation beneath? Where does it end? I tighten my hold on the spear mouth with one hand. Then, even with the pain throbbing in my cut arm, I pull out a throwing star. I have to bring it down. And so, I aim, as much as I can, and throw the star at its rear leg. A screech rings in my ear. The world tilts. Of course it does. The insect is wounded badly, and soon it will either stop flying or drop dead. Whether it knows exactly what might happen to it doesn't matter, but it is losing vision in one eye, and it feels its strength weakening, and it must understand, as all living creatures do, what happens when our bodies begin to fail so fast at once, when our insides bleed and tear. And so, the creature shakes dizzyingly for a moment and, just as fast, spirals down to the bridge. A violent convulsion grips my insides. The insect swoops down, 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 until I slam against the side of the bridge. It hovers again, but totters toward the wall of the ledge. Stone rushes at me, and with it, the rest of the company. They hurtle back, almost falling over, and we finally come to a stop at the other side of the bridge. As soon as we touch down, I try to loosen my grip, but my hands are frozen, claw-like. The insect shoves me away just the same, as I would have if there was a tiny irritant clinging to me. It comes at me, trying to pierce me with the spear, but I roll down the rocky ground. Come on! Riven grabs my arms. I scream in agony, and he immediately lets go. Raksha grabs me under the arm, and together they haul me backward. The insect screeches and darts at us. Quickly! Cyril yells, waving at us to hurry. The back of the ledge is an open area, but I can't see what lies on the other side of it. A sharp buzzing rises. It slams down in front of us, dividing the company in two. Riven, Raksha, Yara, and me on one side, and everyone else on the other. The ground is slippery with the insect's blood once more. It bears down on us. Yara! Ansh shouts. Stay back! She shouts. The creature catches her around the stomach, and she doubles over. Ansh rushes beneath the insect to assist her. The fool! But his running confuses it as it stumbles backward. Raksha sees her chance. She drags me along with Riven, just like Ansh, and suddenly we're in the clear on the other side. Come on, you two! Cyril shouts. Yara gets up, color draining from her face, when she sees both Ansh and the insect looming over them. She and Ansh grasp hands, and I have a sudden,
strong remembrance of them as children, when we used to play together, when we didn't hate one another. They were strongest as a team. Together, they run this way, then that, their minds working in sync. They're too fast for it. If it doubles over on itself, it will fall into the chasm below. Yara knows that. And just as Yara clears the ledge, running faster than I've ever seen her, the creature swipes at them from the left, hard. The siblings' hands slam apart, and Yara goes flying forward. The insect swipes its spear again, catching Ansh and tossing him off into the chasm. Yara's scream rends the air. She tries to go over the ledge, but Raksha and Riven tackle her, dragging her back. And behind them, the insect comes sprinting at us. "Run!" I scream, my throat lined with flames. "Fast!" The company turns and we race forward until the other side of the landing opens up in front of us and none of us can slow our speed, and all we can do to escape the monster on our pursuit is throw ourselves down the emptiness. 24. The water slams into my back hard, and breath leaves me in a single agonizing whoosh, leaving nothing but an infernal fire thrashing and biting its way through my lungs. Everywhere around me, water splashes violently, causing a loud, echoing chaos. I open my eyes to nothingness and everything. It takes me a moment to reorient myself. We fell. The ledge is far above us, a pale wound in the roof of the cavern. I cough, splutter, and try to get up, only to slip back inside the water. Fortunately, it isn't shallow enough to have killed us on impact, nor deep enough to drown us now. The taste of sour water fills my throat. Someone grabs my hand. I look up into harried gray eyes. Riven. He looks just as disoriented, soaking in the water, and the red wound shining dully on his chest. Together, we drag ourselves out of the water on all fours, coughing. The lakeside is mostly jagged rock, with soft sand in places. I fall on my back, breathing hard, shaking my head to get water out of my ears and eyes. It doesn't matter. Blinding pain pierces every corner of my skull. Riven pulls me against him, and I shiver, closing my hands around him tightly, forgetting myself in that moment. The others crawl to the shore slowly, too, slipping and groaning. We're in a compact, circular shaft. Stalactites drip into the lake. Plunk, plunk. There's a faint glow from beneath the lake, enough to light the space without our torches. I check for flint, for matches, but everything is wet. "How are we not dead?" Cyril whimpers.
"Our bad luck,"
Thane answers her bitterly. Riven and I exchange glances, then look away before we start laughing. That would be a poor display under our current circumstances. One by one, the others sit up, shivering with cold, muttering to themselves. I hadn't realized how cold the chamber was at first, adrenaline still pumping from the fight, but now cold rakes its claw down my back. Then I taste the blood on my lips and gag. My throat convulses with pain. At least the water has mercifully cleansed enough blood off us that we can see. Bayern pushes his spike into the shore and stands up, water pouring off his back like he is a merman. His braid has finally come undone, dripping wet. He surveys us like we're the most disappointing catch of the day.
"We are in."
He barely gets the words out before Yara lashes out hard. Claws reaching, she flies to grab my throat with animal violence. I catch her only on instinct, My left arm, already injured, buckles under the pressure. Yara is vicious, bringing her knee to my throat. I pull myself back at the last minute, yelling at her to stop. But she's lost the only thing that matters to her. And now, she's a predator without restraint, hurling herself at me with no thought. "Rabid!" Riven shouts behind us, his words swallowed by Yara's insanity, her urge to shred me. Because that's what she wants. I can feel years' worth of hatred in her breaking the dam now that her brother is gone. I block her as much as I can, but she's lost control of herself and is flinging her arms at me at a speed higher than I can manage. "Stop it!" Cyril yells uselessly. Pain erupts in my body. I go crashing to the ground and immediately roll into a ball to save myself from the lashings that never come. I look up. Raksha and Cyril have Yara by the arms, struggling as she kicks furiously in the air. "You never wanted to protect anyone!" She whirls to Cyril. "She's taking revenge on us! You were right! She's going to kill us all!" I stare at her, unable to say anything to her accusation this time. She continues yelling, "I'm going to kill you! You hear me?"
"Whether she hears you or not,"
Bayern growls.
"that thing might be the one that kills us."
He points upward. The insect creature is on the ledge, leaning over, chittering and tapping at the sides of the wall. It rolls a leg, which slips on the blood streaming down its body, and a large boulder plummets down the shaft. Over the screams, the boulder splashes in the lake, drenching us again. All of us scurry away from the lake and slam ourselves against the wall, as if that will protect us. Bayern says to Raksha and Cyril, motioning toward Yara,
"Tie that one up."
Yara snarls, but Raksha steps in front of her. She places a hand on the girl's shoulder and stays for a moment. Yara's face crumples, then loses all expression. Together, the other two tie her hands. Riven watches them until they've secured Yara, then reaches to help me up. Both of us look like death, and we know it.
"How do we get out of here?"
Thane asks. The creature is lowering itself at an increased speed now, half of its mangled thorax inside the shaft. "Here!" comes Ariadna's shout. She is kneeling in the corner. The ground is indented, and part of the lake drains to a tunnel, but just next to it, the ground levels once more. A rift in the stone leads away from the chamber. "Where does that lead?" I ask, my voice strained with effort. Ariadna frowns at me. I don't know. "So how will we know there isn't another damned monster waiting for us at the other side?" She continues to look bewildered, as if the possibility hadn't even occurred to her. I shout, pouring all the tangled emotions racing through me into my words. "How can you still be this oblivious after everything we've been through down here, after one of us just died?" Thane breaks in. "What choice do we have? Facing death by that?" He squints above.
"No, thank you. I'll risk the unknown."
I look around. The only person I could have counted on to see this my way is Yara, the one who would have to fight beside me, but she'd rather let us all get killed than take my side. Not even Raksha seems to have much to say, and Bayern will not listen to Riven.
"That settles it,"
Bayern says. He gestures at me.
"You first."
"Send him first," I say, pointing to the shade man, who is trying to make himself scarce, standing in the corner. He scowls at me. I shrug. I sympathize with his current situation, but not enough to jeopardize my own safety.
"He may be valuable,"
Bayern says.
Fury burns in me. And I'm not? You're alive because of me. Yara barks out a vicious laugh, which shuts me up. Would you guys like to continue arguing while that thing gets down to eat us? Ariadna snaps. Over the gurgling of the lake, the creature clicks above. The sound is way closer now, and I don't want to check exactly how near it has gotten. Fine, Ariadna says. I'm going in first. She grabs the rope, tying the shade man up, and pulls him along. The rest of you are welcome to follow me. She turns sideways and enters the rift, dragging the shade man behind her. There's a scuffling sound and the scratching of stones, but Ariadna continues. Raksha follows. I'll go if you go, Cyril says, looking at me strangely. It takes me a moment to realize that the hostility since she accused me of being the kin killer has vanished. Now, she looks at me as if I'm her personal savior. Fear of death can switch up every belief, huh? She scowls. If there were more time, I might have rubbed her face in her fear. But I'm also grateful that she hasn't strengthened her armor against me, joining Yara to call me a monster. So, I turn and go in, dragging her behind me. I won't have any more deaths on my watch on this increasingly futile mission. The rift is even narrower than it seemed, the walls squeezing tight. I tilt my head up to avoid a pointed stone cutting at me. Above, the walls simply converge. I suck in my stomach and drag forward, pulling Cyril along. At the back, one by one, the others follow too. The wall smells of water and a strange tang that has an undertone of blood. Like the air above on the island, circulating through the sea and the storms. Parts of the wall break off at the movement, startling us. Everyone stills, clinging to the wall until the rubble falls quiet. None of us speaks as we continue to drag ourselves. Every groan of effort is punctuated by the gurgling lake back in the chamber and the draining water in the tunnel next to us. And then, a buzzing fills the air.
Go faster!
Bairn, the last of us, calls.
It's come down!
That speeds us up. Despite the claustrophobic rift and the stones starting to scratch at our faces as we press past them, we quickly push ourselves forward, squeezing ourselves and holding our breaths. Until finally, the rift spits us out. I drag in a desperate full breath, filling in my lungs with air, just as the others come tumbling out. Bairn crashes into the company at last, and behind him, one giant, spiny leg of the creature, drenched in blood, reaches out sharply. Everyone stumbles backward, watching in horror as it tries hard to cut through the gap. It pushes again and again, as if it wants to split the cave apart. The chittering rises deafeningly with its anger. We hold our weapons high, waiting. And then, at last, the leg stops scratching at the walls and falls silent. For several terrible moments, I anticipate the walls tearing and the creature flying at us. But when nothing happens, relief sends me to my knees. The monster is dead. I stay there, breathing hard, wondering if I'm just in a bad dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up, and this will be over. I never agreed to the journey. Riven never followed me. He's not hurt, and my arm is not on the verge of being severed. And most of all, a giant ocean's-damned insect wasn't after us. The hard ground pins at my knees, bringing me back to myself. A relief so strong that I feel as if there's music in the air. Music with words I don't quite understand. No, it's real. Do you hear that? I ask. What? Cyril looks back to me.
it's still strange to have her face stripped of the hatred she had suddenly worn. She looks confused, and I can tell she's not hearing anything. A shiver curves down me and cuts deep when Bayern says, his usually gruff voice softer than ever,
We're close.
25. The thought that we might finally reach Bayern's destination and then get out of here spurs everyone forward faster. After the fight, no one wants to linger closer to that chasm anyway. My gasps burn my throat as I lead the company once more. Riven insisted I take some of his water, but now I have to make it last all the way until we reach the place at least. I can rest and ask for someone else's water during the return journey, when I'm sure no one will die of thirst. We've lost one too many already. Out of instinct, I throw a glance over my shoulder. Yara now trudges beside the Shade Man, both of them at the center of the line. What could I have done differently to save Ansh? I should have killed that creature faster, stabbed it through, something. I should have never allowed it to land on the ledge near the others. No, stop it. It's the voice of the madness. You would have died too. This is what I get for trying to take the easy way out. This island wants me to suffer. How could it allow me to walk in and out of its womb so simply? Of course it wormed itself in my mind. No one else seems as affected. No one but Yara. And she has an actual reason. I keep mumbling under my breath to keep the voices in my head away until we reach the plateau, the end of which drops down sharply hundreds of meters. Are you sure this is it? I ask Bayern. The cliff is too steep, and if we're wrong, it could take us days to get back up. Bayern nods and winces with pain.
I'm sure. We get down as soon as we can, then camp for one night before moving ahead.
Seems like the harsh trek has taken a toll on him too. His injury is no better than Riven's, but he has to put up his front. He is, after all, the captain who saved Kar Atish. The cliff is longer and steeper than any we have seen since we arrived in the caves, and sharp crystalline groats jut out at irregular points between the rocks, making it even more dangerous. The rocks are also damper than any before. Close by, I can hear a rush of waterfall, unlike the faraway tinkling that interrupted our journey before. Bayern, though, seems excited at the idea of increased danger.
We're close,
he repeats, staring somewhere to his right, almost like he's imagining someone there. His brother? Raksha goes first with Yara, then Cyril and the Shade Man. Ariadna and Bayern follow after. And finally, Thane helps Riven down. The latter in each company needed help, a fact not lost on anyone. I wait until Thane yells the all clear, then check for any bags or equipment we might have left. After scanning the area, I'm ready for my descent as well. I wriggle my backpack closer, centering the weight, and check the clipping of the rope around my body. The sole of my shoe scrapes against the rock irascibly. I wince. Nothing emerges from the dark we've left behind. My headlamp, a necessary burden this once, isn't nearly enough to light anything, only to attract a predator. And frankly, I've had enough of predators. Slowly, my back facing the gaping void of below, I step off the edge. Pain bursts along my shoulder above my injured arm. The crystals stab into my feet every time I come close, scraping past my arms, making a cacophony in the large cavern. My descent goes slower than I'd like. Light from my headlamp bounces off the wall, casting eerie shadows high above, but also reflecting the glimmering crystals in the rocks. And that's what gets me. The headlamp shines on a crystal outgrowth the size of my fist, and it glares hard right in my face. It's too bright, too close, and a sharp spike of pain slices through the backs of my eyes. I lose my grip and hurtle through open air toward the hard ground. A scream escapes me, and I'm madly scrambling for a grip. The rope is right there as my fingers catch once, twice, again, but refuse to keep the hold. No sense of up or down. Blood rushes to my head so fast, and I know I'm dead. At the last moment, my hand catches on an extended outgrowth, and I grasp for the rope, only a few meters above the ground. My body jerks hard as the weight slams back against me. I cough, air caught in my lungs. Pain rings down my spine so suddenly that for a moment I fear it's broken. The shouts from the company below finally register themselves. My vision stays dark as I lower myself on the ground and collapse, shivering with pain. Crescent! Riven repeats my name. He gathers me close as I kneel on the ground, the rope still tied around me. You're okay, right? Are you okay? Are you hurt? It reminds me of the night when Yara and Ansh cornered me, his concern completely overtaking anything else I might be feeling. I splutter. I am, Riven. I am fine.
Thank the ocean.
He exhales. As the adrenaline fades and my vision clears, I see the others gathered around me too. I nod to them. Cyril helps me up, letting me lean on her as I do. I try not to, at first, wondering if she would just let me fall if I relied on her, but she only shifts closer.
How could you not be more careful?
Riven murmurs. And I notice something I hadn't seconds ago. His words are slurring. My eyes drop to his collar, where the red threads burn. How many days has it been since he got hurt? I can't remember anything. The rope, still tied around me, begins to press harder. No. I need to get him out of here. I can't let myself get killed over something so silly when Riven needs me.
Get up and take watch.
Bayern barks at me.
Let her rest. She fought that monster for us.
Riven growls, forgetting it is Bayern's discretion that's keeping him with me.
You shouldn't be speaking at all, boy.
But then he turns to Thane.
You, take first watch. There shouldn't be any beasts from now to the end, but you never know.
Bayern is right. The hours are empty, but colder and uneasy. Wherever we are headed to is now close. I pace around the camp slowly, instead of resting like everyone advised, to keep myself occupied. These last hours are crucial, and I won't let this damned underground get into my head or hurt my body again. Riven tries to argue again that I should rest, but he relents easily too. Despite how low I'm running on sleep, he knows I can tell he's having difficulty with his words now. Which is perhaps why he says,
I don't know if... Well, just tell Ashvin and Maven, please.
No! I snap, a little too loud. The others look our way, eyebrows raised. I lower my voice. Whatever you want to say to them, tell them yourself. I turn from him and march several feet away to sit down with my legs pulled up and arms circled tight around them. The rattling spike in my breathing hurts my head as I will it to slow down. Just tell Ashvin and Maven. As if he's some lander ordering me around. No, I won't do anything he wants me to do. He can get out of here alive and do whatever he wants himself. I pull myself together even tighter, as if I'm turning into water and desperate to stop myself from spilling away. Why did Riven have to come here at all? He's supposed to be smarter than his brothers and I combined. A footstep brushes a stone. Then Riven sinks to the ground behind me, settling and pressing his back against mine, like we used to sit when we were children. He reaches for my hand blindly, and then places our entwined fingers beside us. No man's land.
Do you remember the big storm the year we turned 14?
Involuntarily, I shiver. Yes, can't forget that one. The skies had gone black for 3 weeks, the mines blocked, and the wind was so fierce it would cut through skin like knives through fish. Everyone who wasn't sheltered was a corpse.
You hadn't realized it was going to be that bad even 2 days later when you left for the pits. None of us knew where you'd gone, because surely you couldn't be that ridiculous.
But I was.
But you were,
He says, half laughing.
and I couldn't wait any longer. Anything could have happened. If you got caught in the storm, I'd never even know. So I went out, and what do I see? Crescent Dune, carrying an actual rot in her hands, crouching by the door because she didn't think we'd let her bring the beast inside. But she couldn't leave it either, even when it could have snapped her neck if it suddenly got it in mind.
It was hurt, I say, jutting my chin, though he can't see my face.
And you saw that it was lonely and took care of it until it was better despite the storm.
Riven! What do I want to say? Why do his words make me feel exposed? I try not to fidget, not to let him know how much the abrupt silence affects me. He's always had a memory sharper than anyone I've ever come across. He remembers every milestone in my life, every bad fight, every good fight. Everything I told him about my parents, the stories my mother told me at bedtime, the creatures my father helped me look after. And he knows all of it, like I know the grip of my blades. How can someone be like that? I barely had time to understand people before I was forced to grow up and close myself off to others. Is everyone like Riven? Do they remember every small thing about their friends all the time? Every time? What else does he remember about me that feels like no one else ever would? Reminisce about some other weird thing I did and that he made a note of. And of course, he likes to put me at the center of it and forget about the fact that he stayed up all night taking care of the rot beast with me. But then he begins speaking softly again, haltingly, as if it hurts him to say it.
I know what you think. That we gave you a home. But what you don't see is that you held us together when we were fraying at the edges. When Ashvin felt so alone and so hurt that he couldn't protect Amma. When May didn't understand what was happening. You didn't have to do anything. Definitely not clean up after my sick mother. We should have been doing that. But you held her, and you held us. When I didn't know what was the ground or the sky anymore. You held our hands. My hands. You, despite how much distance you keep from everyone, were there. Every moment. You were everywhere. I wanted to die, but I kept up my face for May, and you, without even knowing, saved me from the abyss that had taken me already. What can I say to make you see, Chris? That if I have a home, it's because you make it so. That is not what I was expecting at all. I lose words. I lose all sense. Now, what can I say to him that won't make me feel like a fool? I'm overwhelmed, and the back of my throat fills up. I need to get away, breathe. I'll check on the perimeter. He shifts, releasing my hand. Okay. I take my torch
and practically run from him. I didn't know he was carrying these feelings inside him for the past 4 years. Why did he never say anything? Confusion and nerves in equal measure war in the pit of my stomach, the fight going neither way and making me feel worse. And what was that? That okay? Fine. Whatever. But couldn't he have asked me to stay? We could have talked more. I could make him understand I did all that because well, I do love him. He's my best friend. Why does he do this? Be normal for 1 second, and the next, say things that confuse me so much. What does he want? I shake my head. Focus. The space we're now in is beautiful in its own way. It's a good distraction if I keep my gaze to the front and not let another thought into my mind. The crystals along the cliff glint in the dark. At the back of the cavern, natural arches and cavern mouths are arrayed next to each other, almost in a pattern. The water must be even closer, given the chill in the air. The ground has indents like anywhere else, but the rock itself is smooth and level. Another part of the architecture of people from before? I shiver, despite the fire held close. What must this place have been like when the first ones walked this world? What were they like? To live underground, away from the sun and the ocean. I wish I could ask someone, anyone, about this place. But it's been thousands of years. What we have now is either stories or people trying to be clever. It's different for the Shade Man, of course. My mother said the Shade folk lived below out of necessity, of promises made long ago. But not everyone believed those promises. They only live down here because the older Shade folk want to pretend they have a purpose rather than admit there's a world out there. But I suppose that world is no paradise either. And who have they made promises to anyway? What about? My mother never really clarified. The flame throws a new shadow at the corner of one of the arches as I cross to the other side. The glimmer of the crystals dims here, the dark full, which means my torch becomes a beacon. At the end of the row of arches, the Shade Man freezes. I thought that was you, I say quietly. His face is caught between surprise and anger. To think he'd have escaped if I hadn't been wandering here. What would Bayern do? Especially if this happens on Thane's watch. If you go now, Bayern will hold Thane responsible. The man doesn't deserve the wrath of the Collector, I tell the Shade Man, knowing that it doesn't mean anything to him.
He's a madman, the big one,
the Shade Man says. He can be.
No,
the man rasps.
You don't see him truly, but I do.
He hesitates, then adds,
Let me go. I cannot leave the money boomy to go above.
Tell me about the money boomy, then. My words are the same as I used to say them in childhood to my mother. The money boomy, land of gems, is what the Shade folk call the underground. My mother taught me to say it right.
What do you want to know?
How do you live here all alone, alongside the monsters?
There are monsters in the seas that surround you too. The white star in the sky burns your skin. You live up there too.
Fair, I say.
The world above is not for me. I will die before I speak to those people.
His words are gentle, as if he's addressing a growling beast, but I can hear the determination in them too. He's not bluffing like me. He means it. I still have so many questions I want to ask him. Who is he? How many others are there like him? Does he know of the Shade folk who left the caves and hid among the people above? But
What would it matter now? Since the moment we stumbled upon him, death has walked with us. Perhaps Thane will be forgiven, but the Shade Man will definitely see his end. Before you go, can you tell me if there's any way here we can treat Riven's wound? If a creature attacked you, what would you do? He's getting worse. I don't know if he'll make it back. Even saying it out loud stings my eyes with unspilled tears. He opens his mouth, then closes it slowly and shakes his head.
We have our healers, you could say, who work with well, Zargonine, of course. There's a unique substance that mixes with gold closer to the surface and transforms into the Zargonine that you people use. We use that substance, but rarely. We just avoid contact with the creatures of the deep, for it is not a substance that can be handled by any of us. Only very special people do. But, he adds, as my shoulders fall, you don't have to presume the worst. He can make it. You have to go back soon, though.
I recognize the change in his voice, that subtle urging to cut short whatever is left of Bayern's journey. Does he truly believe Riven will be fine, or is this just him trying to get us out of here? What's going on here? I whirl. Ariadna stands on a higher slab of rock, watching us with a frown between her brow. Nothing, I say immediately. Just wanted to see the arches. Brought him with me in case he might know something about them. The Shade Man watches me intently. For the ocean's sake, don't do something foolish. I plead in my mind, hoping he'll pick up on it.
I can understand that if Cyril did it, but what's gotten into you?
She says with a laugh, almost like she's making fun of Cyril, and she's comfortable doing it in front of me. She's on this mission because her insights into the underground could be helpful. She and Raksha are invaluable in building the map and helping us understand the terrain. Ariadna shrugs.
Whatever, I just came to say that it's time for a change of watch. You're up next.
With no other choice, I follow her back, and so does the Shade Man. 26. We leave the camp early and find ourselves on a fairly uneventful path. But when we duck under another ruined gateway, in only under an hour, my heart jumps into my throat. Before me unfurls the largest cave we have seen so far, even bigger than our last camp or the pillared hall. It takes me a moment to comprehend what I'm seeing. Across the hall, a pale curtain of light stirs without wind, like water, like it might be breathing. It stretches from the ceiling to the floor, shimmering the ghostly last light before nightfall. Huge stalactites jut out of the ceiling, like fangs in the jaws of a predator, dripping quietly. Each clink against the shallow pools, loud in the large emptiness. The curtain of light gleams softly, lighting the entire space. And a song behind it. So faint that I don't know if it's just my mind running in circles once more. What's this? Raksha asks, trying to be sharp, but her voice has an unwanted quality of awe as well. The curtain of light seems to defy natural laws of existence. There's no foundation from which it emerges. It just exists. Almost magical, a fantasy of the mind that shouldn't be. Bayern says flatly,
Let's get closer.
Slowly, we pick our way across. There are exits on either side of the chamber, currently standing dark and empty. But other than that, everything is bathed with the soft light from the top. Goosebumps erupt over my skin, a sense of being watched, tickling the base of my neck. I sweep a gaze around. The chamber is truly empty. But then, the Shade Man managed to stay hidden until he jumped us. I unconsciously move ahead of the group, looking for any signs of disturbance, needing to get to the curtain of light first. It is almost hypnotic, the way it moves, soft and gentle, an invitation to be touched and felt beneath your skin. We reach the curtain far quicker than we should, given the size of the chamber. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Up close, the light echoes outwardly, as if the source of it is the sun through storm clouds. This is strange, Thane murmurs, breaking the quiet and the flow of the music. Abruptly, the song is gone, as if it was never there, before I had the chance to acknowledge it. Did you hear that? He says. Hear what? Cyril murmurs in a shaky voice. I lock eyes with Thane. I did, I want to say. A song without words so faint, it felt like I heard it across the universe. But neither of us speaks. What is this? Raksha asks, sharper than ever. Our fortune, Bayern says and smiles. He steps forward, staring at the ground beyond the light. I follow his gaze and gasp. There's a circular gap in the ground, rimmed with a short platform. A sort of well. It is glowing, iridescent, filled to the brim with something that looks like liquid moonlight, its crystalline beauty overshadowing everything else. No, Raksha breathes. This is not what we came for. Is this the other metal in Zargonine? Cyril exclaims, looking from Bayern to the others, as if for denial. The elusive metal that combines with gold to form Zargonine. I only know one thing. Shade Man, is this what you were talking about? Will this cure Riven? You folk from above are insane, hisses the Shade Man. You cannot steal from the money boomy like you do from the surface. I turn to him, and he looks genuinely frightened for the first time since we captured him. What do you mean, steal? You cannot touch the blood well, he says. You will bring us all to calamity. Be quiet, Bayern says. He lifts his pike slowly and extends it toward the curtain of light, testing its limits. And good thing, too, because the second the metal touches the curtain, it sparks with a sharp shrill and 1,000 embers. We came to search for lost expedition members. Raksha's voice is getting higher, her grip on her polearm tightening. She exchanges glances with Thane, who adds, Exactly, not for an origin well in the money boomy. What's an origin well? I ask, even as understanding dawns on me. We've been misled. We have risked our lives, gotten injured, and died for a lie. Bayern's destination is nothing but this well. Not someone who needed help getting out. His brother and all of the other expeditions were searching for this place. This is not just a metal. It's the source of our lands. Thane shouts, all his soft restraint broken. This raw, holy substance will kill everyone if mishandled. Holy? We have no gods, Bayern says. There are still powers that move this world, Raksha asserts, stepping forward. The ocean is one, and so is an origin well. You will not destroy it. Suit yourself, Bayern says. But the powers that move this world belong to landers. I reach for my dagger, but Bayern is ready. He drops his pike and points 2 guns at us in a swift, practiced move.
Drop your weapons now. All of you.
What do you think you're doing? I say, heart pounding in my throat. We're in the depths of the world.
Drop your weapons,
He growls, pointing one of the guns straight at me. Riven whispers behind me, Cress. If it was just me, maybe I could have risked going head-to-head with someone wielding a gun. I drop my daggers.
Line up,
He says.
and you, Shademan, and you.
He points at Cyril.
Step away from everyone.
Cyril's face drains. What? What did I do?
Let the girl go, Bairn,
Raksha says harshly. But if he hears her, there's no stopping him.
Now, do me a favor and walk into the curtain. I need to test a theory.
The Shade Man recoils, as if branded, and gives a harsh cry. Cyril, bewildered, only stares at Beorn. I start speaking, but Ariadna places a hand on my shoulder and shakes her head. She gestures to the guns.
You are committing a sin,
The Shade Man says.
Walk in.
The Shade Man looks at us now, all his disdain gone, replaced with the look of a creature defeated in battle, eyes large and begging for reprieve. But none of us can do anything. Even without the guns, Riven and I are in no position to physically take on a man as big as Beorn. Yara is tied up, and I know the others won't move against him. They aren't fighters like me. Cyril, trembling visibly, takes a step forward to the curtain of light. It shimmers plaintively, lighting her up softly. And the Shade Man runs. Bang!
What the hell?
Riven shouts. The Shade Man slams to the ground. He looks back, shocked, at the bullet graze on the side of his bleeding foot. His face contorts with pain, his scream lodged in his throat.
That was a warning,
Beorn says maliciously. All I want right now is to kill Beorn. Grab a dagger and stab him the way I stabbed that red Stygic. I can feel my hands curling and uncurling at my sides. A loud buzzing fills my ears. So much so that my vision is starting to darken at the corners. How can we simply stand here? And yet, when I try to move, pain strikes like a wasp in my blood-crusted arm, forcing me to stay in place. This is not the kind of pain that became a companion. No. This is the kind that is burning me from the inside out. Thane, however, doesn't let anything stop him.
Let her go,
He yells, as he tackles Beorn from behind, and the two go smashing to the ground. Beorn swings his massive arm, but Thane manages to escape it. Beorn roars like a hurt Maristag and dodges a kick from Thane. As large as Beorn is, he's uncannily fast, too. Thane, a miner with no combat experience, is no match for him. Beorn drives an elbow into Thane's face. Blood spurts to the ground. It all happens so fast that I don't even have time to pull myself together. Raksha barely steps forward, polearm at the ready, only to stop. Beorn grabs a fistful of Thane's hair and crushes his throat with his wide arm.
move,
He barks at Cyril, pressing his arm tighter around Thane's neck.
or he dies.
Over the angry, humiliated tears of the Shade Man, Cyril's whimpers are loud too. She looks at me. Cress, please! Like I could save her from the entire world. My heart shatters. I force myself to move, forgetting the fear, one hand reaching out. But Beorn knows what to do.
He keeps one arm around Thane and points a gun to the miner's temple, too, stopping me dead in my tracks. Even as Thane struggles against his grip, Bayern says calmly,
"Either of you disobey me, and he dies."
"Let her go, Bayern!" I wheeze, tasting blood, heart hammering against my ribs with frustration. "Leave her alone! Leave him alone!" But the brute makes no indication that he's even heard me. Cyril watches Thane struggling to free himself from Bayern's grip, watches me trying to uselessly stand midway between her and the two men, and knows she's lost. Slowly, even as I keep shouting for her to stop, she makes her way to the curtain. The Shade Man, however, is still dragging. His gaze darts everywhere, as if somehow he'll escape this nightmare. And then, as if out of nowhere, he grabs a pointed rock and slams it to his throat. Or tries to. Bayern is there, faster than lightning. He shoves Thane out of the way and grasps the Shade Man's arm.
"If you want to die so bad, why do you fear a little light?"
Then he shoves the Shade Man right into a bewildered Cyril. Both of them tumble through the curtain. The curtain resists for a moment, stretching instead of making way, but then it does, and they vanish. "Where did they go?" I cry, stepping forward and stopping as Bayern turns to glare. We wait for several chaotic minutes, Riven by my side, Raksha cursing at Bayern, and Thane, a side of his face now bruised, murmuring prayers to the ocean, as if it will answer so deep beneath the ground. And even as Thane continues to pray, the curtain ripples, the same stretching movement, and the Shade Man steps out of it. He has an arm around Cyril, who is doubled over and choking. "Cyril!" Raksha and Thane reach for her. When the girl looks up, I gasp. The color of her eyes, black, has lightened. A film crusting over them, like a cataract blooming as we stare. And her skin is pale as milk, but it's splitting and cracking, leaving a network of bloody rivers forming silently, steadily over her colorless face. Down from her skull, along her face, hands. The blood slides down the fissures, snakes to the ground, and seeps within. The horror of it roots us all to where we stand. Slowly, emptied of the blood within her, Cyril slumps to the ground. I scream. Raksha shakes her, begging her to wake up, yelling about her new rock and her book and everything she wanted to see in the world. Bayern is unmoved. He grabs the map, then gathers the bags with our food, water, and other supplies.
"Ariadna, tie them up,"
he says, barely sparing a glance for Yara, who's been standing at the back, staring at the ground, a walking dead at this point. Even as he's speaking, though, the Shade Man takes off. Bayern shoots and misses. In a few seconds, he has disappeared into one of the gates. Bayern curses. Ariadna looks to me, then Riven, then takes the ropes from Bayern. She ties Thane, me, and Riven together. Bayern makes Ariadna tie herself to Raksha before securing them both himself.
"If I get out of here,"
Raksha growls,
"I will cut your heart out."
Bayern collects our compasses and torches.
"This well is very important for us. It will transform Kar Atish. Your miserable lives are contributing to our betterment. Take heart in it."
"Then take us back," I snarl.
"And let you convince everyone not to come down here to start the excavation? I don't think so. Our collector, His wisdom remains great, always meant for none of you to return. We needed to confirm how deadly this substance is. I suppose it is a game of luck. Some survive, while others...
He glances at Cyril, then back at us.
I would shoot you and end your misery for your service, but I'm almost out of bullets, and I might need them for the journey back.
I wonder if Badger knows this. If he did, he wouldn't have asked me to report about the creatures. Not that he'll care. Yara, Ansh, and I collectively drew half of his audience, but that doesn't matter. We will be replaced. We always were, replaceable. I watch as Bairn walks away from the company, his way lit with the torch, leaving us to die.
27. Thane and Raksha have been arguing for what feels like 1,000 years. Across from us, Yara, her breaths slow, keeps her head bowed as if in prayers, the way Thane was doing before. Thane, I understand, but what does she have to ask for anymore? I tried to remember what I did after my parents were gone. Nothing comes to mind except blurred skies and storms, as if I'm on the ground staring up. That can't be all I did, but try as I might, I can think of nothing else. Soon, I will have remembered my parents more than I have lived with them, if I live. Thickness swells in my throat, and I shake my head to get rid of the feeling. Maybe Yara is just waiting for this ordeal to finally end. I catch the last words from Raksha.
And Heron wouldn't agree to this. How can you be so sure? Your son may be a leader up there, but if they lure them down with the promise of freedom, why else did any of us agree? They'll be just as naive as us,
Thane barks. Raksha snarls and looks away. She believes Heron can keep those rebels from being swayed to come down until they see proof of Raksha's return. But I agree with Thane. The dust of this island has a way of getting to your brain, making you believe what you want to believe. And once Bairn reaches the surface, he can make up any story. If they bring in miners to dig in the origin well... Some miners have shade blood in their ancestry somewhere, and they'll be fine, which will convince them to continue. Thane says,
but the others?
They will all end up like Cyril, I say quietly. An end that no one deserved. Least of all, the girl who was so brilliant that she taught herself to read. So excited at the novelty of the ancient architecture and, of all things, a rock. A color she had never seen before. The rock was still in her backpack that Bairn has taken away. My hands tremble in their confines. It doesn't matter if Cyril is dead, only that I will take that ocean's damned rock back from that bastard. All Cyril wanted was to earn extra money to free her sister and niece from the salt pans. Who would inform them of their doomed fate now? All of us should have been smarter. That need for silver, for freedom, clouded all our judgment, made us trust those landers and let our guard down. But the Shade Man from before, he sensed the danger in Bairn, of an invasion even. Bairn said he might be a spy. So where are the others? Who has he gone back to? The thought of Shade blood being fine is rich irony, but I can't even laugh. The Shade folk have been dying for generations, leaving the caves vulnerable. That is what my mother always said. If I hadn't agreed to this mission, would something be different? Perhaps Ansh would be alive too. It doesn't matter now, I guess. All we can do is sit here and wither, unless a creature arrives and ends our misery. Thane tries to move his wrist against the ropes and fails to make any significant impact. Did you have to tie this so strongly? He had a gun to my head. Ariadna snaps. The panic and dread of being betrayed are gone.
In their place is anger anew. Not the kind that made me want to stab the red Stygic indiscriminately, but the kind I can wear and grow into. Of course the Collector planned this. Since when would any of them do something out of the goodness of their hearts? If there was ever any doubt, it is now incinerated. But to sit with this knowledge and die here is not what I want. I twist in my place, try to loosen the ropes, to pull my hands free, until I'm exhausted and my wrists turn into useless, bloody wrecks. If we had something, I begin. No one has any weapons left? The pale light from the curtain washes everyone a ghostly twilight echo. Raksha, in my line of sight, looks nothing like the miner she is. Stone, hard, and strong. Her face is drawn, and her eyes have turned bleak. I imagine what it would be like to fear if someone I loved was being lured to the same treachery I am suffering. But then, I glance at Riven. Maybe I don't have to imagine so far when he's right here. Riven has been my strength. I can't let him become my weakness. He's dying, and he chose it for you. You are his weakness. The thought gives me vertigo, even sitting down, as if I'm falling off the cliff into the sea. A sudden glimmer, a sudden hiss brings me back. It catches everyone's attention. An ashy smell cuts through the sickly metallic smell in the air. Yara, who has stayed quiet throughout, has lit a match and holds it upside down to the ropes tying her. Excruciatingly slowly, the embers weaving into the rope dance together and form a fire. She doesn't react at all, just lets the flame burn until the ropes turn black, curl, and the fire gets swallowed by the air. Yara lifts her wrists to herself, blowing at the blackened rings left behind, as if she only brushed them against a hard stone. Then, she looks up. What? He forgot to check me because I was already tied. Even if the insect is gone, we can't climb all that way up, I say, arms crossed. What a senseless idea.
You want to risk the other ways? Without a compass to show us the way back? Without light?
Thane says. We have light. I point to Yara, who has gone back to not speaking.
Which is what must be attracting the creatures in the first place,
Raksha says. We go on and on in circles about the way to move forward. Moving through the deep without a solid guide is a suicide mission. Staying here is death too. It is unfair and frustrating, like most of our lives, I suppose. Grass. I turn sharply at Riven's voice. He's leaning against a boulder, trying to stand straighter, one hand pressed over his heart. Beneath his shirt, the red has darkened. He looks up, and the pain of the corruption inside him is stark on his face, every feature twisted to an unfamiliarity. He holds out a hand and, before I can reach him, slumps to the ground. Riven! I grab his shoulders, staring at the ugly red void spreading down his chest in gnarled rivers. His face has gone white. I take his wrist, which was bruised by the ropes, and feel for his pulse. There is none. 28. We haven't played children's games in years. One of the last times was a rare calm day in the ocean. The gray cast on the island was wider, the stripes of gray in the mountains standing out instead of merging with the black. I was Seeker. Ashvin, Riven, and Maven hid along their neighborhood, finding fissures in the mountains and niches between cave houses. It was fun, at least until we found Riven lying motionless in a cove. He hadn't moved, even when Maven, then 9, bit him to wake him up, and I began panicking, crying. He opened his eyes then, and told me it was only a joke. It doesn't feel like a joke now. Riven? His name rips out of me, scratching its way along the walls of my throat. Please, wake up! I say again and again. You can't! You can't! His face is cold marble, eyelids a deep shade of blue, and the awful wound glows, death dressed in a beautiful, inviting light. I look up, tears streaming down, and turning the silhouettes of the company into smoke. Help me, please! Wake him up! Help! Raksha, Ariadna, and Thane stare back down at me, their eyes full of pity. Yara shakes her head, almost imperceptibly, as if she's trying to get rid of a wisp of a thought. For the first time, I notice that she still has quiet tears tracking down her face. She never did stop crying. Perhaps she never even realized she was crying. Is this the cost of her tears? What will I say to Ashvin and Maven? They will hate me. How much more will this island take from me? You did nothing when your father and mother died. You did nothing but hide. And now you let Riven suffer. You let him die. No! I shout, and the fury echoes back, billowing the fear of losing Riven and myself in my face. The constant, inexplicable pain of being in the dark magnifies, becoming a monster, insisting on waking up with full force now. If I don't bring Riven back to the island with me, I will never truly leave this place. I will never be whole again. My sobs catch in my throat, tears and breaths warring as I hold Riven, shaking him, willing him to wake up. Please, I beg, the pain from my wounds washing over me anew. Let the ocean move through him once more. The faint light of the curtain undulates over his face, as if moonlight touching him gently. But the coldness of death bounds ahead. And even as my hands curl into claws on Riven's shoulders, I hear Raksha, as if from a great distance through water. Grab something, a stone, quick! My head throbs dully with the impossible pain, thick with many tears still to come. I make myself look up. From the left arch of the cavern, opposite the one from where Bayern had fled, a silhouette emerges. Even as I stare at it, blinking rapidly to clear my vision, it splits into 7. 7 silhouettes against the shimmering twilight of the origin well, cloaked in dark brown, hands gripping spears taller than themselves, each so sharp it glints like stars in the curtain's light. They stream through the door and across the hall as one, drawn in a V formation, their leader setting the pace. Stay back! Raksha shouts, both her hands holding stones in place of her weapon. We don't want any trouble. Thane holds his hands up in surrender. They don't stop or indicate that they've heard us at all. I look down at Riven. If we have to run, I won't leave him, not here alone and in the abyss. The newcomers halt several meters away, but well within range to strike Raksha with a spear if they want to. For several seconds, they watch us, and when the silence grows unbearable, I shout, "Who are you? What do you want?" There comes no answer. Only the rising of a mist, a sharp, rotten, sweet smell, and the sudden darkening of my vision. And then, nothing. I come up to a sharp pain along the sides of my temple, an ache thudding in my ears every time I breathe. My eyes stay closed as I collect my senses. The ground beneath my face is hard and cold, but not as sharp as the ground of the caves. My mouth is parched, tongue roughened like dry leather, and hunger claws at my insides with the fiery talon of a worm lizard. Every breath is hard. If I close my eyes, I know what I'll see. It's why I keep them shut tight, pretending. The dark is all around me. I know it. And it's not like before, when I had others around me. Right now, the silence is enlarged, waiting for me to acknowledge it. My breathing quickens. We were ambushed by 7 strangers, and now, here I am, trapped. You can't avoid it forever. Reluctantly, I open my eyes to the dark looming over me, filling the expanse, grinning with terrifying smugness. Come closer, the dark says. I'm hyperventilating, trying to slow my breathing. Focus, Cress. I place my hands on the wall, drag myself up, head pounding still. Slowly, I move my way around, going wall to wall. No windows. Nothing. Then, I come to the door far too quickly. This is a cell. A very small, claustrophobic cell. The bars locking me in are stone, as if jutting straight out of the ground and merging with the ceiling. But that can't be. They put me in here somehow. Those strangers. Are they the Shade Folk? Who else could it be? Bayern, that traitorous bastard, did say the Shade Man with us was a spy. Did he bring them to us? And where are the others? Riven! Black fire roars in my chest, hurtling through my veins. He can't be dead. No. No! I need to see him. Save him. Take him back to his brothers. They don't deserve this, not after watching their mother die. They need him. I need him. I rattle the bars, screaming, "Let me out!" But the bars don't budge, even when I slam at them with everything, battering them, trying to pull them apart with as much violence as I can muster. This can't be real. I can't have been torn from Riven like this. Not at the last moment when he needed me the most. He can't be all alone, dead here. He said he had so many things to say to me. I do too. How could I not say them? My insides burn so much. I want to split myself open. Lay down every memory and pain and joy that is in me. Release everything I want to tell Riven, but never could. I've lost my parents. I don't want to lose Riven. I can't bear it. I remember my mind used to constantly split into options. I would work in the pits, earn enough to get myself out of here, enough to even leave some silver to Riven and his brothers. My dream of Chandrabad, always on the horizon. I remember I was a Cress who fought monsters, surrounded by people who cheered for death in the ugliness of that pit. But what are my options now? What would that Cress do? Break these bars and then what? What is there outside these walls but more of the dark deep? There's only one thing I can do now. Cry. Cry so much that my insides melt and I dissolve into my own tears. It's my fault that Riven died. He came here for me. It's my fault that Cyril and Ansh died. I came here to protect them and failed. I am the kin killer the island had always prophesied. Don't do this, I yell, not knowing myself what I mean anymore. My voice echoes in the small spaces. I fall to my knees, crying in earnest now. No one answers. 29. Hours later, when my face swells up with the tears, shed and unshed, I hear footsteps. A sharp crackle rends the air with the ferocity of a blade drawn, and a single candle comes to life, bobbing up and down, as the person carrying it descends stairs straight across from the bars on my cell. It's the 7 strangers. The one leading them lifts their hood. It falls back to reveal a bald, brown-skinned man. a network of white lines drawn on his face like runes. In the flame of the candle, his eyes burn a brilliant green, defying any logic of light and colors. It lends him an ageless, otherworldly quality. Like any second, he could merge with the air, vanish. My breath catches in my throat. The 7 strangers are shade folk. A piece of history, of legend, come to life in front of my eyes. Not just a single wanderer hiding in the dark, trying to cling to civilizations lost to ages, trying to scare us into leaving his home alone. My hands shake as this shade man, the leader perhaps, assesses me. In that one short look, I know he knows. He knows who I am, and whose blood flows in my veins. My mother, the descendant of shade folk, the one whose ancestors left the caves and found themselves a life above the ground. Somehow, her and my father blasting off sections of the mines while they were people inside isn't the worst thing about her. What do you want? My words are strangled. Why have you locked me in? Where are my friends? What happened to Riven? Is he still alive? That shade man said you people have healers among you, that you could help with the wound. Please, please help him.
We make the demands here,
The leader says. His voice is deep and gravelly, a strike of boulders against mountains. I press my face against the bars, hands curled tight around them, and spit at the ground. There's my answer to your demands. The man on his right bristles, but the leader remains still, not even a wince. He only says,
Why were you at the blood well? You, specifically, with your ancestry.
My blood chills. You don't know anything about me.
We know you would betray the blood in your veins for a few silver coins.
Dark anger ripples in my gut.
You will all face the justice you deserve.
Does he mean Riven too? Where is Riven? How is he? Is he... I can't bring myself to complete the thought. Even when I try, I can't keep the tears from falling. I hate that these people are witness to my helplessness. The leader turns, followed by the others, taking the only chance I may have to see Riven. I'm one of you! I scream. Does that mean nothing to you?
And what have you done for us, save bringing destruction to our doors? What is your claim to the community you demand help from?
What are you talking about? We were stranded in that chamber. We don't want anything from you. None of us knew where we were going. The shade folk exchange looks, as if I said something deeply perplexing. Then, uneven footsteps come down the stairs behind the 7. So at odds with the sharp control and elegance with which these men stand. Someone limps up from behind the 7, face half-limbed in light from the candle. You! I cry. The shade man, our spy, shrugs.
Me.
My grip on the bars tighten. Please, where is Riven? He looks at the leader, who waves a hand, and then reaches for the bars. Even as I watch, he opens them without any keys or any movement I can decipher. The stone groans as he pulls the door out. For a moment, I feel supremely foolish. If he could open the door without any keys, maybe I could have too.
Whatever you're thinking, that's not it,
The shade man says.
Now come if you want to see your Riven.
They take me past similar chambers in narrow halls, up a tight corkscrew staircase lit with an actual sconce at the top, and then stop in front of a large stone door. This one has guards outside. More shade folk. All of them living here like it's the most natural thing in the world.
None of them have had to shove their hands in the dust and grime of the mines. None of them have lived under the brutal chains of the landers. Inside the oval room, on a slab, lies Riven. The room is lit with thick, glossy black candles that look like they're made of stone, not wax. I hurtle across, my stomach colliding with the cold stone of the slab. His skin is pale, almost bloodless, lifeless, except for the shining red wound still pulsing. The floor sways beneath my feet, my hands on either side of his face, my tears slipping on his lips. As if I had been thirsty for an age and he's a well of water. Don't do this to me, Riven, I breathe. Wake up, please. Even as I say it, though, I know it's useless. He won't get up now. He's broken every promise he ever made me. But I won't leave him here, in this cold, lonely room, deep beneath the ground, where no one knows he's the brightness of 1,000 candles. I hate him. I hate him for leaving. He knew how alone I would be without him, and yet he left me. I clutch at him tighter. The soot of the mines, the faint smell of the rebrew soap. Pain erupts in the center of my body, and I wail like a broken bird. I cry like I never got the chance to cry for my parents.
You saved one of us,
The voice of the leader says, breaking my sobs.
We do not carry blood debts. So, despite your traitorous nature, we will be willing to help the boy.
I turn to face him, letting him see the tears and the harshness. You wasted time on purpose so he could die, and then you could pretend to help. The shade folk watch me impassively for a moment. Then the leader says,
Creatures of the deep are not like the ones you know. They kill rarely. He's not dying. He's turning into a skinapunk.
I blink. A whistling blasts in my ears, sharp and keen. I look back at Riven, wipe my tears and ash from my face, leaving behind congealed blood, and really look at him. He hasn't moved, but the skin around the wound is cracking. The glow of the red threads already on his heart is now pulsing softly within the veins in his hands. He's alive? Is that what you're saying? I knew he couldn't. He wouldn't. I breathe, my mind a jumble and every word a puzzle I have to work through. I throw myself at the feet of the leader. Help him, then, please. I'll do anything.
It will not come without a price.
Anything, I repeat fiercely. The salt of tears slips inside my mouth. My prices are mine to pay.
A blood oath,
Says the leader.
to repay a favor when needed.
I narrow my eyes, bubbling tears stinging harshly. What are they playing at? This seems too easy. Oaths, with blood or not, are for people who put honor and trust above everything else. Maybe someone like Thane or Ruksha would be scared of this. They would probably come back for whatever favor is asked of them. Why would I? For strangers at that. I wouldn't even be on the island if it's up to me. They could never even find me. Fine by me, I say quickly. He extends his hand, and I place mine in it. One of the others hands him a blade without a hilt, black and stone-like. Obsidian? This is going to hurt. But it's nothing if Riven will get off this deathly cold slab and walk away. The blade pierces the center of my palm, and I hiss. Dark blood wells up in my hand, gushing toward my sloping fingers. The Shademan places his own hand below mine and collects the dripping blood. Things like this grotesque ritual
Must be why my mother's ancestors left. Thank the ocean for their sense of normalcy. If these people live like this, how many of them could truly be here? Is it done? I ask. What now? The Shade Man flicks a glare toward me before slicing the hand with my blood on it. That gets me worse than when he cut me. I force my wretch down. He lets his blood merge with mine, then slip in a sticky waterfall toward the ground. And astonishingly, the blood gets soaked up within seconds.
Now it is done,
The Shade Man says.
We will call you when we have need of you, Crescent Dune, and you will not refuse if you want to live.
Then he delves into his robes and pulls out a crystal bottle cut into a sharp rectangle. It contains a clear viscous liquid, made obvious only by the thick shimmering ribbons twirling softly inside.
An antidote,
He says, and gestures with a graceful movement of his hand.
Skinapunk is a formidable villain. Its poison will turn a living being into another Skinapunk, no longer a human. Death is preferable.
The leader hands the bottle to the Shade Man, who was our hostage. I watch, my breath held, as the Shade Man raises Riven's chin and opens his mouth. He tips the liquid in Riven's mouth, then holds his head down and chin up. A little of the antidote dribbles out, but the rest goes down Riven's throat. For several moments, nothing happens. Dread locks around my stomach. It was too good to believe, I think. Riven's gone. He's not. Riven gasps. The narrow chamber echoes with the sound. He coughs, convulses. The luminescence of the red pulses once, twice, then slowly, it starts fading. Another sharp gasp. My nails dig into my palms, but I can't physically bring myself to open my fists, as if one wrong movement would cause this illusion to shatter. Riven takes a deep, shuddering breath. His hand trembles, and I catch it. Riven? I'm here, I breathe. Can you hear me? His hand moves, taking mine with it toward his chest. He rests our hands there, breathing harshly, as if in pain. And then slowly, his eyes open and find me immediately. It's real. It's not an illusion. Those are his eyes. I know them anywhere. I launch myself at him, throwing my arms around him, my heart leaping out of its cage. I thought your pulse wouldn't. I was so afraid. He doesn't say anything, just moves his hand on my back to hold me tighter, even though his strength hasn't returned. That simple touch unleashes everything within me, and I start to weep uncontrollably. I help him sit up, never letting go of him, clutching him to me, like I could fuse our bones together. We stay like that for several moments, at once long and short, holding on to each other. 30. The Shade Folk waste no time in dragging us back from the room. I hold Riven's hand tight as we're directed down the hallway. His posture is unsteady, but he puts an arm around my shoulders and manages to move, even as his confused gaze lingers on the drying blood on my hands. From the inside, no one can tell this place is carved so deep in the ground. It feels like just another walkway in the collector's compound. But no one above the ground could even fathom how far beneath this place exists, and how much farther into the deep this place goes. Walking here now, when I can think properly, see what's in front of me, I also notice that the chambers outside are cells too, and they hold the rest of the company. Raksha! I cry. Are you okay?
Crescent?
She calls, voice strong. She steps close to the bars.
I'm fine. You?
And, oh, you. Her eyes widen as she stares at Riven next to me. He nods to her. Ariadna and Yara also come to stand at their bars, confusion plain on their faces even in the dark. Where's Thane? I ask, looking around. What have you done with our friend?
I'm here,
Comes Thane's voice. I whirl. He walks toward us from the far end of the hallway, coming up from the staircase behind another shade man, hands tied. He was kept separate from the others, like me too. I search his face for any sign of torture. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like he's hurt. Interrupting our reunion, the leader says, his forbidding voice at odds with the calm.
Normally, we would have killed you.
No! Raksha and I snap simultaneously. We look at one another. Despite being still locked up, her mouth is set in a grim line, and I nod at her. If it comes down to it, I will fight. Even if they're all armed with glaives, I have taken down beasts bigger than any of them. Now, especially, when Riven is okay. I have to get him back to his brothers. I have to get out of this pit. Riven was right. Thinking that this island would spit me out only if I let it swallow my bitterness whole once was a mistake. I won't have him pay for it. Riven steps between me and the Shade Man. Don't...
I feel fine,
he says.
but
Says the leader.
this much is clear. You have not come here to seek the Bloodwell.
The Shade Man who traveled with us steps forward.
It was the one called Beorn, wasn't it? He brought you here in deceit.
Yes, Thane cuts in, stepping up to stand next to Riven and me. We were told we were looking for survivors from a previous expedition, that they had gotten lost, but they were alive down here. It occurs to me now that the previous expedition met the same fate as us, the Shade Folk.
It does not matter what their intention is or isn't. They now know where the Bloodwell lies like those others,
Says the right-hand man of the leader.
Letting them go is a mistake. They will bring in more and make a void of the well. They will have destruction. We want nothing to do with the Origin Well,
Raksha says, hands crushing the bars of her cell.
We only want to go home. So why do you have 2 children of shade among you?
Blood pounds in my ears. I hope the ground opens up and swallows me whole because I... 2, I say, as comprehension dawns. I look to my companions wildly. Not Riven or Yara. So, one of Thane, Ariadna, or Raksha are Shadefolk?
Shadefolk aren't real.
Ariadna cuts in from her cell. The Shade Man from before rolls his eyes at her.
They're just stories miners make up to entertain each other.
Well, perhaps not, Ariadna.
And yet, here we stand,
The leader says. A simple statement, but the miners' faces tell all. This is not a reality they want to contend with. One Shade Man they can deal with. Tell themselves it's just someone who has made a home down here, despite the halls we have moved through. Denial will do that. After all, Shadefolk are stories, myths, shadows in the dark. They are the demons that grab children if they play near the mines. They are monsters who will devour miners if they go in too deep. They are cloud and thunder, and whispers and wraiths. They aren't real. They aren't human. They aren't a whole population with their own leaders and healers, caves made to hold prisoners, much more. Ariadna stares at the ceiling of the hallway from her cell, then says softly,
You built all this on your own? You live down here all alone?
You live up there all alone?
The leader asks. Riven and I exchange glances. We have the same look on our faces, I can't believe this is happening. Thane tries again. We told you, we are stranded. That is the only reason we are here. All we want is to go back and never disturb your blood well. It is a strange way to refer to this origin well, from where the veins draw the viscous raw substance that merges with gold and forms the ore of Zargonine. Blood. The thought sends a shiver through me.
You saved one of us, for which we thank you,
says the leader, and the one who interjected before scoffs.
For only this and your oaths that you will not betray the location of this well, you may return unharmed.
Oaths without blood,
says the second in command Shademan.
Flimsy words for those who breathe too much of the ash they call air.
As opposed to the rot you breathe? I say without thinking. The Shademan lifts off his hood. There is uncommon hatred in his burning blue eyes, set in a narrow square face. He reminds me of my mother. A shiver crawls across my jaw. I wonder if somehow I'm related to any of these people. He stares right at me while saying,
We cannot trust them. They will have to pay the price with blood like the others. That is the only way.
And that's my suspicion confirmed. They are the ones killing the previous expeditions. We can go back and prevent others from coming down here, I say hurriedly. It's the only thing that they seem to care about. Look at us. We are battered and beaten. I hold out my arm. The skin has vanished behind the crusted blood. The torn sleeve clings to it, and I don't know what the wound itself looks like. I'm too scared to check. The palm of my other hand is also wrapped in a bandage from the fight with the Skinapunk.
We did not come here on our own. Let us go,
Thane adds. The 7 shade folk, in near total silence, form a circle to confer. The remaining man leans against the wall next to Ariadna's cell. He watches her squirm under his scrutiny, amused. I want to go back, of course, but I also can't help but wonder if that is truly the best for these people. Would Raksha, Thane, Ariadna, and Yara really keep this quiet? A society of people living beyond the ruins of an ancient city deep in the ground of our island and seemingly guarding the origin well of the substance that forms Zargonine. In caves they have transformed to live in. How can anyone not speak of this? And how many others on the island are like me, descendants of these shadefolk, who are keeping this secret among themselves? The only reason I didn't know the extent of these people's lives, it seems, is because my mother died before she could tell me that her stories aren't mere stories. After what seems like an age gone, the 7 break their conference. The lone shade man stands up and takes a deferential step back as the leader walks to us.
You may leave,
says the leader.
But to stop the one called Beorn, not to spread news of the Bloodwell. The children of Shade are charged with keeping the well of God's blood full and intact. It is our mandate, our purpose in life, since we have lived beneath the ground. The Bloodwell is ours alone and will remain so. If you do not heed, we will not only continue killing every last one who steps in our domain, but perhaps be forced to take this into your homes.
The ordinary shade man slowly unlocks the rest of the cells. Even though we're at their mercy, Raksha steps out, looking mutinous, rubbing her wrists. Not at the request, if that's what it is, but at the way he speaks. Baron isn't wrong about one thing. These people will not share their resources, even if anyone asked nicely. They do not need us. Thane, on the other hand, exhales, and his tense shoulders fall. We promise. All we want.
Yes, we heard,
says the second in command, sounding bored. Thane swallows his words. I look at him, and his face reflects the same indignation I feel. This shade man is dismissing us like we chose to put our lives at risk.
You will allow us to wrap a blindfold around your eyes, says the leader. For our safety, we will not have anyone who sees into our city leave. You will be escorted back to where we found you, and you may make your way back. The one who died from the god's blood will remain here.
She has a family, Thane says and glowers. They deserve the peace of seeing her off to the ocean.
And how will you explain to anyone her wounds?
Bewildered, the company stares at each other. In the corner, Yara watches it all with dull eyes, saying nothing. As if just waiting for them to kill us if that's what it takes to end her nightmare. On the other hand, if she was at her best, we'd probably be devolved into fighting the Shade Folk with claws and teeth.
It is best for all of you to keep your lives and leave,
the second in command drawls.
That is more than enough.
I look at Riven, who is still pale from the wound. The redness has stopped glowing, but it stays, a reminder of the injury. We had the whole underground to cross, filled with claustrophobic tunnels and mazes and monstrous creatures, and nothing to fight them with. I start. We will need help in returning.
That is your business. We spare your life as you spared one of ours. The debt is paid. How you keep that life is on you.
31. The back of my head is beginning to throb. Or, I guess, finally making itself known now that things are slightly calmer. Dread roils in my stomach, which interferes with my ability to focus on foraging for the mushrooms in the corners of the hall. At the far side, the brilliant light of the curtain that protects the blood well breathes softly. Before leaving, the shade man, the normal one, took off our blindfolds and told us we could collect food for our journey back. He meant the glowing mushrooms in the nooks, and no way of telling which ones are poisonous. You can't give us something from your secret city? I asked him. And he answered the only way he always seems to, shrugging. But Thane insisted on collecting them anyway.
Easy, he says now. You're collecting fungi, not breaking the island.
I look down. My hand is red with effort as my palm grasps the head of the mushroom, meaning to wrench it out at once. Sighing, I loosen my grip and move to pick it out from the stem.
I would if I could,
I mutter.
What's this island done for any of us?
Thane pauses, his eyebrows drawn down.
It gave us shelter. We are always indebted to our islands for saving us when we were lost on the wild seas. The ocean might seem indifferent, if not outright hostile. Not in any sense we might understand, but because it is a far greater power. Its vast majesty and unpredictability are not for us to ever know. Our problems, perhaps even our existence, are too insignificant for it. But these lands, they were there when we needed them.
He sounds like the Shade Folk. I open my mouth to argue, but then say nothing.
It's not like he's wrong.
Admonished quietly, I continue my foraging. Several minutes later, Riven joins me. Involuntarily, I hold my hand back so he doesn't see the new injury from the blood oath. If he knew, he'd blame himself for getting me hurt. Even if it's not true, even if the opposite is true, it's how his mind works.
Mushrooms are good, he says. Saves us from your terrible cooking.
I scowl at him.
What are you doing? Go sit. I'm fine.
His eyes crinkle, but I can hear the strain in his voice.
And I need to get away from Ruksha's grumbling. Heron won't do this, Heron won't do that. It's driving me insane.
What do you think he'll do, Heron? Riven shrugs.
The little I understand, I don't think he would trust the collector. But if his mother's missing, who knows how he deals with his grief?
I open my mouth,
But he continues, things aren't great at the mines, you know that. But these past few months have been especially bad. Salonia's landmaster has redoubled her efforts to assume direct control of Kar Atish, and it's made things jittery for everyone. Even May has been hanging around Heron and his crew. And we all know we can't rely on Salonia's rebels. Their caste prestige is more important to them. They fight the hunters and among themselves. That's all there is to it. Riven continues, which is why they are scattered, and Heron is forcing the elders to deal with things here ourselves. We cast a glance toward the company, where Ruksha is still going on to the passive group. We can't tell anyone what we saw here, I say softly. It's for all our good. There's a subtle change in Riven's eyes, almost invisible. He smiles as if he's found what he's looking for. What? I frown. He shrugs, still smiling, and his eyes lighten up. I hate when you do this, I hiss. And I hate that you're even here. If something happened to you, I would have I clench my teeth. That fear of seeing him lie still had frozen all my senses. Even the dark wasn't as scary as that. He holds me in his hand, and if he dropped me, I would shatter. It is a frightening thought. Riven raises a brow. You would have what? Died. Where does this sentiment even come from? We were talking about rebels and miners, Salonia and its landmaster. We were talking about Ruksha and her son. Finish what you were saying, Cress. Flushed, I only say, you should have stayed above. At least I wouldn't be worried about you and could handle things better down here. I start walking away, a bunch of glowing mushrooms in my arms, when Riven pulls me back to him. So close to the wound that I'm afraid I'll hurt him. His heart beats so loud, I can hear it over mine, pressed against his chest. He has never held me quite like this, his arms circled around me like he would never let go. Heat roars through me, turning my blood to fire, as if I could burn to ashes by his only touching me. My gaze drinks in his nearness, so familiar and yet so unnerving. The plane of his chest, the column of his throat. His gaze is deep and startling, and so intent that I look down again, unable to bear it all of a sudden. My heart pounds in my chest, my pulse high and my wrists pressed against him. Can he feel it? Can he hear it? Look at me, Cress, he says softly. If I look at you, I will be undone. He lifts my face, forcing me to meet his eyes. Our lips are barely a cruel inch apart. And for a moment, I feel like we would always stay this way, this close, where nothing ever comes between us and there's no problem in the world that we can't deal with. I don't have to think about what the tremors of my heart mean. I don't have to guess if he's good to me because that's just who he is, or if he really... What do you think would happen to me if something happened to you down here? He asks, soft as seagrass. How could I not worry out there alone? My voice is a bare whisper. It's not worth you getting hurt. Riven closes his eyes and leans forward so our foreheads touch. Every feeling in me shoots down to this touch, this ravenous desire ripping through me. He breathes against my lips. How long are we going to play this game, Cress? We've played enough games, running around, hiding and seeking, laughing and crying together as we grew up. And if this is also a game, it's not like the ones I'm used to. This game is one with stranger rules, and I'm struggling to find my footing. Every beat of my heart is loud and almost painful, unbearable, and everything inside me is too much. My skin strained and
I want to do something terrible. Something so desperate it echoes in our blood and bones. Forget about why I can't let this happen. Forget that I want to leave this island, and I can't tie myself down. We have water! Ariadna's enthusiastic shout fills the hall. Like a whip crack, I step back from Riven, realizing that the others are still around.
When we get out of here, I'm going to kill her,
Riven murmurs. I let out a low laugh, blood still pounding in my ears, and begin picking up the mushrooms that had fallen from my arms. Of course, Ariadna had to interrupt. What would have happened if Ariadna hadn't interrupted? What would it feel like to kiss Riven? To let him touch me as I know he wants to, as I want him to? Why have I been fighting this feeling, him, for so long? Because, reminds the voice at the back of my head, everything will be ruined if it goes wrong. Is that what you want? The thrill of a moment destroying a lifetime of friendship before you leave this island forever? But even that reminder doesn't stop me from filling my mind with Riven's name as we join the others. They huddle together, silhouetted against the curtain of light that watches them with equal attention. Ariadna has filled our skins with a trickling stream along the walls.
The water is filthy, by the way,
she says. I sit down. Riven doesn't, opting to stand away from me pointedly, and add my collection of mushrooms to Thane's in the middle of our circle.
as opposed to the water that is drenched in dirt and soot?
Raksha raises a brow. Even now, her anger at Beorn burns in her eyes. Her mouth is pressed in a thin line, jaws clenched. It breaks the spell Riven cast, bringing back the taste of ash and rage, because I know that she is reliving every lie the Landers told to bring us here. A quick way to get some money, pay off any debts, or get some necessary medications for family. Try to build something. The lure of silver. The promise of freedom. They knew which ones of the miners, and the fighters of the pit, to target. Which ones of us wanted our different freedoms from their grip. Badger conspired to trap me. He probably concocted beautiful lies for Yara and Anj too. And where is Anj now? Lost in the darkness they shoved us into. Cyril? She deserved a lifetime to explore the world like she wanted, to learn everything she could, to build something new in the way only curious people like her are capable of. She deserved to see her sister and niece freed. And Riven. The skin at the center of his chest is darkened red still, even though the wound has been neutralized. A scar will form there, a reminder of his time in this doom. What was I expecting? To move away from this island, I chose to go deeper in. Because of Beorn and whatever he needed to prove on behalf of his brother. He knew the mission was a lie, yet he didn't relent when Riven was hurt. I was begging him to let me go back. I tried to imagine him letting us go. My mind balks at the image. Beorn is a venerated sea captain and war hero. He's a lander. And for a lander, the rest of us are barely human. It makes things easier for them if they don't see us as being worthy of the same life as them. Our loved ones could bleed in front of us, and they will still demand that we finish our jobs for them first. Everything must serve them. I came down the island as the protector, but I couldn't even stand up for myself. Beorn treated us like Badger treats the beasts in the arena. He would have let Riven die as easily as a mine caves in on the workers. The thought makes me feel like a fool. That I believed his promise of letting us access the Collector's doctors. All he cared about is more metal and resources his people would force us to dig for. I should have killed him that night, instead of trying to sneak away with everyone's things and leaving them stranded. It would have solved everything. Ansh and Cyril would be alive too. Ever since my parents died and left me alone, helpless, I've survived through the strength of my will. To the point that I almost believed the way my mother told me I was unstoppable. That I would come out alive in every fight, no matter what monster Badger throws at me. And one day, that very belief would take me away from this island of nothingness. It will have me breathe under freer skies. Down here, that strength changed into something else. Something different and darker. I don't feel as I did on the island. Ansh dying was not the triumph I always thought I would feel when I'd fantasize about the twins losing in the arena so I would be the only champion left. Now, I have no words left for Yara. Certainly, no words to taunt her. There was no need for Cyril's death either. I could have gone instead. I would survive because of my mother's blood, like the Shade Man did. But I hadn't known, and everything happened so fast. Now, there's only one thing that would make things better. Avenge Ansh and Cyril, and even Riven's hurt. The rage simmering underneath for so long boils over, burning my throat. This anger is useful. It has cleared my head many times before, when the voices grow too loud and unconstrained. But what I need now is not just a clear head, but a clear purpose. Bayern is my purpose. He is the enemy. Hurt him like he hurt you and Riven. But if I just hurt him, he will come back stronger. He will deploy the Collector's full power and then bring Salonia's army behind them. Isn't that how the story of the Nog Dragon goes? Cut off one head and another grows back. I'm not the monster they think I am, but I'm no better than one either. Bayern has to die, and I have to be the one to kill him. 32. The small pile of mushrooms gets even smaller within a few minutes as we gorge on, without much thought to their poisonous capabilities. All of us are exhausted and hungry. Our backpacks had enough food and water to last us over a month, but it's all in the hands of Bayern. It's not the first time miners have had to make a choice between satiating hunger for the moment without knowing if it might be their last morsel, or die of it painfully later. It won't be the last. So we're about 8 days from the mine entrance, I say. The taste of the slickness in the water coating my tongue. 9. Ariadna cuts in. Are you sure? I've been keeping track. You've had a lot going on, she says gently. Okay, so we must leave now, I say, ignoring the sudden itchiness along my arms. The new tattoo at my wrist didn't have time to calm down, I think. We have to stop Bayern from getting out and luring even more miners down to their deaths. How can we do that in time? Raksha says. He has the compasses, fire, everything he might need. And what do we have except the fear of getting lost in the labyrinths forever? I can't deny that. We have all seen Ansh and Cyril die cruelly. Don't forget the monsters, Thane says. And the madness, I add. They all look to me at that. There's no point in hiding it from them anymore. The better we understand our surroundings, the more prepared we will be. When I was in the labyrinth alone, before Ariadna came to get me, I thought something had gotten into me. Like a voice that wasn't my own, making me think things, almost making me want to give up. And I believed it too. It was like I couldn't separate what was in front of me and what was that voice in my head. Well, I turned to Ariadna, not until I had your torch's flame break that hold in my head. They're all quiet. Maybe I made a mistake. And now they'll think I am mad and nobody would want to follow me. There are often people who stayed working too much in the mines, who lost their senses, began seeing things that weren't there, hearing voices. They were almost always let go because they weren't fit to work and would put others in danger. Is that what I did? Admitted that I might be a danger to the others. But Riven only asks quietly,
Why didn't you say something?
I shrug, not looking at him.
But you're saying keeping a fire with us might help?
Ariadna asks. That's what it felt like to me.
The problem is, Raksha says, we don't have fire. Yara's matches won't last for 9 days. Probably more, given, once again, that we do not have compasses.
We know that we've been traveling westward all throughout the journey, I say. If we go through the gate Bayern left from, we will be moving north first. We go through and then find the first opportunity to cut to the right. What happens when we get attacked by something that will kill us with one swipe of a giant claw? Yara asks finally. Her face is swollen, lumpy in places, and her eyes are almost slits. She wears the haunting look of the almost dead, and I know she doesn't actually care whether she lives or dies, because she's aware of what happens if we come across something we can't fight. She just wants to make sure everyone sees how ill-equipped I am to answer these questions. But I have to convince them. So it's a death sentence either way. We might as well try. Riven adds,
And we're forgetting, we still have 2 of the best fighters in the pits.
He looks at me, the seriousness in his tired eyes softening as he does. For a strange moment, I think I see a flicker of red, but I blink and it vanishes. No, it's just the image from before, still burnt in my mind.
Bayern cannot survive the labyrinths on his own, so he will be slow.
Riven continues.
He will want to avoid the monsters. He will wait. It's an even field. We can reach him, but we must try.
The dead cannot try, Yara says quietly. I swallow hard. For a long while, my only goal in life has been to escape this island, scrub myself off it, and it off me. But would that have really changed anything inside? The loneliness that has plagued me for the past 8 years. The anger at the cruel hand this life has dealt me. Would leaving Riven and escaping this place have helped me get rid of that? Or would I carry it with me everywhere I go if I let even more people die and not do anything about it? I shake my head. Involuntarily, my gaze returns to Yara. There's nothing I can do for her. The pain that has come to her because of me. But perhaps I can keep someone else from going through this. She too has suffered anew because of Bayern. I try to speak, but my tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. I try again, telling them what they need to hear in this moment. We owe the dead, then, I say. I look each of the company left in the eye. This is now a mission of our lives. We have to survive and make sure no one else dies down here for someone else's greed. If we come across monsters, I will fight them to my last breath if it gives anyone here a chance to escape. I won't let Bayern win. I have spent my life running from my parents and their actions, but let me do something right here. Speaking of my parents has changed the air. A wiry caution emerges in everyone again. Thane, who might have wanted me dead when he realized who I was, watches me with a frown between his brows. Riven, on the other hand, has that strange, small smile once more. It's almost like he's in on a joke, something that I haven't caught up to yet. Raksha stands. She reaches one hand to me.
We better get moving fast, then.
33. Our makeshift torches, made of the blindfolds wrapped on long pieces of stone and lit with Yar's matches, aren't half as bright as the ones Bayern stole from us. They flicker too much, flames desperately clinging to the fabric, every second threatening to go out and leave us in the absolute dark. Better than nothing, I remind myself, as I step cautiously ahead. Behind me, every now and then, someone bumps into the wall or hits their head on an outgrowth. The gate that Bayern left from leads into narrow tunnels that slope upward. They are cut without logic in some places, giving the impression of broken bones and limbs that never set and now jut out of the skin like rag dolls. On the walls are drawings. In the low, shivering flame, they turn monstrous, and I have to remind myself they're only figures on the wall. But these are not like the ones at the stupa. They are newer. White chalk human figures, beasts stranger still, and awful half-man, half-beasts. The thought fills me with revulsion. There are other sketches, rows of caskets wrapped in chains. I quickly look away from those. Whatever stories the Shade Folk tell one another for entertainment, I don't want to know. The children of Shade are charged with keeping it full and intact. Who charged them with this duty, and what does it mean? Why do they need to hoard the blood well for themselves? Maybe the children of Shade still believe in gods like the Empyrean elders, and the blood well is some kind of shrine. After all, they disappeared down Kar Atish from the very first time we arrived on these shores. They never really lived in a world where people moved on, shed old beliefs, and embraced the reality of the sun and the ocean and the islands being all that governs life. I wish my mother were alive, that she could tell me the secrets of our islands. But if my mother knew those secrets, were they somehow related to her trying to destroy the mines? She and my father killed so many people that day. What was that for? So many questions, and no one I can turn to. Raksha murmurs behind me.
If we weren't entangled in a game of invasion and hostilities, I wonder what the Shade Folk could tell us about the world below. How they crafted their homes, and how they learned to build architecture like that. Stories they found out of their experiences. How they survived down here. Maybe we could provide something to them too. Our mutual exchange of ideas could have made something better of this island.
The landers would die before letting us make anything better that isn't immediately beneficial to them, Thane says. In the dark, he sounds far away. Or maybe he is. Everyone still moves slowly, each step measured. The Shade Folk don't want anything to do with us, Ariadna reminds us.
For no fault of theirs, Raksha says. There was a time when things weren't so sharply divided between the world above and the world below. We have enough stories that must have emerged somewhere in the middle.
I throw a quick glance over my shoulder. The only stories I can think of are the ones drawn across the walls. Those aren't ones anyone above the ground would know. Should know.
Tell us of these stories from the middle,
Riven says.
It might help keep our minds off the dark.
Raksha hums.
Well, there is one I know well. The story of Theseus and the labyrinth. In the time of the stone breaking, the mouth of the first cave yawned open. From within came the roars of a half-man, half-beast. It was a strange creature that hungered, trapped inside for ages alone. The leader of the Atish clan descended into the cave and said, "Look, beast, what I have brought for you." It was a stone candle, its wick lit. The creature was, it turned out, a child. And so it was enamored by the novelty of light and told the Atish leader that it would be to him as a child is to a parent if he so wished. The Atish leader laughed. For what good would a monster for a child do?
Nevertheless, the Attish leader let the monster call him father, and from that day on, he became known as the Monster Tamer. Fools came, far and wide, to challenge the monster and claim the title. But they all came, armed with knives and rocks and fists and poison. None brought him the novelty father had. So the monster met them with its own claws and fangs, the only offering it had for them. When the time came for father's reign to be handed over, others called him to the next conclave to pass on the seat of leadership. He said, "I will give up my seat if anyone here can defeat me in combat." Then he named the monster his champion over and over until there was no one left to fight. And so it was that father, with his monstrous child, came to rule for years the island he named Kar Atish. He demanded tributes from all others as punishment for trying to take his seat. Not even the ocean, wandering the world and noting all affairs, said anything to father. It did carry word to the 2 isles of Kuru, where a young man named Theseus was looking for his brother, already lost, when he was but a spark in his mother's womb. At the ocean's request, Theseus traveled to Kar Atish, curious at the whisperings of a man and his monster. On his arrival, however, the people clamored about. They knew the ocean had brought him, and so they asked for their salvation, for their release from father, who would lock any transgressors in caves, dark and festering, until his monstrous son took them. Theseus challenged father, and was met with the same words, "Defeat my champion, and what you ask is yours." And so Theseus found himself down the caves, with naught but a flame, a dagger, and a small wound that he used to mark the stone with blood, to remember his way out. Loneliness haunted Theseus in the dark, the flames turning to little birds as they flew away. And when Theseus came face to face with the monster, he cried, "Brother!" The man in the monster woke up horribly at the cry, memory flashing and dying altogether, until the monster remembered he was a child once, stolen in the night by a giant of stone, and changed into the half-beast for play. His eyes fluttered open, his monstrosity slipping away. But with it came the dawning of his actions, of the people he devoured, of the blood he drew. Terrified of his brother's renunciation, the child monster fled into the dark. But Theseus would not be persuaded to give up on his brother found and return from the underground. For many years thereafter, Theseus traveled into the labyrinths alone, calling out to his brother. His hair turned white, and his skin turned paper. But only the dark answered, until the day he faded into the dark himself.
34.
And this is why we must not go into the mines alone,
Raksha concludes.
for it only shows us the darkness inside us, and if we cannot face it, we will be as lost as Theseus.
Nobody is 5 here, Raksha.
Riven says. I laugh. We're marching along the labyrinths, starless and empty. After Raksha's words, our footsteps echoing in the narrow alleys break the absolute silence, as if for the first time. We're moving northward, and we'll have to turn east soon if we ever want to get out of here. Ariadna keeps track of our direction. She's confident in her ability, but I can't help but dwell on this labyrinthine underground. Monsters and madness, and a life of its own. If we're not careful, we'll end up in the middle of the ocean and die entombed here. The only consolation is that, with only a single path forward for now, we're following in Bayern's footsteps. The mushrooms,
do nothing to keep the hunger away. Or perhaps the rugged terrain is exacting its toll. Still, the years of near starvation have trained me for this. But I don't know about the others. Miners don't have a lot, but at least they get to keep their bellies full. The collector needs strength in their arms to do the digging and dyeing. When I said that we're staring at our death sentences either way, I meant it. And the others must know it too. Who else would be desperate and foolish enough to come on this trek? But I'm glad they're with me. Company is a rare gift. Trust, even rarer. The tunnels abruptly give way to a bigger cave, just as the labyrinths did when we were on the opposite side of this journey. Things are about to get tough from here, Ariadna mutters. We slowly move forward, listening for every shift in the air. The caves take on a more geometric look, similar to the city hall with the stupa. The walls are smoother too, the stone chiseled instead of the natural formation. How big can a city be beneath the ground? The answer, it seems, is very big. These halls aren't the works of the Shade Folk, but someone, even older. The Shade Folk were the first refugees, the ones who fled the shipwreck of Salonia immediately instead of getting embroiled in wars once more. Despite the Empyreans' search for peace, they knew the islands were death, so they chose to delay theirs. All these ages, and they remained here, under our feet. And only a handful in generations would ever venture out. I wonder what Bayern thinks of everything he's seen. How can anyone witness their reality breaking, finding out there are histories and existences in the world other than our own, and still only care about a thing as banal as a metal in the ground? It's cold, Thane says, looking around. Maybe we should think about getting out, Ariadna says. Leave Bayern to his fate. He can fight creatures alone. No, I hiss. Bayern doesn't get an easy death. The moment the words leave me, I blink. The realization of admitting aloud why I'm really going after Bayern, to kill him, rushes at me. It is what I want, but it is not what I said to the others. Would they now think I am as vile as they thought Jar and Katya's daughter would be? Someone who kills the beasts in the arena for fun? Overwhelmed, I stop walking. The torch flickers in my hand madly, as if cackling at my shock. If he lives, he will not stop, I say in a smaller voice. They must understand. And if the Shade Folk hold true to their words, he would only be sentencing more of us to die. I don't know what else we can do, but make sure he never gets the chance to. Maybe you don't have to, Thane says. We can talk to him. Raksha laughs harshly, interrupting Thane. The Collector and his men speak the tongue of greed. Only in death will they give it up. It's not an endorsement of me, but it's not an indictment either. A large, conspicuous silence descends in the cavern, lying thickly against our skins. Riven meets my eye. He knows I'm looking for assurance, to know that I'm not making another mistake. And all he does is nod, which is enough. Fine, let's not second-guess ourselves, Ariadna says. We have decided that we must kill him, and for that, we have to catch him before he reaches the mines. There's a murmur of assent, and we turn upward once more. The drawings fade behind us, and with them, thoughts of old civilizations, as we find ourselves in halls where faint noises rise again. Here and there, I think I hear a click. This time, I'm more careful and scout first before letting the others ahead. Twice, I kill small critters with nothing but a rock, holding my breath for anything bigger than me to appear. But thankfully, nothing does.
Soon, after making intelligent, if blind, guesses over the hours, we reach a cold, high-roofed space. Shallow black water lies at the center of it. On the other side of the knee-deep pool, a large door looks to a landing, a chasm, and across from it, another big hall. Deep within me, I know it's the same chasm where Ansh fell. But since we came downward after a longer route, we have emerged elsewhere along it, perhaps farther left. And if I know, so does Yara. Her face is stark, blood drawn, as if any moment she would lash out at me. Trying to ignore Yara, I step into the water first, and a startling shriek leaves me. Damn the ocean, it's freezing! I stumble back from the water hurriedly. One by one, the others check the water, as if they don't believe me. Why would I lie about something so mundane? What would I gain out of it? As if they couldn't check for themselves. I sigh as they hiss at the cold. Well, it's either this straight shot, or we risk getting lost to find another route, which probably will take us back to the Scorpion Cave, Thane says. The reminder of the scorpions and the insect creature sends a tremor through my heart. Absently, I lay my hand on my arm. The bone is still in its socket, holding on fiercely. But I don't think it will continue to if I have to fight a giant insect again. The water it is, I say with grim determination. 35. When my mother used to say I was unstoppable, it had more than one meaning. On some days, she would say that my shade blood might give me abilities. Like magic? I had asked once, a wonder rising in my chest. My mother laughed her bubbly, loud laugh. Even with soot settling in the lines around her mouth, she was beautiful when she laughed. She tilted her head to the right, like she always did. A lock of brown hair spiraling down, and said, "If you want to call it magic, then magic it is. But you know the thing about magic, don't you, my love? It is a secret we don't tell others, or the magic leaves." After my parents' deaths, when I'd slept in a nook and woke up to a rat gnawing at my foot, others waiting behind, I'd fought. With a feral instinct I hadn't known I possessed. I knew of the rot. You didn't come out of their attacks alive. I didn't think I would either. But I was so angry and so sad and so alone. I wanted that fight. And somehow I came out of it not only alive, but with a strange sense that I knew exactly where to hurt the creatures. It wasn't magic, but it was something. And over the years, that sense only grew. A sense of knowing what's in front of me in a fight. It's that sense that tells me my blood is stronger than this dark water's chill. Slowly, I strip off my boots and socks and pants, lift the upper clothes a little higher. The cold's knives dig into my skin already. A faint shadow crosses the water. I look up fast, my neck cracking. But there's nothing. It's just nerves and the burning cold. I flex my fingers, tightening my hold on the torch, and burst through the pool. The water in my blood screams, and my hand freezes against the torch. I stay still, dying of cold. And then, there's a ripple from my right. No, I'm imagining things. The cold has gone into my mind. Obviously, I can't think. My face is stiff and numb. Fog burns its way through me. For a moment, I think the effort is beyond me. The chill of the water is almost unnatural. Its iron strength shackles my feet and rings in my skull. I've asked too much of my body. The blood within me is freezing. My body is going to burst. With a panicked lurch, I yank my feet from the bottom of the pool and hurtle toward the end. My eyes burn, the cold cutting through the veins in my body, trying to engulf me. The corners of my vision darken, shrinking my sight to a narrow point of light. The water rises, and pain tightens around my chest. Within 2 more steps, the light vanishes, darkness swallowing me whole. Bayern must have passed through here too. If that bastard could do this, so can I. Even at this minute, he must be thinking that he's gotten away and leaving us to our deaths. That he's going to get his damned army and get the Bloodwell and be honored by the overlords in Salonia. That he's invincible. But I won't let him get away. The next 20 seconds are the longest of my life. Even when I slam to the ground on the other side, my body is coiled so tight, it refuses to shiver. Each moment, the cold knifes through me sharper. I pull myself up and clasp the torch tighter, letting its heat warm my face. The pain slowly subsides to a dull ache, and the shivering is brutal, teeth chattering like 1,000 hammers striking at once. But I'm grateful for this thawing, except that can't be. My heart races as my vision still fights the cold. I stare at the shore, littered with bodies, human bodies, turning to skeletons. Some of them clothed, most of them ripped, caving gear scattered about, rusted blades, guns lying in water, long gone bad. The nearest almost skeleton has pits where its eyes should be. The lower half of the body, crawling away from the shore, is mangled and reeks so terribly that fat tears start spilling down my face. The other half is wearing the same mine suit and padded jackets as the miners in the company. A scream tries to escape me, but the cold still has my throat clamped. Shivering, I quickly dress, keeping an eye on the skeletons. A deep, primal part of me fears they might get up. Yara and Riven are in the pool now. Immediately, I know it's a mistake. Streaks of tears transform to ice along Yara's face. The bones in Riven's face push against the skin. He's in pain. You can do it, I say, my voice broken and chattering. Quickly, please. He closes his eyes to show he heard me, but then he doesn't open them, just continues to push through. We should have run through the ocean's damned scorpion cave instead. All the while, my gaze darts about, searching for whatever killed these cavers. They're clearly from the expeditions. The Shade Folk must not have gotten all of them. Or maybe this is the path they took while coming down, and something got them. I stand up, knees burning painfully, and glance at the pool. Riven and Yara are almost halfway through. A miracle, given how blue their faces look, how slowly they move. By the time they slump on the shore, they're stiff as stones. I immediately place the flame between them. What seems like hours later, the others too arrive on this side. The teeth of ice dig into each one. Raksha's stoic face is scrunched in pain. Bane's eyes even sadder. And Ariadna looks simply angry, as if the world has dealt her a great personal affront by introducing her to the cold. All of us, freezing and dying on the small shore. A single flame for the 6 of us. But none of us can take our gazes off the skeletons. Ariadna even pokes at one of them. How? She says, voice cut as she shivers violently. She shifts closer to the center, holding her palms up to the fire. A monster? What else? They look like they were trying to crawl away even as they were dying. As I say it, I cast a glance at the pool, but once again, it lies silent. I shake my head, teeth chattering anew. We have to make a new fire. These are the collector's men, Ariadna whispers, rubbing her hands together for the elusive warmth. My cold breaking the fastest, I tear a strip from a small, dry part of my sleeve and make a new torch. A second breath of life flares in the cold chamber, leaving me gasping. For several eternities, no one speaks as we gather in a circle with the two torches in the middle, heating our dead legs, turning the frozen red ice in our veins to liquid blood again.
In true cold, we would be dead,
Raksha says.
The only truth I know is what's in front of me for now,
Thane replies. I wonder where Raksha might have known true cold. The seas and the storms might make some days chillier, but the sun and the Redwater lava river make sure we burn. I have experienced cold air, especially during the nights, but this felt like another world, a purgatory, maybe a punishment.
For what?
Riven raises a brow. I look up at him and the others and realize I spoke aloud. For transgressing against the Shadefolk? It's the easiest excuse I can come up with. But this place feels far vaster than mere Shadefolk living their quiet lives. This hollow ground, extending beneath not just our island, but into the wider sea, is resisting us, as if with a mind and will of its own. It is punishing us for intruding on its rest. Ariadna watches me like I have sprouted mushrooms from my head, so I'm glad I don't share my thoughts. I only say to deflect, but trust me, we'll stop Bayern and we'll get out of here. We decide to stay at the shore for a day, stripping clothes as they dry and adding patches to the flames, letting the heat move our blood. I sleep for only a few hours and keep watch for most of the rest, listening to the music of the fire crackling. Ariadna sits up with me at the start of my vigil. For a while, we stay quiet and hold our palms up to the fire. Then, she watches me sideways, and by her expression, it seems like she's been dying to speak for a while. What's the deal with you and Riven? My hands close tight. There's no deal. Oh, come on. He came after you here, she says. And you should have seen your face when you thought he'd died. His brothers would have killed me if something happened to him. She groans. Don't tell me that's what you've been telling him. What else? I say irritably. You think we don't see the way you two moon at each other? If anything, you can't see the way he looks at you when you're turned away from him. I choose to not say anything. My feelings, however complicated they may be, are nobody's business but mine. Not even Riven's. I can always think clearer when he's not addling my mind. What good would any of it do? The moment the miners found out who I was, they called me kin killer. Yes, things changed. But that's what my life will be if I stay here, trying to convince everyone of my humanity every day of my life. Riven cares for me, I know that. The orphan girl he found shivering in her sleep. And if I let him love me, he would do so with the kind of ferocity that would tie me here. I'd grow to resent Riven, and I don't want that to happen to the only person who sees me and loves me for who I am. And if I disappear, it would probably be a boon to his family. One less person to share their food and supplies with, and no one questioning why he shelters the kin killer. Even if I want I want? The center of my body twinges, like something wants to claw out. What do I want? Stop it. You made up your mind to leave. Stop questioning it. Ariadna says softly, "Of course, how could you love him when you're already in love with suffering?" I turn to her sharply. How dare she? A sudden ripple emerges in the water. She points. What is that? I gesture for her to be quiet. It expands pool wide, touches the shore, and fades. It rose from the same side as it did when I was in the water. I stay crouched, my hands searching for a rock, anything. Pebbles tumble off into the water, and I freeze. The others are sleeping around the fire, safely away, except for Ariadna, who's moving along the shore recklessly, trying to see what it is, as if she could fight it off. Before I can get up and drag her back, a tentacle shoots out of the water past me and grabs Ariadna's ankle. She screams as I rush forward. I grab her arms and pull. A second tentacle slams into my head, sending me crashing hard into the rocks along the shore. I hit my jaw on a big rock, and the taste of blood floods my mouth. The shouting has woken the others. My head rings, and another tentacle rises out of the water straight at me. I lurch out of its reach. Two more tentacles rip out of the water, and I kick madly at them. What is this thing? Thane and Raksha rush forward to help Ariadna, but they have nothing to get her out of the tentacle's grip. They scratch and kick at it while Riven grabs Ariadna's arms and tries to drag her back. I hurtle into the pile of skeletons and pull free the bones. This is the weirdest fucking thing I've ever done. Get back! I yell at Thane and Raksha. Blood pours out of my mouth, garbling my words. They look up, their eyes wide, and stumble back as I slam the bone down on the tentacle. A screech fills the cavern. I keep smashing the tentacle with the bone over and over until dark blue blood spurts out of it, drenching me. The tentacle slips back, and Thane and Raksha grab at the screaming Ariadna. She falls back hard into them. I heave, the bone still raised in my hand above my head, blue with blood, staring at the water. And immediately, the water boils over. A grotesque, black-blue creature erupts out of the water. It's not an octopus, or even close. It's something like a serpent or a lizard, with tentacles down its slender sides. Must have slithered through an opening in the walls. The pool is not deep enough to have hidden it. Then, it opens its mouth and screeches. Ropes of spittle flying, giant fangs gleaming at us menacingly. 20 tentacles slash at the air and the water, spraying us. Come on! Yara shouts from the back of the chamber, almost at the exit. She's used the time to gather our temporary torches. Riven grabs me at the waist. You can't fight it, Cress. We have to run. Wiping blood off my mouth, I hurtle out the door. Behind us, the tentacles slam into the walls. For a terror-filled second, I think, this is it. It's either the monster or the chasm down below. But then, as the water monster continues to assault the cave with its tentacles angrily, trying to get us, the walls of the cavern shatter with a terrible groan. Within seconds, rocks come crashing down and block the way out, leaving us on the platform overlooking the chasm. What was that? Ariadna shouts, pointing at the cave frantically, eyes still wild. The Nog dragon? Raksha says seriously, the Nog is supposed to be beneath the sea. We are under the sea. That pool probably opens up somewhere. Who knows what else it could have drawn? I say, staring at the rocks blocking us out, protecting us. Ariadna laughs hysterically. And even though she's the one who brought it up, she shouts, "The Nog isn't real!" I wouldn't bet on what is or isn't real anymore, I say. Although, for all our sakes, I hope the ocean's damned Nog dragon doesn't step out of the stories now, too. We're not safe anywhere, Thane says.
Death sentence, either way.
Riven answers with a somber glance at the blocked cave. Plumes of dust billow in the air as the shattering echoes in the underground for many long minutes. On the other side, several feet away, the chasm yawns at us, completely indifferent. I fall to my knees, hands trembling against the hard ground. Riven kneels next to me. 3 long scratches go up his arm, too. Everything happened so fast, I don't know when he got hurt. I bury my face in his shoulder, breathing in the same ashy smell clinging to every surface down here. But Riven's warmth beneath is a comfort. He brushes a hand lightly, a feather, along my spine, before pressing down on the back of my head, and I want to curl into his touch and not open my eyes ever again. But once more, I pull back from him to wipe blood off my mouth. 36. The bridge off the platform is wider than the one before. 3 of us could walk abreast comfortably, but no one wants to be next to the edges if they can help it, especially not Yara, who stares down the darkness a touch too long. So we go, one by one, with Ruksha leading us for the time. Despite Yara using her quick thinking to save our meager torches, they're all useless now. Only one of them works, quivering like a leaf in the rain, and the anemic halo around Ruksha is all the light we have. I tread over the uneven bridge, arms wrapped around myself, trying to focus on the light. Growing up on Kar Atish, surrounded by storms that keep the skies away, black spires of rocks tumbling on you unannounced, mountains and hills with the black and gray bands, shadows and smoke, ash and soot. Anyone would think we would embrace the dark, thrive in it. But all being trapped in the darkness has done for me is make me afraid of the day it pushes past what thin barrier of light remains and consumes everything completely. Hunger rears in my stomach, clawing at the walls of my body. I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand again. My cut lip is swelling rapidly. Dried blood smeared down my chin and neck. Even Badger's pathetic healers would be welcome right now. What must he be doing at this moment? Lording comfortably over the fighters and the beasts, no doubt. A prickle scuttles down my spine, interrupting my thoughts. The dark remains absolute beyond Ruksha's light. No movement on either side of the bridge. No fluttering of wings. But my stomach plummets with an unknown awareness. I spin and catch Yara's hands as she rushes at me. The shock of the impact jolts through my body, pain exploding in my already injured arm. "What are you doing?" I yell, trying to keep my grip on her. "What's wrong?" "What's wrong? You killed my brother!"
What the hell is happening?
Someone shouts from behind. My mind is so preoccupied with making sure Yara doesn't drive her fingers through my face that I can't tell who it is. I didn't kill him! My arm buckles under the pressure. I lock my jaw and push, sending every drop of my strength into my arms, holding strong. Yara's foot slips. She backs over the rough ground. We're dangerously close to the edge. I can't let her die too. As the others come rushing back, I tighten my grip on Yara's wrists and snatch her forward. At the last moment, I jump out of the way, releasing her, and she crashes to the ground. "You killed him!" she cries, sprawled on her front. Every word sounds painful as she continues repeating it. "You killed my brother!"
Riven and Ariadna find me in the dark. Did she hurt you? Riven asks. His face scrunches between rage and pity as he casts a glance to where Yara lies, trying to pull herself up now. You knew him, and you killed him anyway, Cress, she sobs. Ragged breath catches in my throat. It's the first time she's called me Cress, not Crescent or Dune, in years. You let him fall into that! She points uselessly at the chasm below. And you let him die! Bile hurtles up my throat. How many times did Yara and Anj cry like this because of my parents? How many others? All that's left of their family now is this. A sobbing mess of a girl, capable of fighting with her teeth when she wants, but completely broken now, left alone in the world. And it's my fault. For a dangerous, dizzying moment, I feel as if I am going to fall down the chasm, into that darkness, that nothingness. Ariadna steps in front of me. She puts an arm across my shoulder and turns me around, as if that will stop the echoes of Yara's wails. As we walk away, a shadow passes by, heading toward Yara. Thane joins Riven as the two help Yara up. The older man even tries consoling her, if such a thing could be possible. You couldn't have done anything, Ariadna says, like she can read my mind. She knows that too. It's this bridge, this place that's making her act up. She says it so casually that I feel revulsion shiver through me. Yara is not acting up. She's lost her brother. Because of this journey. This farce that Bayern forced us into. He turned us from fighters in the pit to pathetic creatures crawling in the dark. I can still feel the cold touch of the gun when I was begging him to let me take Riven back. Bayern won't get away with any of it. I won't let him. Slowly, we cross the wider bridge to a chamber on the other side. Luckily, it is empty of any creatures. That's the only luck we have as the last torch burns smaller and smaller. Raksha's halo transforms into a tiny sputter, allowing us to see no more than a foot or so away. We know we're on the other side of the chasm, to the left of the path that we used to come down here. Ariadna traces a finger in the dust. Raksha holds the flame so close to her that her hair could catch fire.
So we find that trail, and we can get out of here,
Thane says. Beside him, Yara watches the dust with jaded eyes.
About that,
Ariadna says. We should consider getting on that trail at the soonest, before we lose our last light. If we find Bayern on it, great, but if not, no, I snarl. He has everything he needs to survive. If we don't get him down here, he will come back and kill us all like he killed Cyril and Ansh. Yara jerks at that. We have to make him pay for getting us down here, I say. We will find no justice up there. Well, Ariadna says, annoyance in her tone. I suppose splitting up is out of the question. When we find him, we can also take back our supplies. Why travel in dark and danger when we can have our torches and compasses guiding us? She mutters under her breath, but her shoulders drop. Fine, let's go. As we move eastward once more, if farther from our original track, the chambers grow smaller again. There will come a break, Ariadna says. We know we're on the other side of the chasm. That assurance carries us through a labyrinth higher than any we've seen so far. The sight of the entrance stops me dead, my throat constricting tight. It isn't as narrow as the one with the voices. Just as the thought crosses my mind, a strange susurration blows out of the mouth of the labyrinth. My skin crawls.
Cress,
Riven says, placing a hand on my shoulder.
You're okay?
I place my hand above his and nod. I can do this. It's not like last time. The alley is not restrictive. Everyone can go in together. Plus, there aren't many choices in the one-way labyrinth. We know Bairn must have also stepped off the same bridge, which means he took this path. He wouldn't be foolish enough to risk the cave of the scorpions again. He must be somewhere close. So when the smell appears, it hits us at once. I pull my sleeve against my mouth, gagging. Ruksha hacks, her almost dead stone torch at the ready like a weapon, and Thane slows his walk, checking around to make sure we aren't being ambushed. And when I emerge into the cave at the end of the labyrinth, I can only gasp. Hanging upside down, wrapped from toe to neck in a thick white web, blue eyes open wide in a shocked, frozen expression, is Bairn. 37. The air in the chamber smells of decay and death. It is enclosed with roughly hewn rock, like angry splashes of water haphazardly carved it over ages. But there are niches, thin and sharp, that feel as if they've been clawed out. Inside each one lie many wet-looking cocoons, lit with luminescence from within, mangled together in a pile. They pulse up and down rhythmically, almost hypnotically, until I realize they're breathing. I look away in terror. The sweet rot is so overwhelming inside the chamber that it's hard to keep my eyes open. But even with them half closed, I can see Bairn hanging in the corner, a stain against the whiteness. Across the chamber, the stuff Bairn stole from us lies scattered. Ruksha and Thane immediately grab the compasses and the matchboxes, our backpacks containing food and water and maps. I make for my daggers, clasping them tightly in my fists once before stuffing them along my belt and in my pockets. I find my katar directly below Bairn. Pushing my knuckles through it sends blood rushing to my head. The cold hilt sings against my skin. I fit the rest of my things, throwing stars, 2 packets of edible seagrass, a water skin, into my pockets, as Ruksha and Thane also gather their weapons. Flames burst to life on multiple torches again, and warmth floods the air. Armed with the polearm, Ruksha looks menacing again. Ariadna pulls on the bag full of the maps Ruksha was adding to and everything else she can gather. Get Cyril's stuff, I tell Thane. Make sure the rock is in there. A pained shadow crosses his face, and he holds the backpack up. He's already got it. Yara is the only one who remains where she is, watching us passively. No interest in taking her or Ansha's belongings. Finally, Riven asks, his voice restrained,
Is he dead?
I press the tip of my dagger to Bairn's shoulder, narrowing my eyes at any hint of breathing. There, a dangerously slow but noticeable rise of his chest.
Afraid not.
Ariadna says sullenly. I'm not upset, I realize. Hunger courses in my veins. Hunger for a fight. But in the absence of that, a killing stab would work just as well. After days of Bairn's scorn and indifference and lies, I finally get to drive the katar's blade through him. Riven catches my wrist, pulling the knife back. What? I ask.
Something's not right here,
Riven says, indicating toward Bairn.
He faced it.
Now that the torches are all lit, I look again. Behind Bairn, the wall is a splatter of webs, remains of organic matter caught up in them, half-bitten throats, ripped skulls, mutilated chunks of torsos. So what then? I ask, tasting bitter disappointment.
We find out what happened here. No, Cress.
Riven raises his voice at my expression.
We can do what we want later, once we're safe. I didn't say anything before because I needed you to keep moving.
He might as well say he hates me.
It's one thing to defend yourself, but you're actively looking to kill someone. You, who can't even kill a creature without adding a shrine to it on your body. He grabs my arms roughly. You're not thinking right, and I'm done pretending like I'm okay with it.
Lower,
Raksha hisses.
He got 2 of us killed, I say, anger rising. What about them?
And more of us will die if we don't find out what kind of monster we still have to face. We can take care of ourselves,
Raksha says harshly. Thane frowns and steps up.
We're all upset about being lured down here, but Riven has a point. We need to make sure we will get out of here alive. If Bairn is the one who can tell us, then we have to talk to him first. It's a simple matter of our survival over his death.
Part of me, no, all of me, wants to scream, to stab the blade into Bairn and just be done with it. Letting him live anymore is giving him a chance to escape. But Riven's jaw is set tight, eyes blazing. And it's not like the usual arguments we have. It's the disappointment I've been so afraid he'll have for me one day. Even with the anticipation, seeing it manifested is a rock in the gut. I can't make myself argue back. It's as if I'm made of stone, and speaking would shatter me. Ariadna starts. We're wasting time. Yara hurtles past us, slamming her knife into Beorn. Yara! I shout instinctively and pull her back. No!
You were ready to kill him, she shouts. He killed my brother. I should be the one to do this.
For a second, all I can do is grapple with her, trying to get the knife out of her hand as she slams a palm against my jaw. Locked into fighting and scratching and screaming. My blood pounds so loud in my head that every other sound is gone. And Yara may have grown subdued for the past few days, but she's not as injured as I am. Pain bursts in my arm as we stumble along the cavern, pushing at one another, and I've had fucking enough. I put all my strength into a final shove and lock her in a death grip. Stop this! Let me go! She snarls like a rabid beast with bared teeth. It's not going to bring Ansh back! I don't care! I'm going to kill him! The words slam into me stronger than any physical hit. Because they're my own. Held up in the defeated mirror that is Yara, finally breaking through the ugly realization that we died and bled in vain. And no amount of even righteous vengeance will change anything. And I always did know, even if I would suppress the voice of reason, that nothing we do now will take away the pain we have gone through. This is what Riven has been looking at for these past few days. I laugh, a horrible scathing sound, and let go of Yara. She's as spent as me, falling to her knees and panting and sobbing. I don't say anything, and I don't look at anyone. I can't face them. So I turn and start to cut Bayern, the monster we brought with us, loose. But the web is stronger than I anticipated. My injured arm is no help. Ariadna steps up next to me to hold the web above Bayern's legs.
You'll get a burn,
Raksha says, and hands her strips of fabric. Strange. I never noticed how pale Ariadna's fingers are, just like her face. No sign of soot that darkens the hands of miners. They even look soft, not hardened with labor. Riven said he didn't know her. Maybe she works with the office. They sometimes give clerical jobs of the lowest order to some lucky miner. So, how did she get on this mission then? And now that I think about it, she brings in no specific expertise to the company. What did the collector choose her for? But these people
gave me the benefit of the doubt after finding out who my parents are. I should extend some courtesy to Ariadna, too. She must have her reasons for secrecy, like me. Once she wraps the fabrics to protect her palms and adjusts her grip, I begin cutting at the threads again. The repetitive movement reignites the dull ache in my arms. As if a tear is opening my skin up. This bastard's life better be worth the effort. At last, the threads begin to give way, fraying one after another. Then, without warning, the threads break. Ariadna lunges to stop Bayern from smashing head first into the jagged teeth of the ground. I drop my daggers and help. The man is even heavier than he looks. As if he wakes out of a spell, Bayern gasps the second he's cut out of the web. As if the web itself was holding him frozen. He coughs and wheezes, trying to drag in breaths. His face has turned a dark shade of red. In the light of the torches, he looks like a demon I wouldn't want to fight. His hair is a tangled mess, and he has slashes down his face and neck, so much so that the previous scars seem brand new, crested with blood.
You all!
He starts and coughs.
How did you?
Never mind that, Ariadna hisses. Reluctantly, Thane reaches to help Bayern up. He and Raksha remove the torn web away from his clothes and hand him water. The same water he stole from us when he left us to die. I breathe deeply, counting down and trying to dispel the anger rising in me again. My grip tightens on the guitar. Bayern raises his head and flexes his fingers. A strange whiteness burns beneath his skin, as if he's poisoned. It gives him the quality of almost being translucent in the light of the torches. I frown, but stay quiet as he tries to speak again.
You have my gratitude,
he says. Raksha scoffs. Then why would you leave us to die? Ariadna snaps.
Why?
Bayern echoes, half laughing. I can't tell if he stops because he's actually thinking or if the agony of being upside down still rages in him. I hope it's the latter.
Well, when you came down here,
he says to all of us,
would you have trusted me? I wouldn't.
I say, lacing my voice with as much venom as I can. So,
I didn't trust you much either.
He smiles his assured smile, which looks grotesque on his exhausted face. Good thing, too. It's a reminder not to get complacent around this man. There is something fundamentally wrong with you, I tell him.
Even so, my gratitude for saving me from that monster. Once we return to the surface and get the collector out of the way, this island will be mine, and you will all be rewarded.
Raksha and I exchange careful glances. Not killing this man brutally is one thing. Letting him escape out of the mines, allowing him reign over the island, completely another. Ariadna asks, voice dangerously soft, out of the way?
An old man with low ambitions. He will never know what to really do with the treasure we have found below.
Bayern smiles, and now, a maniacal gleam in his eyes joins the translucence of his skin, making him almost glimmer in the dark.
But I do. Yes, I do. Now help me up. We have to leave before the demon returns.
38. Bayern hurries us out, taking charge and asking me to watch his back. His pain is seemingly forgotten in his rush to get far away from the cave. But at times, it feels like he's walking too well, almost running. The kind of strength that might seem in place just before the pits or a miner newly recruited. He turns around sometimes. I see the frenzied glint in his eyes.
My fingers remain curled around my guitar and my attention on Bayern. If it is madness that has gotten in him, I will not let it take any of us. This time, I will keep the rest of us alive no matter what. But the farther we get from the web, the more noticeable his energy becomes. There's an unnatural way about it, like an entire life's worth of adrenaline rush pumped into him at once. Almost like a poison, working its way through him, giving his body a last boost of power before leaching it all away. Like a container filled to the brim with too much until it bursts. Because, of course, he must have been poisoned before being rolled into the web. That's how some creatures prepare their meal. It's a waste of time asking him to slow down and think about what's going on with his body. Every so often, there's a whisper of a hiss somewhere in the dark behind us. A shadow stalks us since the cave, sometimes small, but other times falling over all of us. The spark of fear that planted itself in me when I saw Bayern in the cocoon now burns brighter, demanding attention. Can you at least tell us how we can prepare to fight it if it catches up to us? I ask Bayern.
You can't fight this demon, girl. All you can do is run.
What kind of creature is this? What monstrosity has venom that seems to have turned someone like Bayern into a madman, calling it a demon? Raw fear skitters down my spine. The lights are not bright enough, and I don't dare raise my voice to ask for more fire. And then, something huge drops several meters away, blocking our path, shadows surrounding it like an army of ghosts, rippling without wind. There's no telling what it is, except that I have never understood what fear can be until this moment. Bayern has gone utterly still, as if he's dead, standing upright. The sheer size of whatever is behind the shadows makes our torches tiny as distant stars against the dark sky.
The demon,
breathes Bayern. Immediately, I know why Bayern insists on calling it a demon. Its real form remains hidden, only the endless shadows moving around it like pilgrims around a shrine. But if the brief glimpse of long legs through the curtain of dark mist are anything to go by, it might be a Maya spider. A creature with a name that no one remembers. A creature with control over illusions. Nevertheless, if the demon towers to the sky, what does it matter what kind of creature it is? I look back quickly once to the horrified faces and check for escape routes. The way we came only leads us back to the web cave, and beyond that, the bridge. Too risky to run over. We'd have nowhere to go after it anyway. The cave was blocked. The many legs of the demon skitter over the rough ground. It's coming closer. My daggers are not made for this kind of fight. I need a larger weapon. Before I can ask for one, Bayern aims his glaive right into the heart of the shadows. It disappears into the darkness, and a moment later, we hear the clang of the metal against the ground and know that it made no mark. That's it. Even if all of us were at our best, this isn't a creature to be fought. We can't fight shadows, I shout. We need to retreat, now! As if my voice is a beacon, the monster dives straight at me. I scream and lurch out of the way. Several rocks rumble down the wall. Dust arises as the rocks hit us, and we hurtle from the walls, dividing our company in two. Me, Bayern, and Riven on one side, and Ariadna, Raksha, and Yara on the other. Our torches are blown off in the harsh wind. Where's Thane? I shout. Raksha curses. She digs into the rubble, holding up her torch's last remaining embers. A faint voice confirms Thane is under the rocks. I grab Raksha's discarded polearm, but there's no time for the rest of us to help Thane. The shadows rise again,
a menacing ghost in the sudden loss of light. An arm of shadow zooms at me, and I hack at it with the blade of the pole arm. There's a short burst of black blood and a screech. I almost feel victorious. Almost. But the tiny wound doesn't slow the demon down. Instead, it turns with renewed vigor, searching for an even easier target, a familiar one. My heart pops into my mouth. Wildly, I look for Bayern. The company's leader looks absolutely mad now. Blood runs down his torn clothes, eyes gleaming with true light now, like rivened red threads, and an animal aggression as he throws his head back to stare the demon down. He looks crazed. "I told you!" Raksha shouts from the back. "Monsters and madness!" Madness. Whatever poison went into Bayern has stolen his mind. Then, Bayern screams, "Come and take me, demon!" Before I can throw him down to protect the madman, the ground judders. The quake sends us all tumbling across as the Maya spider floats in the air, away from the rocks. I hurtle toward Riven, throwing my arms over my head until just as suddenly, the shaking stops. And the moment it does, the dust still swirling in the air, the shadows twirl and speed at Bayern, swallowing him whole in a hurricane of whistling winds and demonic shadows. And in the cursed moment, I know there's truly nothing I can do, as death claims the man in front of me. Maybe we should run while the demon is busy. I look back. Raksha has half-pulled Thane out of the rubble. Yara finally moving in to help. He's awake, at least. I turn to Bayern and the demon, and the sudden whirling of shadows, like a hurricane rising over the sea, startles me. Bayern uses his bizarre venom-fueled strength and hits back at the demon, twisting one of its legs. The shadows break for a second, revealing a large, hourglass black torso, but converge before I can make sense of it. Bayern's madness manifests into a fighter who has no self-preservation. I've never seen anything like it. He's moving like a swift snake, as if his bulky, muscled body is made of paper. Bayern is a man who has breathed in fair luxury for a long time now, in the cool insides of the collector's compound, with no lack of food or water, no toil, no fights. No lander is capable of fighting the elements of this world. And yet, right now, he fights like a man grown in the pits of Kar Atish. The madness has complete hold of him. But it's taken his senses too. He has no strategy and fights wildly. The demon easily deflects him. It will kill him, and then it will turn to us. I promised myself I won't let any more of the company die, and I intend to keep that promise. My insides turn to water, but I charge forward, screaming and trying to draw the Maya spider's attention in a mad, desperate attempt. Everything in me protests, the thought of my death slamming into me. But I have faced death every day since my parents blasted open those mines. The idea of this monstrosity killing Riven, though, lets me fight my own instincts back. "Hey!" I yell, waving my arms. "Over here!" The shadows turn, rippling in the air, and the demon bores toward me. A storm over the sea, rushing to make landfall. My back slams into the wall behind me. Well, you got its attention. I adjust my grip on my daggers. If I go down here, I will take this monster down too. The shadows are upon me, filling up everything, and for a brief second, they part. Many black eyes, shining with insane glee, the many hairy legs big enough to skewer me at once. Bayern roars at the back, snatching the demon's attention. Abruptly, the shadows converge. The demon whirls and screeches as if in deep agony. Through the swirling illusions, I see Bayern leap upon one of the legs of the demon and slash with his glaive and a knife as he goes, then to another and another. The Maya spider's shadows mottling with gray until Bayern reaches the back of the torso. And after, there's nothing but the ghastly screams that fill the entire underground of Kar Atish. 39. Bayern stands over the carcass, drenched in black ichor. The shadows don't leave the dead demon stranded. They only lower themselves closer, hiding it from view still, gently undulating like waves in the sea. But the Maya spider is as far as can be from the clear waters. Perhaps it was born in another world and slipped here when no one was looking, like our ancestors. What was here before the Empyrean elders arrived is only a whisper of legends, after all. Raksha and Yara examine Thane's leg that had been trapped under stone. He's in awful pain, every tortured cry loud as a gong. Bayern glances down at them once before disregarding them immediately. The gleam of triumph burns like lamps in his eyes, as if he's in a dream, unaware that the real world exists. The real world, which is a tomb, lit only with one torch again, and reeking of rot and blood. Perhaps it's a good thing. If he continues to be like this, no one will believe him about the things he's seen down here. It's the perfect outcome. Listen, Ariadna says to me in a low voice, trying not to disturb whatever thought consumes Bayern. Let me go and scout first before we move. I can go. I'd rather you keep an eye on him. We both turn to look at Bayern. He is still atop the corpse of the demon, hands slick with black blood. His hair, which appeared almost colorless in the sun outside, is now a tangled nest of muck. He's beginning to deteriorate finally, shaking like he has a fever. The poison in him is running its course, coming to the stage that will render him incapacitated. He grimaces at us, and his teeth, too, are covered in blood. And I hope to the all-strong ocean it is only blood. Fine, I say to Ariadna, but be careful. Who knows what other kind of monstrosities exist here? When she leaves, and Bayern refuses to look away from his kill, even as his face spasms with pain, I sigh and sink to the floor. The exhaustion of this journey has carved my insides. I want to sleep for the next 10,000 years, but I don't know if I'll ever catch a wink. When we emerge, what will we do? If Bayern truly means to usurp the Collector and manages it as well, the islands will be chaos. And Badger? He wouldn't believe anything. If he heard about the existence of Maya demons, he'd want to have one in his pits. There's only one thing we can do. The thing we set out to do when we left the Shadefolk. Kill Bayern. And this time, not for vengeance, but to truly keep men like him and Badger from breaking our island. This time, my mind is clearer, which is why I hate that this is the only option we have left.
Tell me you knew it might be this bad.
Riven says as he sits beside me.
No, I've never known anyone with this kind of recklessness.
Says the one who jumped into hell without thinking.
How many times must I tell you, I was thinking. I was thinking of you.
I start to turn away, but he grabs my hand, face serious. He looks tired, not the Riven I'm used to, the one who will pick me up while I'm half dead from a beating and walk home and patch me up. There are 1,000 emotions in his eyes, each one looking for reassurance, and I don't know if I can give it to him. But here, amid all this chaos and the one coming, I know that he reassures me. Riven is the only constant of my life. the compass that keeps me homeward bound. You always do, I say quietly.
When I said, it isn't Bairn I care about, you know that, right? It's about you and what you would have felt after.
I nod. Riven would have confronted me, no matter who it was. You heard what Bairn wants, though.
Riven sighs. Yes, and I know what you'll say. I just don't think it has to be you who must kill a man. Raksha could do it. We defer to her in the mines. Why not here?
And what would that make me?
Only human.
He turns my hands, palm up, and adjusts his grip, intertwining our fingers. This time, when my heart speeds up, it's less with the unknown and more with the familiarity. The only familiarity I have in this insane place. This is a world of strangeness, worse than I thought. Demons that hide in shadows exist. What else is in this world that I cannot face by myself without losing my mind? Something in me shifts as I look at him again, as tired as he is, with the realization of his constancy. When I leave this island, I will have to leave him. Leave my bones and blood and flesh and any desire I've ever had. It was a given, but now it seems like a sudden threat curled around my throat. My parents were ripped from me by their own despicable actions. Am I letting those same actions take away the one good thing in my life again? If I'm doing the right thing by not letting my feelings out, why do I have to fight them so much? How can the right thing be this painful? How can it require this much effort? The feelings I thought would have tied me here, like shackles, are not what makes my breathing painful now. I lean closer, inhaling as if he's the air that would ease that pain. Our foreheads touching. Every eyelash of his is coal black, framing the pale gray eyes in a beautiful symmetry. Light shimmers in his eyes again, and I want to believe it's because of me. He brushes a thumb over my palm and stops. I look up, and his expression is a deep map of confusion. The wound of the blood oath isn't a natural wound, and he can see that. It's too contained, too deliberate. He continues brushing the wound.
Isn't it funny how the Shade Folk had everyone imprisoned, but they also let us have this medicine?
Probably because the Shade Man with us grew fond of us. Riven cocks his head to the side, exasperation on his face.
What did you do?
Nothing you wouldn't have.
You drew blood in exchange for it. To what end?
All our safety, frankly. Riven drops my hand and runs his own through his hair. When he speaks, his voice is edged with frustration.
Blood isn't a joke, Cress. Who knows what they can do?
I wince. Riven isn't one to believe in superstitions. Him questioning it makes my calm tremble. Just a bit, but tremble all the same. They'll tell stories about the people above to their kids. It's what would count as normal for them.
As if anything about this is normal,
he snaps. This time, when Ariadna interrupts us, I could kiss her. She returns, shouting happily. The tunnel ends in an empty hall just off the spider's cave. We can avoid it completely. I lurch back from Riven, closing my fist and putting the thought of my blood in possession of the Shade Folk out of my mind.
What are we waiting for, then?
Raksha says. Exactly, Ariadna says. Let's go in quick before some other monster arrives. I'll take Bairn last, and Riven and Cress lead us. Then you both stay and be on guard as the rest of us follow. It's just so neither end of the tunnel takes us by surprise. If someone follows us, Bairn can handle it. Riven frowns.
He seems to have lost his strength. And his mind.
Raksha breathes, eyeing Bayern in mild confusion. He has turned visibly weaker, a gray pallor to his skin, as he shivers near one of the relit torches.
We'll all have to work together. Thane can't walk, and you and Yara have to focus on him. So can we please make this quick and not stay in one place like meat for flies?
Ariadna shouts, panic seeping into her jovial voice. She glances down at her leg, where the water beast got her.
Okay,
Riven says, holding his hands up. I let Raksha and Yara help Thane up first, so we can keep pace. Thane screams, then grits his teeth. Sweat lines his face as they move as fast as he can manage. But Ariadna still hurries us up. She's truly shaken after the pool and the demon, and I don't fault her, but it's getting on my nerves. Thane is in actual pain. It's a miracle he's held on for even this long. Any more exertion, and he could die. Together, we move down the tunnel. It's supposed to return upward toward the end. I can't help but think on how far back we will have to go again first. This journey has entirely been about the back and forth, and I'm losing any remaining sense of time. As if when I return to the island, an age might have passed. Thane, Raksha, and Yara are considerably ahead. Riven and I are slower, so we can intervene if Bayern deteriorates any further. He's seeing things now, flinging his arms around as if to catch flies. The tunnel opens abruptly into a large hall, almost as big as the one containing the origin well. And I know there's something very, very wrong. The air smells of metal. Riven! I barely get his name out when a bellow erupts from the tunnel. Ariadna has her 2 daggers sunk deep in Bayern's eye sockets. He's screaming and clawing at her, but she remains unfazed, spattered with blood. Her face is a mask of red. She pulls back a blade and sweeps it along Bayern's neck in one swift motion. All of it happens so quickly, so unbelievably, that I stand rooted to the spot. Raksha and Yara, too, are unable to disentangle themselves from Thane without accidentally injuring him further. And as Bayern thuds to the ground, blood seeping down, Ariadna snatches the gun from his pocket.
Back up, please, all of you,
Ariadna says,
away from the door. What door?
I shout with disbelief at what she's doing. She kicks at the side of the wall, and metal bars plunge down, separating us from Bayern and her. The cacophonous clanging rings in my ears painfully. What the hell are you doing? I cry, regaining my senses. You want to kill Bayern? Fine. Which one of us looks like we care especially about him? Why would you lock us here?
Oh, I don't know, Cress. Your altruism seems to get the better of you no matter what you say you'll do.
She glares at Riven,
makes you do it. I've seen enough of it, and I'm not going to take any risks.
Over Bayern? I can't believe this girl. Did the demon poison get in her too?
Besides, our ends don't align. You are going to listen to those superstitious cavemen and stop us from sharing the biggest discovery in hundreds of years? No way can I let you ruin the Collector's mission.
You're a fool, girl.
Raksha bares her teeth.
Siding with those wretches over your own.
I am siding with my own.
Ariadna growls.
I'm siding with my grandfather, Collector Cirrus.
40. The next few words come from Yara, who screams and curses Ariadna, flinging herself at the bars, clawing and beating, as if she could pass through them out of sheer will.
You're all welcome to die in here,
Ariadna says, ignoring Yara's screams.
and this time, there's no exits for those little rats to come scurrying out and save you. There's probably some water in your supplies, so Have fun.
And then she simply walks back with a confidence that says she knows where she's going. Fuck! I yell.
Fuck is right,
Raksha says harshly. She throws her pole arm against the wall, and it clangs to the ground, echoing in the large hall. Yara is still screaming at the empty tunnel. She kicks at the bars and beats her fists at them, tries to wrench them apart until her hands are bleeding. Her wails are moving through the ocean, like her grief over Ansh has finally been unleashed. She pulls at the bars, trying to find keyholes like the ones at the Shade Folks' city, but nothing happens. She yanks at the bars again, but, of course, they don't give. We have to stop Ariadna! Yara yells, her voice breaking. Or it will be for nothing. It will all be for nothing. Raksha makes no move to stop her, so Riven and I don't either.
We have to get out of here,
Thane murmurs. His leg is a mass of blood and muscle, white bone shining through. He's leaning against boulders, chalk white with the effort of staying up. No one says it, but we all know that death is circling him. And I can't stomach that thought. No older person, no one who knows who my parents are, has brought me the sense of fellowship that Thane and Raksha have. I don't want either of them to die.
How?
Riven demands.
There's no way out unless we break through. Then that is what we will do,
Raksha snarls. She grabs a tough-looking stone and bangs it against the bars. Startled, Yara steps back for a second, but follows Raksha. Both of them smash at the old metal bars, which groan under the pressure. Blood trails down Yara's arms, seeping through torn sleeves. Watching Yara lose her senses breaks something inside me, and all I remember is the little Yara I used to be friends with. Her parents would leave her and Ansh at my place sometimes, or mine would leave me at theirs, and while the elders were at work, we spent our days running around. The memory has been seeping like water for a very long time, but it rushes back at me with full force, drenching everything. I need to get out of here. I turn to Riven. This whole underground is a connected place. There has to be a way out. We just have to find it. The desperation in my voice takes us both by surprise, and he nods. We begin scouring every corner of the hall, and we realize the walls are made of Zargonine. No, not Zargonine. The silvery substance from the well the Shade Folk call the God's Blood. All of it. A giant case of silver God's Blood, and we're trapped inside. The walls seem like stone, rough and jagged, but they're smooth like glass, cool to the touch. Every brush leaves a tingling against the skin of my palm. Strangely, though, it doesn't hurt to breathe near the walls like it does up on the island. The air is full of the metallic smell of the silver God's Blood, the risk of it catching fire and burning blue looming all the time. These walls are pure God's Blood, trapped beneath another strange substance, something that reminds me of the shielded walls in Badger's tunnels. At the mouth of the hall, Raksha and Yara are still hard at work trying to break the bars, and the red stain on the ground beneath Thane is growing darker. They're going to hurt themselves, I say.
There's no reasoning with anyone right now, not unless we find a way out.
Suddenly, the weight of my own existence is too much, and I want to sit down and cry. But if I do that now, I don't know if I'll ever be able to get up. The fury and sadness of the past few days are an ocean lapping at my feet, ready to take me under. And that's when I feel it. A block of stone that isn't made of the silver God's Blood. It merges with the surroundings, but under my fingers, its edges are rough. Riven, I say. I think I found a door. 41.
It seems no easier to open the circular door than it was to break down the metal bars locking us in. But we try, jamming in our weapons and applying as much pressure as we can. I feel more optimistic than is warranted, perhaps, and that optimism drives most of my strength. Even when Raksha sighs and steps back, flexing her drained hands. The door is locked with rust and age, but it has to open. I won't accept anything else. Pain spikes in my arms with the effort, and vanishes with a gasp. Shadows move across the door. What was that? I ask, to no one in particular.
What?
Riven says, pausing from using one of the pole arms as a lever. His gaze shifts to my left, on the door. He frowns.
Are those claw marks?
At first, I see nothing. Only the ages of dirty matter sticking layer by layer to the stone door. But then, the faint, narrow track lines take shape. Very faint. These don't look like animal claws, I say, running a finger down one of the tracks and noticing that the size of the indents fits perfectly along my fingers. These aren't nail scratches. Like there might be if drawn out of recklessness and desperation, as if to escape something. But instead, they're pressed onto the door like a... It's a pattern, I breathe. Riven pauses, tracing the lines, and steps back to look at it whole.
It's a hand.
Before I can say anything, he places his palm in the indents, fingers somehow fitting what appeared a smaller hand just a second ago. Nothing happens.
Well, it was worth trying,
he says. It still is, something whispers in my mind. An unknown feeling. The same as I had in front of the curtain of light when it rippled and I interpreted it as a kind of music. A song only I can hear. There might even have been words in it, but I didn't understand them. Just the feeling of a harmony. Of someone calling me in that music. I reach out and place my hand on the indent, like it fit Riven's hand. It fits my much smaller one, too. I grew up on stories of underground glories, all of which sounded like they were happening ages ago. Of the shade folk who made their home in the tunnels they found. Of the heroism, the resourcefulness, and the clashes with monsters that had no name. Of brilliant caves, and the veins of Zargonine that covered the dark ceilings like rivers of gems in the sky. Of the voices that emerged from the primordial tunnels that lay even deeper than any man had dared to venture. And who knew who those voices belonged to or what they said? I don't understand what the Song of Light says either, but I hear it, louder than ever before.
Cress, get down!
Riven's voice is loud too, but not enough to drown out the sudden whistling that erupts from beyond the door. He pulls me down, and the stone door explodes, shards flying everywhere. The white smoke comes a moment later, emerging in the middle out of nowhere, as if seeping through the walls and taking the form of a thick cloud. It looks like cotton at first, and then takes a marble sheen as it keeps getting bigger and bigger. Riven and I grab hands and run. Get back! Something's wrong! I shout. We look over our shoulders as I run toward the center of the hall, and the smoke spills out faster. It reaches the ceiling now, a mushroom-shaped cloud inside the expansive space, its tail still inside the tunnel from which more of it keeps escaping.
It could be a noxious gas,
Thane yells, trying to get up, and gestures wildly for us to get away. The cloud continues to grow into even thicker, almost solid-looking coils, as the absolute white begins to take on shades of gray, intertwining into itself until the entire ceiling of the hall vanishes behind it, as if a grotesque storm sky. Mist and smoke and shadows curl outward, swallowing the hall.
The storm builds, teeming wildly, and yet hypnotically, until it is closer to the color of a shining gray moonstone. The clouds still gather, swirling, and then there's a bright blue lightning, exactly like a storm sky.
What is this devilry? Raksha barks. A shadow demon, and now...
But she has no words to name the phenomenon we're seeing. The clouds thicken and thicken until their undulating sharpens, sending a dizzying pain through me. And then, just as fast, it spreads out, reaching toward us now. My heart thumping, I think of Cyril. How the curtain of light cut through her, leaving rivers of blood on her. What if that's what's about to happen to the others? For a moment, the cloud pauses, as if looking at us, then sways in Raksha's direction. I push her out of the way and go tumbling down sideways with momentum. There's an angry lightning and a small crater on the ground where Raksha stood. I hurtle out of the way on all fours, then stumble up and run, and the cloud demon follows.
Keep it distracted,
Riven shouts from across the hall. He looks over my shoulder once. Yara is still working at the metal bars. They're beginning to bend. On it! I shout back. Riven, Raksha, and I run back and forth in the large hall, forcing the cloud to split in 3 directions, thinning itself. I don't know if it's going to do anything. Perhaps we'll only end up making it angrier. But I have to give Yara time to escape the way I couldn't do for Anj. And if I have to let this cloud devour me for Raksha to drag Riven away, I'll do that too. The cloud roars deafeningly, as if it realizes what's happening. Then it regathers, and it hurtles toward Raksha. I'm too far apart. I can only scream as I run, as Riven yells at her to get away, and pain pounds in my leg with each sharp thwack of my feet against the stone floor. But it is Thane who reaches her first. Thane, who is bloodied and battered. Thane, who is unable to walk on his own right now. Thane, who throws himself in front of Raksha with wide arms, as if greeting an old friend. No! Raksha shrieks. I reach her, unable to stop myself from slowing down, and slam into her. We watch in horror as Thane grabs hold of the cloud demon, like it isn't smoke, but as solid as marble.
Hurry!
He shouts, sweat gleaming on his stark white face, the shadows beneath his eyes blackened to soot.
Get out of here!
But he holds on, standing alone, slowing the cloud demon. The demon that emerged because of my hand against the stone. Shade blood. Riven! Raksha! I shout to them, help Yara! Then I race toward Thane, even as he shouts, what are you doing? Run the other way! Tell me the truth, I say, panting as I come to a stop. Are you the other child of Shade they mentioned? His mouth opens, then closes. The cloud takes the moment of distraction to reassert itself. It throws Thane off his foot, but he pulls himself up, his wound forgotten, staring at me. You have shade blood too. Katja was of the shade, wasn't she? The understanding plummets my stomach. Having acknowledged it to someone else, there's no taking this back. We both turn to the cloud demon and grab at its hand, and our shade blood protects us from whatever this is. The demonic cloud, startled, undulates dangerously. It feels like silk in my hand, and it's hard to keep my grip on the slippery, shady substance, but I don't let go.
Come on!
Riven shouts,
the bars are down! Let go and run!
I look back and gasp. He's right. They've taken down 2 bars and bent 2 more. There's enough space for all of us to fit through. Thane, I say, you go first. You'll need more time. He hesitates, but nods, his grip still tight.
Just hold on.
The moment he's halfway to the bars, Riven jogs up to meet him and calls out to me to let go of the demon and hurry back. I'm ready too. The demon roars and swells and thunders. I loosen my grip, taking a small step back, and slip on my feet. The back of my head slams into the stone of the ground, and the cloud comes roaring at me, swallowing me whole. 42. The change before my eyes is abrupt. The darkness of the demonic shadows giving way to the darkness of a strange quality, thicker than air, but not quite the solidity of a wall. Almost like the viscosity of the silver god's blood fills up the space between atoms. This dark is not like the one in the mines, not even the cells. It is the kind of dark that eats you alive. Besides the clothes on my body, I have nothing. I turn around, my heart rising as my mind tries to place these bizarre surroundings into contexts. I shout, shocked and scared, for the others. I'm not in the hall I was just in. There's no one around. Thane, Raksha, Yara, Riven. As if I've been sucked into another world in the blink of an eye. The darkness here is so complete that I'm starting to feel dizzy. My mind unable to comprehend where to move, what to process. I make an effort to walk, but my legs are wobbly. My breaths come hard and fast. And then, in the absolute silence, I hear something I shouldn't. The rush of blood in my veins. I lose my balance and crash down. It feels no different from the sides, no dimension to make me feel like I'm on a floor. The loudness of my heart pumping blood fills my ears. I shout again, to hear something other than my own body. I crawl forward, one hand, one leg, tentatively checking the ground for its solidity. It's the only thing that makes me feel like I'm still alive. What has happened to the hall we were in? What has happened to Riven? But thinking of Riven only makes my lungs burn with anxiety. The rush of blood is faster, stormier, like I'm standing at the harbor, the waves of sea loud in the air, as if my veins would burst any moment now. Am I dead? Can you feel touch in death? I press one hand over the other, trying to ground myself in my body. But with it, a silent wave returns my feeling in a rush. Pain explodes in my body, unbearable heat clawing into my skin. A birth into the world after being cradled in the womb waters. Trying to scream, trying to focus on one thing, I stumble around, scratching at my hands, but there's nothing to get away from. It's all over me, everywhere. Something lives in the darkness. Something with teeth. Then I hear it. The music that was haunting me, a moment here and there, is everywhere, echoing softly from everywhere, as if originating from the very ground I'm walking on, which I can't see. I move forward without sense of space or time. The fluid air doesn't change, just flows around me in waves. Between one moment and the next, the darkness shifts, and an arched gate appears before me. A giant octopus-like creature is carved into the wall, its arms spreading out, with massive red eyes boring into me with the ferocity of 1,000 angry suns. Its open beak stretches half the length of the wall, which makes the arch. Inside is darkness. I see it, but I hear nothing. I feel nothing. Still scratching at my arms and my face, I rush toward the darkness of the gate. Whatever is inside it, as long as it gets this crawling feeling off me. The threshold robs me of hearing. The air in that small space switches from having a viscous, fluid-like quality to a thin, tightly bound solidity that wraps itself around me, cutting off my breathing, squeezing my throat. Before I can act on my alarm, step back, I'm beyond the arch and standing in the darkened space. The heat, the fangs, and the thick pressure are gone. My gasp is audible, painful, and relieved, and short-lived, as I realize I still have no idea where I am. Distantly, I feel like I'm moving downward, even when I can't tell if I'm in a room, a bigger hall, or a tunnel. There's only darkness coiling along every space that ever existed. For what feels like 1,000 years, I walk down and down, as far as the path I'm on will go. My skin prickles with awareness of being watched, like a beast from the pit is keeping an eye on me, waiting to pounce. I wonder if there is ever an end to this. A world that has always been the rocks of the island, the ocean, and the mines. If I keep walking, will I reach the beginning of the world? My mother's stories about the primordial tunnels are beginning to come alive in front of me. I bump into the large tomb and feel along its edge. Rough stone, carvings that I don't understand. Maybe some kind of old language. The city in the caves above, the blood well, and now this strangeness, making me feel like I'm standing on the sharp edge of a cliff. All of this, I know the word clawing its way into my consciousness.
If you want to call it magic, then magic it is.
This doesn't make sense, I whisper, just to hear something. Anything. This isn't real. Something is inside my mind, taking up space. Terrified, I try to focus on myself, keep myself inside me, not give the shadow any place to push me out. If I lose my mind here to something, I will never escape. I will stay here, beneath the ground, lost to the dark infinity of this land. A nudge in my mind. No, I cry. Leave me be. Another nudge, softer this time. Understanding floods me. It's not trying to push me out, but trying to reach out. Blood roars in my ears as a hint of red floats in my vision, in the shape of an oxbow lake, the river it cut from floating in my periphery. And now, the explosion they had set up ripped their own bodies apart as well. Their remains, a mass of blood and flesh and bones, mingled without dignity, were pressed into a single white sheet that was mottled with red and black as its insides pushed through the thin fabric. The pile was separate from the other dead miners, who were laid down with honor. I did not approach. The people's wails and anger were rife in the air. I heard someone call for me, not in a way that seemed to wonder if I was okay now that my parents were gone, but in righteous anger, voice ringing with vengeance, wishing that I joined my parents too, so no blood of theirs ever crossed into the mines again. My body is frozen in its place in the real world, but this memory is as real as it was then. The stench of the blood and the ocean, the burning ash and the slurry from the mines coats my skin, and I can't hide from it. Murderers! Someone wails. They killed everyone! I'm sorry. I think to the darkness at the edge of the memory, hands pressed against my ears uselessly. I'm so sorry. Please, don't hate me for what they did. Please.
Forgive me.
43. The memories don't let go of me. Instead, they take hold of my mind, forcing me to live through everything all over again. Even as I walk on and on, down and down. I had wondered if I might reach the beginning of the world, but now I know there's no end and no beginning to the true darkness. The air ripples, and then the whisper of red splits into a rainbow sheen, cutting the darkness for the blink of an eye, like a river flowing in an absolute night. There's a shift in the space in front of me, the darkness undulating like the curtain of light, edged with the rainbow. Images made of my memories split from my mind and shimmer in the darkness before me. My first gurgling laugh, my first knee scratch, a worn homespun blanket my parents laid me on. Yara and Anj and me huddled near a low fire as our parents worked late that evening. Ashvin, Riven, and Maven making space in their house for me. Riven's pale gray eyes looking at me. All the little things, good and bad, that made Crescent Dune being smothered together in a little orb that can be taken away. And take it all away, what is left within the flesh? The spirit that lives outside of these bonds. The thing inside my mind is trying to talk to the spirit, the one that comes from the same darkness that makes everything else, that made this thing. The one that will exist long after Crescent Dune's body is gone. The one that has no beginning and no end. I am insane, I think. From somewhere in the deep, a whisper.
And what makes your reality the sane one?
The soft rainbow edges shimmer, waver, and in their faint light, I see the tomb clearer. And then, a light the size of a pinhead emerges in the middle of the Rainbow River. The soft white light enlarges slowly until it takes the form of a face taller than me. A monstrous face with a large forehead and an equal-sized fang-filled mouth. 2 infinitesimal slits as nostrils in the tiny space between them, and 2 eyes on each side floats in the darkness. The entire face is scarred, mountainous, and brutal. Whatever the body looks like is hidden behind its colossal tentacles, each one capable of wrapping around a ship and snapping it with a single pull. Who? My voice is a smudge in the dark. I try again. Who are you? The thing, the monster, speaks. A word that I'm unable to grasp in a sound that seems like the gentle flow of water in my ear, tinkling, but with a deep silence between every fall of sound. And then it adds in an echo in my head.
But your mind will not be able to comprehend my name, nor your tongue be able to say it. Although I have had many names since the first dark. You may call me Karavi, your vessel, so you may survive in these waves of unregulated time.
Karavi, I breathe. Except Karavi, I see nothing, like this monster is all that exists. It is like trying to look at the world through my throat, where there is no vision, no understanding of what vision even is. Why am I here? The face looms over me, comes closer. Its tremendous fangs could cut through my head and feet at once. I hold my ground. In my mind, Karavi shows me. Long ago, when the very first star was still a swirl in the river of time, Cosmic beings walked this world with immense powers to bend stone, twist air, move water to their will. They commanded gravity as the ground would. They knew attraction as magnets would. And they pressed air to wind as the skies would. Along with the first ones, there lay nameless things beneath the water of the world, beneath even the deepest lows, in eternal darkness. It was a nameless being that dug too deep and fractured the abyss, protecting this world of all water. From the fracture came the new ones who fought the first ones. And though the first ones were powerful, they were not many. The new ones poured into the world of water in a deluge that never stopped until every first one was bound and brought down. Their bodies were broken, their bones flattened, and their god's blood flew freely. The spirits within them, however, scattered, looking for a form to cling to once more, to preserve their minds and their innate selves, too. The bodies of the first ones did not drown beneath the great ocean, but stayed afloat. Ribs and hearts and bones, rock solid, until they grew stagnant as islands in the world. Their god's blood, a viscous, shimmering silver fluid imbued with the cosmic powers, flew from all islands toward the fracture in the world. There, it all came together in the well that connects to others, a network that both sustains and imprisons the first ones in their slumber where they lie. There it lies, the blood well, filled with powers even as the new ones vanish, losing the battle against time and the waters of the world. And ages later, there is another exodus in another world. The ones who gave themselves a name, the Empyrean Elders, arrive. A corrupting force that excavated the bodies of the first ones, hollowing them, sucking out the god's blood for their own use. The god's blood, as it does with the first ones, becomes both a salvation and a poison to the Empyrean Elders. As it drains, it gently, ever gently, begins calling the spirits of the first ones from the prisons to the open skies. It is then, when this god's blood reemerges above the islands, that the spirit demons of the first ones arrive, attracted to the scent of powers running through the god's blood. The demons are vicious creatures, rudder-like tails at the end of powerful bodies, horns growing from the head, fangs and claws to cut and tear. The original among them lives still, inhabited by the spirits, and use their physical forms to give birth to more demons, to carry the spirits anywhere in the world when needed. The Empyreans called these the Merry Stags. And a demon descended from the one that carries the spirit of Karavi has bonded with a human girl who belongs neither here nor there. A girl who fights and breaks and screams and loves and cries. A girl who has no limits and feels everything. And in her, the spirit of Karavi found a kindred, awakening the memories of hundreds of thousands of millennia. The monster called Karavi is not a monster at all. This image of a spirit is truly what the world of the Empyrean Elders would call a god. What had the Shade Man said? They are gods only because they could not be killed. I stagger backward, catching on the tomb, and fall. A piercing ache explodes in my head, a blinding light, and my mind is chaos. Breathe, I try to tell myself, gasping for air. I scramble to ground myself in the now, panic bringing every terrible thought I've ever had to the fore. Breathe, please. My mind wars with trickles of love and light within me, fusing together, building into a crescendo that burns within me. A gasp escapes me, and I fall to the ground, bent over, crying. The sharpness of the pain dulls, and my sobs become soundless. When I came down here, I came looking for a key to my freedom, to get away from this island. But now I know there is no running in this world of islands. Every island in this ocean is the body of a god. And here I am, in the clutches of one of these gods, who stares at me lying on the ground with the force of 1,000 fiery storms. Now you are here, roaming inside us, disturbing us, a descendant of our enemies who keep us trapped here. Are you here for our god's blood too? No, I whimper. Our enemies who keep us trapped here. The Shade Folk. So this is what the Shade Folk's duty means. To live down here still, and keep the first ones from arising again. This is their mandate. They want the blood well a secret, not because they worship it, but so it won't ever be drained. And my mother, when she blew up the mines, she was only trying to block the way down to the blood well in her own desperate way. I know it now. She was trying to protect the island. These islanders who hate her and my father, they owe their lives to my parents. And that is what the Collector and Ariadna are now going to do. Drain the blood well for their Zargonine. Karavi speaks in my mind. Then heed this reminder and this warning. There is a large silence, larger than the entire underground, before Karavi's voice blows like trumpets. This is the reminder. This world of water is ours. We created it out of the first silence and the first dark, and we are intertwined in its very foundation. That is the truth. And here is our warning. We have slept for too long. It is time that we woke. Do what you must and drain the well as appropriate. It is time that our bodies were made whole and we taste the sky and drink the ocean once more. Do this, and you will see the truth of what is and what will be. Do this, and you will serve in the glory of creation from before the first dawn broke. If you do not, there will be not a spark of your blood left at the end of everything. I don't speak. Don't betray the terror at the thought of the islands splitting apart and coming together to form a cosmic being. It would only mean one thing: the destruction of this world, the annihilation of humans. I sense the darkness slipping, the coils swirling and lightening even as I try to make sense of where I am. But I don't remember exactly when Karavi vanished from in front of me, from my mind. 1 second, she still loomed large, warning me to help the first ones or stand aside, and the next, a sharp rainbow ripples like the wind, encircling me. Something rushes up to meet me, a silent explosion. And then, I'm coughing, my back lying hard against the stone, and I wake up to find Riven, Raksha, Thane, and even Yara crouched around me. Thank the ocean, Riven whispers. The Shade Folk are right. My parents tried. I heave, trying to stamp the panic down. Every breath is a knife in my lungs. The still air presses with the force of a storm against my skin. Every sensation too loud, too rough, too much. As if I'm thrown out of the womb waters into the world anew. Easy, Cress. Riven catches my face in his hand, but I have to get the words out. I have to. Raksha should know her stories are wrong. The first ones never walked on the islands. They are the islands. Everything I thought, everything I am, none of it matters. The fights, the blood, the mines, the mountains, this very world. We have to stop them. I half cry, half scream. We have to stop Ariadna and the Collector, or we will all die. 44.
Tell me again,
Says Raksha, her head resting on the polearm as she holds it tight enough for her knuckles to turn white.
about the first ones.
Wearily, I look at her over my own hands clasped fast, resting on my pulled-up knees. I've coiled my body together, as close to myself as possible, inhaling the stale metallic air of the caves. Every sensation crawls like 100 tiny insects on my skin, visceral and hot and maddening. I want to scratch my skin open, get out of this prison of flesh, if that's what it takes to stop feeling everything at once. The others are in a similar state of disbelief as Raksha. I don't blame them. I know how it sounds, I say, mouth dry. Speaking of it doesn't ease the weight of this cosmic truth.
It is because of how it sounds that I'm willing to believe you,
Thane says grimly. His face is pale, and his leg is tied with a cloth that has gotten black with blood again. He meets my eye, and for a brief moment, the air around him shimmers with the darkness of nothingness, the one that marks him as the blood of shade folk. Trying to put what I experienced, a transcendental experience with a cosmic being, into words made me doubt my own mind, made me cry like I haven't ever before. It was Thane, my fellow shademan, who helped me explain the story of this world by coaxing me gently, patiently, even when his own life is slowly ebbing. Riven believes me, I know. And fortunately, Raksha does too. Yara locks her hands in front of her and sits across from me next to the broken bars. She watches me with a glint in her eyes, like she's assessing how hard I hit my head when I fell.
There are men up there on the island who are preparing for our annihilation,
Thane says.
Bairn was one thing, but Ariadna is the Collector's granddaughter. They both betrayed one another, so who knows what truly goes on in those people's minds? We have to stop them however we can. It's no longer about mining and jobs and food and houses. It's about our existence.
No one will believe us, Yara says gruffly. I turn to her in surprise that she has any opinion at all. She watches me like she's daring me to say something. Riven nods. At my expression, he adds,
I stand with you, now and forever, but what we have seen down here, no one up on the island has. That smoke, the shadow demon, whatever it was, those things are not normal. Others would want more than our words to trust us. Heron will trust us.
Raksha cuts in.
He's one man, Raksha,
Thane says.
What happens when they deem us insane like the others? Heron wouldn't be able to do anything. So what do? We can stall them, make up things, but for how long?
Raksha says, frustrated.
Those people haven't controlled our lives for so long by doing nothing. They can and will destroy us.
After my parents died, I wanted to escape this island and its chains exactly because I know the destruction the Collector and his people can wreak. But now, everything is backward. We stand deep in the ground, beneath the sea pressing on us. We can still get lost in here, or a monster attacks us, and this time, having given so much already, we can defend ourselves. And if we survive, Ariadna will be ready for us. If she won't kill us, then she will cast us aside, make liars of us, anything to ensure the discovery of the blood well comes out in the open. The Landers are selfish and malicious. They have never once extended grace to the miners. For them, everything exists to serve them. The collector and his granddaughter will not once stop to think that they are breaking apart the land we live on. For them, the gains come first. Ariadna even heard the Shade Folk, but she would call them villains and profiteers who want to keep the well for themselves. The truth of our world will become a lie designed to keep them from exploiting the miners' flesh and blood. I'm not an idiot. I can't stop them all. Not forever. But I can stop Ariadna. I have to get out of here and make sure no one comes down the mines again, or there will be no salvation anywhere I go in the world. We have to get the miners to stop digging too, I say. Everyone, I know what you're going to say. I hasten as Raksha opens her mouth, but we have to start somewhere, and fast. Raksha stares at me for an elongated moment, then lets out a long scream. She swears and swears until she's run out of breath. No one does anything. We all feel the same way. Raksha straightens and loosens her shoulders.
Right,
She says,
we take turns in helping Thane. We take no chances and no shortcuts. We move east and we move quick. It's time we get out of here.
the travel upward becomes strangely, maddeningly easy. Tunnels open up, chambers give way, and no creature accosts us even when the scurries come too near. It is as if the creatures are driven out of our way. The ascents give us some trouble, but only because of getting Thane upward. The caves are helping us, and the thought makes my legs tremble. But the ease of the way is why the light at the end of the tunnel is so sudden, so bright that for a moment I can see nothing save for the little circumference of startling whiteness burning our eyes, and why, when the guns surround us, none of us notice at first until I walk right into the barrel. 45.
Where are you coming from?
Says one of the people. The whole group has their faces covered, leaving only their eyes locked on us.
What is going on?
Raksha steps up.
Caden, is that you?
The one holding the gun to my head startles.
Rakshama,
Every gun lowers immediately,
you're back?
says Caden as he rips off his face covering.
But that girl said you were all dead. Heron thinks you're dead. Damn that girl to the deepest sea.
Raksha curses.
Thane needs help. Hurry up.
Caden starts to say something, but then glances at Thane and clamps his mouth shut. His face drains of color. He swears and calls out for some of the group to take Thane to a doctor. As they carry him, Thane lets out a pained gasp. He gives me an encouraging smile. At least, I think that's what it's supposed to be. Under the circumstances, we tried our best to keep the wound tied and prevent blood loss, but none of us are truly healers, and all I can do is hope our best was enough to keep him alive. His leaving makes me feel strangely uncomfortable, like I've been left alone again, and I'm too young to know what to do next. But before I have time to process that, Caden hurries us up along one of the defunct chambers littered with mining carts.
What's happening? Why is the work stopped?
It's only when Raksha asks that I realize it. The usual thundering of drills and ground movers and shouts and chaos of wheels is absent, leaving behind a large silence as loud as the music beneath the ground. A quiet, haunting whistle blows through the shafts.
The collector.
Caden says.
What about him?
Raksha asks sharply. Out of the horrendous underground, she's transformed into the veteran miner that she is, automatically a leader. She stands straighter. Her voice is stronger. The strength of her focused gaze could wither the sun. Someone like Bayern could never match her.
He's coming,
Caden says. For what? I ask. There's only one thing I can imagine the collector wants, to drain the blood well. But how can that happen so soon? He would need massive machinery and endless labor. Labor only the full strength of Kar Atish's miners could provide. Caden narrows his eyes at me.
I know, Yara and Riven, but you're not a miner. She's fine, Raksha says. Thane and I vouch for her. Okay,
Caden says. With one last glance up and down at me, he turns to Raksha.
In any case, I'm glad you're here, Rakshama, because Heron is trying his best, but we don't know what to do. The collector wants us ready by dawn tomorrow. He's bringing in his army, and he wants us all to invade the mines.
We emerge from the mines into a different world. It must be late afternoon, and the sun burns. Even worse now that we've stayed for so long in the dark. Everything is cast white hot, my skin stinging raw and red as if any moment it will catch a flame. The smell of water and ash overwhelms my senses, dust running with claws down my throat. I have to force my eyes open, even as the corners of my vision darken. Has it always been like this? The face of the mine stands empty. At the top, though, the same uniformed miners who were busy working when we went in are now armed with every type of weapon. Pole arms like Raksha, close-range guns, daggers and spikes, and all kinds of blades. Near the face, a pile of sticks of Zargonine is amassed. A crowd of elder miners sits there, hunched over, sharpening the blunt sticks into even more weapons. Not that any of this would matter in front of the collector's sophisticated weapons. Caden and the group take us through the armed miners toward the back of the open space, where the black cliffs fall abruptly into the sea. The row of squat gray chambers of the collector's officers has been converted into gathering places. We duck into the last one, which is also the biggest. Inside, the gray cement walls keep the oppressive heat and ash trapped despite the large window looking over the sea. Even with footsteps marking the floor, everything is layered in dust and soot. 4 elderly miners and 1 younger, around Caden's age but older than me, pack around a table. The first thing I notice is how rickety it is and how fragile everyone looks. The younger guy looks up, pushing his hair out of his eyes as we enter. He leaps to his feet in shock. Ma? You're here. You're alive. So, this must be Raksha's son, Herod, the young scythe. Raksha gets to him in one fluid motion, like gravity couldn't work against her in that moment. She hugs him fiercely and lets up just as quickly. The tightness in his face reduces a little as Raksha takes his place, and he steps back from the table with no more questions to stand at her shoulder instead.
How's Thane?
One of the elder ones asks.
They're starting work to amputate his leg, but he will live,
answers someone at our backs.
That's good. We need him,
the man murmurs. He looks back to Raksha.
What happened to your mission? Did you find anyone? It seems like the moment your company left, there was a sudden influx of the collector's men swarming around. What is the connection? The collector fooled us,
Raksha growls, pressing down on the table. It makes a cracking sound.
He wants to drain the origin well and we can't let that happen.
She quickly summarizes our journey, but takes her time to explain about that disgusting insect creature and the shadow spider. And with a glance at me and Riven, she goes on a tangent about how deadly an invasion into the mines could be. That it will start a war with the children of Shade, and we will all die as collateral. I hadn't realized how tightly the center of my body was coiled, worried over how this conversation would go with the miners. Thank the ocean, Raksha knows how to handle these people.
We are also looking at an exodus of underground creatures who can and will cause destruction we won't be able to deal with. This won't stop here. They will travel elsewhere, and they will cause mayhem in addition to the toll the ocean takes. Nowhere will be safe. We are staring at our annihilation.
She ends grimly. The crowd around the table swears, but there's no immediate uproar. No one even asks her follow-up questions. They believe her. This is what the mining family has always been. Trust and faith in one another. I feel out of my depth here, surrounded by miners who must have had family members killed in the explosion.
Then it's simple. We refuse to go in, and we keep them back,
a man named Faris says. He looks familiar. In another life, I might have known him, but I dare not ask him anything.
We have rotating patrols ready. The top of the mine's face is covered,
Heron says.
Caden and his group are scouring the side entries and dead shafts. Ashvin and Maven have a team down by the shore.
What? Riven steps up, face drained of blood.
Well, what did you think?
Heron scowls.
They were going to sit by and wait? Just be glad they weren't here when that Ariadna girl said you were dead. The shore has beasts from the sea, too. And they know that.
This is madness, I want to say. They're trying to defend the mines from all sides, but we're too close, too unequipped. And like Riven says, fighting alongside the ocean is a death sentence. That kind of movement along the shore will bring out predators. It's not like when I used to play along the shore, just a child quietly, but a large horde of prey just waiting to be ambushed. They keep arguing back and forth, the others joining in too. In the heat, everyone is getting more and more frustrated, losing grip on our immediate situation. Here we are, getting backed even further into the corner. I shout, "You're all focusing on defending. We need to attack them before they can reach the mines." A sudden silence, punctuated by the wild ocean down along the shore, sinks into the small room. We can't let them cross the Redwater, I say. The ground gets softer the farther in they get down this side. They can blow it up to get below. The spires will break, and the falling rocks could cause a blockade. And we have old niches the whole way, if they find even a single way in.
I know who you are,
Heron says, annoyed, and I freeze.
You're one of Badger's fighters.
No, yes, that's who I am, and I know how to fight.
What's that supposed to mean?
That this is not a battle you'll win cowering in a corner.
These are monsters we know better,
Heron says. No, you don't. I slam my hands down on the table, almost ready to grab Heron by the shoulders and shake him so he can see the reality. We cannot match the full strength of the Collector's army, even less so if Salonia gets involved. I look at Riven, who stands there with his hands crossed over his chest, glaring at Heron. It was different before, but now, knowing what's at stake, I can't leave him here. And I know if I asked, he wouldn't leave with me, and neither would his brothers, which means I can't escape this anymore. Leave Kar Atish. Let them all rot. That's what I always told myself to keep going in this world.
It was not my fight. I would find another island and its freer skies. But if Ariadna succeeds in invading the mines, starting a war, and breaking our land, how long will any other island remain safe? Is this what I have spilled blood? My own and that of those innocent creatures, for in the pits of the arena? For hiding in a corner while the world shatters because of men's greed? I'm done trying to run. I deserve the same place on this land as anyone else. When I turn back to the table, fire licking through the ash within me, ready to start screaming, I find Faris staring at me, eyes narrowed. And before I have time to prepare myself, he speaks.
Jar.
His voice is a whisper carrying a storm.
You're Jar's daughter.
The silent air plummets faster than I can breathe.
I was thinking you look familiar. How?
He rises, the table overturning with the force, fists clenched at his sides, reddening rapidly. One by one, the others realize too, and hysteria explodes. Caden and his group, who were at the entrance of the room, roar and stomp right into the middle. I step back hurriedly, never taking my eyes off any of them. Which of them would hurt me first? Probably Caden and his group. Damn the ocean! They have weapons. I gasp, air refusing to help. Riven closes a hand on mine, stepping up next to me, shielding me with his half-turned body. I look up at him wildly, and he meets me with a ferocious gaze.
I won't let you face them alone,
it says. Raksha's words, loud and clear, cut through the charged air.
Stop this nonsense! We need her! No, we don't!
Two of the elders snap together.
Kinkiller!
Faris spits. That word, fire, rips through me as I speak. While you waste time coming up with creative names, the Collector's army is advancing on us.
There is no us here.
Heron lets out a frustrated breath, then turns to his mother.
Why have you brought her here?
Because none of you know the real danger we are in, I shout. Heaving, I step up, not breaking eye contact with Heron because I can see he might be young. But if I don't win over him and Caden, we might as well let the first ones rise this very minute and end everything in this world. Heron opens his mouth, then closes it. Anger hardens his features. Instead of me, he continues to address Raksha.
Don't push this, Ma.
Raksha stamps down her pole arm so hard, the gray walls of the chamber vibrate.
You think I don't remember watching your father get blown to pieces in front of my eyes? You think I don't remember the taste of his blood as it spattered inside my mouth?
Heron pales. Ma. But he has no words, and neither to any of us. For a terrible, elongated moment, all of us stand still, staring at Raksha. She has her fist closed around the ring on the chain around her neck, so tight her bones stand out. Heron looks away, anguish burning in his eyes. Before I found out about the first ones, I could have still believed that miners can fight their own fights, that I had no place with them beyond the underground mines. It had been all that I was looking forward to, a life away from here. But now, I know my parents tried to protect these people, failed to protect these people, and that still doesn't change what Raksha has gone through. It is the brutal truth, and I cannot turn away from it. I look at Riven and Yara, then at every other person in the room, meeting their angry and incredulous eyes. That rebellion you keep talking of, trying to build us all a better world, it will die tonight if we don't stop what's coming. The weight of everyone's gaze is heavier than I anticipated. I swallow my fear, my shame. It wasn't my fault, I say softly. Incredulity runs swift among those assembled. But I raise my chin and repeat, meeting each of their gazes one by one. What happened was not my fault. I was a child. It was never my fault. There's no apology I have for them, which is what I know they truly want to hear. They don't want to hear that my parents died trying to save the world, to give me a fighting chance to live in a world that wouldn't end. Now, I have to finish what they started and risk everything for. No backing down now. So I tell them what they need to hear. I can't change what my parents did. But if we let the collector move beyond the Redwater, it will be our end for always. If the mines are drained, what use would we have to the landers in Salonia? They will destroy this island. We will die the death of mute beasts. Forrest looks like he wants to say something, but at the last moment, his gaze drifts somewhere over my shoulder instead. To Raksha.
So,
Raksha says,
if we must attack first, the valley over Redwater is our best chance.
46. By nightfall, the news has spread. The miners are marching to battle against the collector's army. Everyone is divided in groups. Several older miners stay behind, keeping a defensive boundary around the entrance and all the nooks they know of from experience. We can't do anything about the brute force, but anything that can delay an onslaught, even if for mere minutes, is precious. At the center of the pit, the scorched earth is where my parents were burned. Every other miner who died that day was buried in the ocean with the respect the dead deserve, save for Jar and Katya Dun. I kneel at the edge of the marks on the ground. Despite the constant activity, I can sense people slowing down, giving me sidelong glances. The minor elders have grudgingly accepted me in the fold for now, but it doesn't change anyone's feelings. They've spent almost a decade building up their hatred against my parents, and what can I say to vindicate them? Their actions may have had noble intentions, but the results did not fulfill those intentions. And yet, they're the same parents who held me when I scraped my knee, helped me raise little creatures and then released them back in the sea, sung me lullabies, and told me bedtime stories. The pressure of reconciling all of it almost brings me to tears again. But I won't cry in front of these people. Let them see that I am not ashamed of my parents. I can't forgive them, but I can stand with them. Let them see me as whoever they want to. I am who I am. The dark skies and silent rocks watch me as I bring my hands together, bow my head, and, for the first time, whisper the words of the final ritual for my parents. May the water horse watch over you. May you sail the ocean of stars. May you find the home of elders. May the end begin once more. Will you guys hurry? Maven says, as Riven, Ashvin, and I fit in weapons. The brothers have gone for guns. I take one, but mostly I pick up blades in addition to my daggers. I know my strength, and it's in close combat.
What are you hurrying for? Ashvin stops and asks. You stay here.
Riven takes Maven's arm.
Yeah, go home and don't worry about us. We'll see you in the morning, and if...
Maven rips out of Riven's grasp. You both have got to be kidding. He glares at them, tightening his grip on the gun he was in the process of strapping to his chest.
May, is this the time to...
I start, but Ashvin immediately cuts me off.
I will tie you to a merry stag before I let you in active battle.
The three brothers stand across from one another, each of their faces mirroring the other's stubbornness. They look unlike themselves. The bruises from these past days, the prominence of bones over paler skin, like they've already been through a war.
Don't make this harder than it has to be,
Riven growls.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Stop wasting time and let's go.
Maven snaps back. Faster than I can blink, the three of them are grappling.
What in the ocean's name?
I shout, stepping out of the way.
How is this helping?
But they fight and throw things. Clearly, none of them actually wants to hurt anyone, so they're all getting their fair share of punches. I hate all three of them.
You are not going,
Ashvin wheezes, as May grabs his throat from behind, while Riven tries to get him off Ashvin. The fighting and shouting draws others to us, near the mouth of the mine. Half of the younger miners just start hooting and egging them on. And just then, in a fit to get himself out of Riven's grip, Maven kicks fast and hits Ashvin, who crashes into the pile of guns with a loud gasp. He tries to disentangle himself from the pile, but his leg slips. I rush to help him, and when he sits up, blood trickles down his nose. Riven and Maven race across to him, their faces shocked and terror marking their shouts. Ashvin touches the blood sliding down his face, and his fingers come away red. Someone gets Riven a quick aid kit, and he gets to work. With the same slippery hands, Ashvin grabs Maven's collars and looks him in the eye.
You are not going.
For a moment, the two of them just stare at each other, the rest of the world forgotten. Finally, Maven takes Ashvin's hand and promises to his brothers.
Fine, but when this fight is over, I'll break both your bones.
As I turn away to let them have a moment, he calls,
Oi, Cress!
When I twist in my place and raise a brow, he adds, Take care of my brothers.
On my life,
I tell him. The multiple groups that line the mines and the harbor next to the refinery are our last line of defense. If they get breached, there's no stopping the Collector's army. Which is why most people with fighting capabilities go into Kar Atish, led by Heron and Caden, hoping to bottleneck the gorge over the Redwater and keep the army far away from the mines. The palpable strain among those leading the charge about what might happen if they failed to keep the army trapped here pulses in the air, settling on everyone else. It's even worse along the row I walk with. Heron put me directly next to Yara, and we both have guns, which is why Riven splits from his unit 2 rows behind and marches next to us. If this is their way of keeping me in check, I'm fine. As long as we don't let the mines fall to the Collector and Ariadna, I'm okay with marching next to the Sea Devil itself. The storm is high as we move in unison, hundreds of armed miners. The black skies are thick with clouds, rain pelting the spires. The weather couldn't be worse if it tried. I wipe water off my face, squinting to see beyond the curtain of rain. All around me, light from everyone's headlamps diffuses in the water. For all my life, I have lived apart from the people I now march with, shoulder to shoulder, ready to die next to them. But that distance is not enough to change what I feel down to my bones now. Anticipation, yes, but raw fear, too. We've all heard stories of so many rebellions and uprisings over the years. Legends of Salonia's fatal attempt at legitimizing rebels as a political opposition, which ended in the entire rebel movement destroyed in a single moment, and the repercussions the rest of the islands have felt for so long.
None of us will forget the night of the wagon scars, even though most of us weren't even alive when it happened. Miners had gone on a strike. They camped along the Redwater Valley, demanding rights to better wages, proper access to health facilities, a relaxation in the indenture policies. 7 nights in, men from the collector's compound snuck in, got into the mine train, and drove it along the gorge, right down the middle of the miner camps, and gunned them all down. Defenseless miners and their families, children too. The pervasiveness of that devastation on Kar Atish is so strong, so real, that it feels as if every miner child is born with that knowledge within us. The rot beasts have fled in the wake of our long serpentine march along the uneven hills, amid the spires that the rains weaken. Every now and then, rocks tumble down, scattering us, slowing us. Our progress is still steady, but I can feel the finality in the iron-tasting rain. One way or another, we will find what the fate of Kar Atish will be within the day. Eventually, after hours, we reach the midpoint that connects the arm of the miners with the shoulder of the collector. A narrow gorge lined with the defunct wagon tracks, littered with boulders and thorny bushes, and scraps scattered like excavated fossils in the hills. Discarded mine carts and rusted mine trains, wire cages, and other junk that, although reminders of horrifying things, we can use as necessary shields, since most of our so-called army carries guns filled with shrapnel. While the rain stays away due to the direction of the wind, the terrible cacophony of the storm is magnified in the gorge. The walk up here kept most of us distracted from the obvious fear, but now I can feel tension ratcheting up my body. Several meters ahead, Heron and 2 of his closest fighters move ahead to rendezvous with the scouts. "This is a reckless idea," Yara breathes, shooting me a look of pure loathing.
"I'd rather not have fought too,"
Riven says before I can counter.
"But since we are, I'd rather we win, so you better pull yourself together."
"If you don't stop talking to me, the next thing to come out of your mouth will be your teeth." She walks across the gorge to place herself as far away from us as possible.
"She's going to get us killed,"
Riven says.
"I told Heron we shouldn't bring her."
I raise a brow. Because she's not sticking to the place she's supposed to?
I am not behaving like I want to kill everyone and then myself.
I cannot believe the words that come out of me next, but I tell him anyway. Have some compassion, Riven. She lost her brother in the whole farce. She's grieving. He sighs.
"You're right. I'm sorry. I'm..."
"Thinking of May? He'll be fine. He's tougher than you and Ashvin give him credit for." Riven opens his mouth to answer, but at that moment, there's hurried movement from up in the gorge. Heron and his men return, charging down the narrow path. Several of them take up places along the gorge, and some move in among the rest of the group. Heron stays at the top, yelling,
"Get in formation! They're moving toward us now!"
Around the corner, 3 tanks thunder into view. The turret of each mounted with mammoth firearms. Lander machines that we can only dream of. A keening sound fills the air, and, blood freezing in my bones, I see sharp lights rising along the sides of the firearms like red-eyed rot about to leap. Screams and bullets echo in the night. My hands automatically know what to do, even as I stumble backward into the hill, shooting across the gorge at the tanks. But, of course, it's no use. There's a barrage of gunshots. Bangs and white smoke, and the sweltering gunpowder streak into the air, chaos on their heels, turning everything into a death game in the narrow pathway. Wildly, I slam back into a nearby boulder. They weren't supposed to be here before dawn. Get back! I add my voice to the chorus, begging friends and family to get out of the way to retreat, please.
Heron, back down!
Someone yells. Something heavy clangs against the ground, causing a ringing in my body from toe to head. Blinking rapidly, I try to look for the source. Instead, I see Heron standing in the center of the gorge, limned in strange light, as the rain blows in the changed wind against him and emptying rounds of bullets. One of his men flees, and then a sound gun blows the other one backward in the air. Heron howls against the wind and storm. "Krez!" Riven shouts, grabbing for my hand, but I'm out of his reach.
Get back! We need to retreat!
"Where's Raksha?" I yell back.
I don't know!
For everything I owe Raksha, I make a run for it, and it seems Yara has the same thought. We crash into Heron together, slamming down with him painfully as a bullet whizzes past him and grazes the top of the boulder next to us. Heron's eyes widen. "What are you?" At that moment, a blast tears through the gorge, sending the world up in flames. 47. The harsh whistle in my head is deafening, robbing me of every sense and leaving me floating in sharp, painful whiteness for several moments. In a startling, dizzying rush, touch comes back first, searing through my body, and fire storms into my lungs, which are laboring as hard as they can, and with it, pain everywhere. Gravel sticks to my tongue, sanding it bloody. I try to spit it out, but only end up scratching my gums and retching as the reek of gunpowder cuts through. When I raise my shaking fingers to the side of my face, they come back red too. My heart beats painfully, struggling, as I lift my head and look around. Next to me, Heron and Yara are faring no better. We push ourselves up slowly, holding on to one another, and sit up with our backs pressed into the boulder that saved us. One boulder. Or we would be lying dead like the scores of bodies now spread down the gorge. About 10 steps from me, Riven is pressed into the wall of the hill, alive. It's the only thing I can focus on as my vision stabilizes, the whistling in my head still far too loud. Flames crackle along the thorn bushes, punctuating the gasps and cries of the dying, the overpowering smoke and dust dancing like wraiths over the dead. The darkened bodies are scorched, like they breathed in raw Zargunine, separated from us by a pool of blood and torn limbs. Rain pours sideways in sheets now, splashing into the pool and diluting the blood, which slowly runs down the gorge in dark rivulets. Riven waves a hand, catching my attention. His mouth moves.
Don't leave your place.
And I give him an incredulous look back. Where will I go? The storm intensifies, taking away whatever little ability to see I had gained after shaking off the dizziness. Heron moves to stand, his knees visibly shaking, and I pull him back. What are you doing? You'll get killed! You're the one who dragged us here, Yara hisses from his other side. We need to attack. And you must be delighted we might fail. We wouldn't have if we stayed at our home, but you wouldn't know much about that. Do you not see how prepared they are if they bomb to the mines?
Stop it, both of you,
Heron snaps. We fall quiet, glowering at one another. But whichever one of us is right, it doesn't change the fact that right now, barrels are still flashing from the top of the hills ahead. A cruel silence prowls, and every time there's even a slightly recognizable movement, guns go off. The blood of miners seeps down this gorge and into the island, into the mouth of the gods beneath. I shudder at the thought of this somehow strengthening the one I saw. Karavi. Her face
if it was her face, slips from my memory, even as I try to recall it.
It's going to be light soon,
Heron says.
We can't stay here like fish waiting for bait.
We move, we die, I say. And I can't let that happen, not to Raksha's son. Then, someone calls in a voice broken as a rusted hinge. Heron! In the distance, a girl tries to get up. She can't be much older than me. The blue of the miner's clothes she's wearing has turned a dark midnight, soaked with blood. She reaches out, and immediately, a barrage of guns screams against the fading night. Several miss, thunking along bodies already dead, but one finds its mark and explodes. Her shocked expression frozen forever, the girl slams back to the ground. Heron roars and rushes to her. There's a sound of a gun being reloaded, a shot, and as Heron realizes what he's done in impulse, he turns, surprised. A single bullet rips at the side of his waist. Heron! Raksha cries from somewhere at the back. There, behind a broken cart. Before Raksha gives in to her instinct too, I hurtle away from the boulder and rush to Heron. A bullet grazes past the top of my head, burning my hair. I try to drag him away, but he's too heavy, and I think, this is it. The next second, Riven and Yara are there, each helping me get Heron to the side of the hill in the temporary safety of an outcropping. And it still isn't enough to keep Raksha at her place. She crawls like the shadow of a snake, taking advantage of the rain, and picks her way through the dead toward us. Heron presses a hand to the patch of red rapidly spreading at his side.
Well, this isn't great.
Raksha doesn't say anything, so I do. We have to get him back.
And leave my people here alone? No.
He says, but already the bite in his voice is gone. His breathing is labored, sweat trickling along and making tracks down the soot on his face. You'd rather be dead than leave them alone?
You bleed to death here,
Raksha says. She pulls his eye down and studies him. None of us have to be a doctor to know what the paleness of his skin means. We saw it with Thane already.
Once it gets light.
Riven looks up, a hand shading his face from the rain, smelling violently of rust.
They'll move in and chase us down to the mines.
We move now, we might as well just slit our own throats, Yara says. Her eyebrows lower, anger descending in her again. If I get them to chase me, maybe you'll have a chance to take him away from here. You can't. She cuts me off. I want nothing more than to be with my brother. And if I can help my people while I'm at it, then I will. You don't get to judge me.
Yara, Raksha says, this is not the way.
If what she says about the first ones is true, Yara throws me a murderous glance. Do we have any other choice left? Riven and I exchange glances. Perhaps it's not the way, but what is? It either ends now, or we struggle and die many times over. I feel the weight of Karavi's frightening gaze. The first ones want to awaken now. No wonder the land seems to give us no respite. I have to do what Jar and Katya Dune tried to do and failed. No, it is not the way, I say. But there is another. The Collector. Riven closes in his eyes with understanding. The landers here operate entirely under the Collector's command. They are forbidden to act against and without his will. We get him, this all ends. Yara stands.
Stop it, Yara.
Heron breathes, a bloody hand reaching out. But he's losing strength, and his hand falls back as he gasps. Raksha presses on his wound, trying futilely to prevent the blood loss, and looks back at Yara. Her gaze is heavy with a finality.
Even if you're right about the collector, we're dealing with an onslaught here right now. Once the skies lighten, we will be massacred. So you do what you have to, and I will do this.
Yara hoists her 2 guns along her hips. She looks at me.
I will never forgive your family for what it did to mine. So don't think this is for your benefit. This is for the family that raised me. The one you will never be a part of.
Then she adds to Riven,
Get ready to get Heron out.
She turns then, no longer listening to Heron's weak protests, and steps out in the middle of the gorge. The shooting starts almost instantly. She directs her rage, screaming at the massive tanks blocking the path. The renewed battle noise startles everyone down the gorge, and even those half dying stop to wonder at her. Riven and I carry Heron in the dark shadows, unable to take our eyes off Yara. The guards atop the tanks had gone lax and are now scrambling to get in position, howling orders across the 3 vehicles. She's a dark demon, limned in the light from the tanks, crying and screaming, and giving back the Landers everything they gave us. And then, her guns fall silent. She drops them, even as new gunfire erupts, and gets ready to die. 48. Look out! Someone yells from across the gorge. From the direction of the mines, a bright, blinding light. A mine train comes hurtling over the wagon track. As the remaining miners, lying across the ground to protect themselves from the Landers' firing, get out of the way. Alongside the driver in the first cart, a man aims a multiple-barrel gun toward the tanks, rapidly firing. It comes to a stop a few feet from us, covering fire for Yara, who stands there, stunned like the rest of us. Ocean sits inside, his tattooed hands clutching the giant firearm.
Get him out of there!
Riven and I help Heron onto the cart, Raksha climbing in behind him. As Ocean continues to cover fire, Yara hurtles back, and together we help the other injured on the train. And all throughout, the cacophony of bullets rings in the night. Riven, I say, ducking as the light of the firearm flashes and startles me. We have to go now! Yara comes stumbling toward us and takes over, covering Heron. We quickly exchange weapons, hurriedly confirm the route to get inside the mountains. Ocean! I shout, get them to safety! He looks at me, confused, before his eyes go wide with the realization that I'm not getting on the train. Where are you? The collector! Hold this gorge, Ocean! It's all we have! And with that, I take Riven's hand, and we step away from the wagon track. Getting away from the gorge isn't easy, but Riven and I follow Raksha's instructions and crawl down the passage. From boulders to carts to the horrible wire cages, we take shelter as we move upward, closer to the collector's army, as bullets and shells rain down all around us in retaliation for the mine train. The old watchtowers crumble like decayed teeth on either side of the pass, narrowing the way out. They mark the turn on the island, beyond which miners cannot live anymore. But once they stood with all the majesty of legendary swords jutting from the ground, cutting the mists and looking out to the sea. I nudge Riven when we're close enough, pointing to the feet of the left watchtower. There's the gap in the hill that Yara spoke of. You ready?
As ready as I can be.
He starts to raise the lighter, then hesitates.
We're sure, right? You didn't look great when you woke up in the mines. You're sure the first one won't find you, right?
For a tempting moment, I am selfish enough to want to say, yes, I'm terrified. Let someone else go. But I wonder if the fear of destruction has scrubbed away the selfish bone from my body.
The same fear that drives me to descend beneath the ground once more. Finish this before the battle takes a form none of us can contain. If anything happens to me,
Nothing is happening to you.
Riven says quietly, fiercely. I take his free hand. The mark of the wound peeking from his open collar reminds me that every moment is precious now, as it always has been, and I have never been more grateful for him. I don't know if we get a choice.
You always have a choice.
Riven breathes close to me, and then flicks the lighter on. I scowl at him, and by his smirk, I know he knows what I'm thinking. You did this on purpose. Immediately, we get our return signal. 3 flicks of a flame, tiny, and only if you knew where to look. A beat passes. Then, 7 guns from the back carts of the train fire simultaneously toward the top of the hill on the right. In that very startling, very violent moment for the collector's men stationed atop the hill, Riven and I make for the gap to the left. The world is a flash of rain and smoke and gunshots as we race. And the second we sweep inside the small gap, the darkness of the island greets me again. Pressed against the wall, Riven and I cough, wiping the rain off our eyes and mouths. Sometimes choices get taken away from you by the world, I say, head resting back on the wall, panting. The dark here is only partial, thanks to the slant of light from the gap, but it vanishes within a few feet. The wall and the floors are jagged, unlike the smoothness of the city cavern below.
Then you find new ones.
Riven says. The warmth in this part of the cavern, so near the red water, is hot as full noon. Almost makes me miss the chill of the lakes below. Almost. I force my legs in motion, ignoring my increased heartbeat as my mind decides to dwell on the underground. It's different this time, after all. We're not going any lower than the ground level, and we will remain along the island, not the depths of the seas. We forge farther down the tunnels, seeking the heat. This close, there are no creatures crawling around. It is tempting to let down my guard, but I don't trust the land I'm walking on anymore. After a while of silence, I ask Riven, does this world feel like it lets you find new choices?
Not if you close yourself up to the chance.
The world never gave me a chance. I stop walking. Its very foundation made sure I would never walk on a ground that will just let me be. My parents are gone. The Miners' Council hates me. And even when I try my best, I hurt people. Look at Yara. At Heron. Look at you here with me rather than with your brothers, who are also fighting a battle that we don't know if we'll ever win. Everything I want gets taken from me, so I'm left with no home and no love, and no one has ever...
What do you think I've been doing all these years?
Riven bursts out. Why am I not enough, Cress? I open my mouth and close it. Does he not know how much he is for me? Is that what he thinks? That I wanted to leave because of him? That I wanted to leave him?
I'm sorry,
he says.
I'm being cruel. First that thing about Yara, and now this. I don't know what's wrong with me.
His face is hollowed out. The last few days have changed him more than I realized. He's tired and jumpy and troubled. If there's nothing keeping you here, then go. But he followed me down the mines anyway. Even after he knew who I was, he never held it against me. He has been my family. I approach him, a step at a time, and he tracks my movement but doesn't back away. If I ever accepted that I feel more than what I let on, it would have tied me here. Because I wanted to leave. Isn't that what I have told myself repeatedly? And yet, Every time I would wish for leaving, I would only imagine myself away from the hatred of this dark land, but my mind snagged on him, always. Shying away from the idea of leaving him, as if the thought should never even exist. And my dreams, never without him. I stop as close as I can, head tilting back as I look into his eyes. And I don't remember if, for all our closeness over the years, we have stood like this, baring our faces to one another. I don't want to lose you, Riven, I murmur. I can't think of being without you.
But you are afraid.
Very. Riven takes my chin in his hand and kisses my forehead.
Then, we do what we came here to do. We find a way.
49. The rest of the way is dark, with only Riven's lighter for illumination. But at once, the warmth turns to the heat of a large furnace, and we step into a huge chamber glowing orange with the lava from a stream across it, backed almost into the wall. The stream will expand into the river, which flows to the cliffs and, while still inside the rocks, into the seabed. Few people have seen the entirety of the river. It is too dangerous, too treacherous to step closer. But it is also our path to the end of the island without the army trampling us. Finally, I breathe, salty sweat slipping inside my lips. The word echoes over the rush of the hot flow of the river, which is perhaps what draws the attention of the couple of worm lizards. I stop, reaching a hand to pull Riven back. He looks at me questioningly, and I point to the glimmering red eyes that look like they're floating in the air. The worms are a deep black color, distinguishable only because of the eyes. They're about 3 feet tall, thick-set, with strong limbs and a powerful tail the size of their bodies, bigger than the ones I fought in the pit. I pull out my daggers. As if it's a signal, the 2 worms let out piercing shrieks. The echoes are loud over the bubbling of the fiery lava. Belying their size, the worms leap at us in a flash, all fangs and claws. I slash my dagger, ducking beneath the body, and go rolling to the other side. The worm crashes into the ground, but gets up immediately. It curls into itself, forming a ball-like shape, and, for a second, it looks like it's retreating before it launches at me, its outer shell ringed with spikes. I flip my dagger backward, grasping the blade, and slam the worm with the bone hilt. The worm flies into the air, unfurling and screaming, and slips into the lava stream. Screeches fill the hall as the worm clasps at the edge of the stream and hauls itself back on the ground. It continues its pained shrieks and hurries back into the shadows. At my back, Riven is barely holding his own assailant at bay. The worm snaps at him madly, without thought, and Riven slashes at it with his lighter. I hurry over even as Riven twists free from between the worm and the wall at his back. The worm leaps into the air. Riven ducks and throws the lighter at the creature. They collide mid-air. And the worm swirls as it lands, moving with a speed faster than I can blink, and slashes at Riven. He brings his arm up to protect his face, but the talons rake his arm, and he howls, "Riven!" But he doesn't turn, only charges at the worm, blood spurting everywhere, and slams it into the wall. Without the spikes out in its balled-up form, the worm screeches in pain as the sound of bone breaking against rock cuts the air. Riven drops the dead worm. He steps back, swaying. I finally reach him across the hall. "Show me your arm." Bloody ribbons. That's what his arm looks like. My breath hitches. "This is what I feel like every time you're in that damned arena," Riven whispers. I'm about to respond, to tell him it's not the same, when something happens. The skin on Riven's arm, red and frayed, begins to pull itself back. Beneath the skin, a red thread glows. A shocked gasp escapes me. What? Riven, staring at his arm, moves his other hand to the wound near his heart. The same red thread pulses there. What happened? I ask, touching the skin around his wound. It's warm.
I don't know. When I woke up, I remember darkness, a labyrinth, until a red thread of light directed me toward the opening, toward light.
He breathes deeply. It felt like the dream of a poisoned mind. But this... They gave you God's blood, I say. Perhaps that's what this is? What are the children of Shade capable of? We're so caught up staring at this bewildering marvel that we miss the pack of salamanders creeping behind us. From beneath the rocks, they skitter out, hissing. 4, 10, 20. All of them about the size of my arm. Black bodies that gleam with scarlet veins, their bulging eyes reflecting the glow of the liquid fire flowing fast from across the chamber. Living, breathing embers of coal. Their claws are small, but they shine with the sharpness of new blades. Riven, I whisper, we can't fight so many of them. Run for it? I nod. There's only one way to run, along the boiling, burning river. Go! We dash forward together, leaping over the scattered rocks as more salamanders rush from under the ground. I glance over my shoulder, and spits of living fire chase us, some of them plunging into the maw of flames, swiftly swimming along, as the stream expands into the river the farther we run. The red water burns furiously, aiding its spawn as they leap over the lava. We hurtle along, as far as possible from the hot shore, as the river skirts along the chamber. A sharp claw nicks at the back of my calf. Blood trickles against my hot skin. Run faster! The salamanders race up the walls and try to run ahead and circle us, but we manage to keep pace. And then, the chamber begins to narrow. The liquid fire bubbles up next to us, steam wraiths grabbing for us. Hot sweat pours into my eyes as the ground becomes treacherous and my speed slows. I want to hold Riven's hand, make sure he's next to me, but our hands are too slippery. The smell of fire and blood swells terrifyingly. The salamanders close in. If we can only keep running, keep breathing. Hot air fills in my lungs. The river leads right next to the collector's compound, making a fiery waterfall before moving beneath the sea itself. It's the fastest route to the other side of the island, devoid of the hilly terrain. We can reach. We can escape. The steam wraiths grasp us by our wrists and ankles now, whispering curses in our ears, boiling the blood in our veins. Riven gasps. It's hot. I know. I sob. The heat curls around us faster, wrapping us in the inferno, choking us. The salamanders hurtle wildly, without control, until suddenly they stop chasing. I look over my shoulder as I run and see the entire chamber covered in the creatures, their large yellow eyes glowering at us in unison. I stumble as I slow down, panting with the heat. Why have they stopped? Riven looks down to the narrowing shore. I don't know. We resume walking, checking every few seconds if any of the creatures follow, but they seem to have turned away now. The ones in the river, too, have climbed back on the shore and retreated. For now, our only assailant is the thick, hot smoke snaking in the air. Every step becomes lead-heavy. I gasp, tasting the dryness of my throat. The shore narrows to the point that Riven is forced to walk behind me. It should feel safer, but the lack of immediate danger only makes my skin crawl. Sweat drips in my eyes, and I wipe at them constantly, my skin burning too. The metal of the gun sears my waist as my shirt moves a little, and I yelp. Riven clasps a hand on my mouth from behind. Shh. The narrow shore relents ahead, sweeping backward into a cave. From the mouth of the cave, a dark finger, the size of a boulder, tipped with a magma-colored claw, extends, rising and falling slowly, in sync with the creature's hulking breaths. 50. The claw moves. My breath gets caught in my throat, and Riven's hand on my mouth tightens even further. The claw relaxes. Whatever the creature is, it is far too large to comprehend. Its breaths that I can now hear rumble through the rocks of the cave. Faraway thunder, yet to come near and devastate. Is this what the salamanders ran away from? I pull at Riven's hand. It's asleep, I whisper. What is it? I have an idea, but I don't want to be right. To even think of it might be to give it life, so I shake my head, dislodging the thought. Deep beneath the sea, the dark is different, and the creatures that live down there stay there. For one as monstrous to breathe so near the surface of the island. No. We stand pressed against the wall for several hysterical seconds, the river of flames flowing fast and angry beside us. It plunges down into emptiness just ahead, into a shallow pool of fire, and then continues beneath the seabed, which means the way out of here is close too. Perhaps just beyond the cave.
Can we risk it?
Riven asks. The monstrous beast snorts, as if it hears us, as if it challenges us. What else can we do? I lean forward slightly. The walls of the cave are slick even in the heat, and it doesn't feel like a creature with a claw that big will be able to get out of the small mouth. A low, sleepy growl emerges and dies just as quickly. I back away. It is asleep. Count of 3? Riven nods. All right, Chris. Let's do this. 3, 2, 1. We pull in deep breaths and run. Our feet echo over the angry hissing of the river, the wraiths once again trying to drag us in. The claw comes closer and closer, and I'm afraid I'll trip over it. And it's so close now, level with me, and oh no, I'm about to hit it. But then we're racing past it. The relief almost makes me stumble and fall. I flail and turn, trying to balance myself. And in the darkness beyond the mouth of the cave, a large, fiery eye is fixed on me. Even next to the red water, my blood turns to ice. I become still as death. So does Riven. He turned when I flailed, reaching for me, and now just stands before me like a statue, his hand extended to catch me. Neither of us move. Our eyes remain locked, terror curling around us in waves. A terrible moan emerges from the cave. Something drags across the floor, the sound grating like 100 rusty steel rods scraping against flat stone. And then the scarlet claw snakes up between us. It taps the floor twice, as if searching for something, waiting. Only one claw, protruding from a sheath of oily black scales, a hint of fire in between. The mouth of the cave is too narrow for the full paw to come out. Thank the ocean. But If this one claw swipes either left or right at either of us, it's the river of fire. The claw withdraws testily, and then comes speedily at me. I scream, scramble, and run after Riven. He reaches the wall of the cave and frantically searches for the naturally cut steps into the wall of the cave, our only way out of this hell. If he can't find them in time... A terrible roar shakes the ground.
They're here!
He yells,
Come on, Cress!
Behind us, another loud thump and a shriek sent a quake through the entire cavern, drowning out every sound in existence. Pain bursts in my ears, and I clasp my hands over them. Riven, on the steps already, almost loses his grip. Go! Go! I yell, ready to climb up. We wrench ourselves upward over the slippery stone. In the heat, we know it's not water, but whatever the slimy substance is, it tries to fight us all the way. The steps narrow as they go up. Far ahead, I can see the small, circular light of the stormy day outside. Salvation! The third roar loosens a few rocks in the tunnel we're climbing. A roar of hunger, not for food, but simply to devour everything. A roar that is perhaps the cause of the shudders plaguing Kar Atish. Normal creatures don't make sounds like that. Only one does. One that isn't supposed to be up here. My skull rings, agony pounding at my ears. Riven and I lurch upward as fast as humanly possible, driven by the terror roaring closer and closer with each step. The mouth of the cave was too small. It should contain the monster. It must! But what might the monster be capable of when angry? I risk a glance down, and bile rushes up to my mouth. From the fickle gray light dropping mournfully down the circumference of the opening above, the angry red strips of color stand out among the tarry blackness of the monster's scales. Half of the giant red eye watches me hungrily. The Nog dragon. It lurches upward, slamming against the ceiling of the cave. The whole island shudders. Could it break stone built on a cosmic foundation? Of course it can. It's the damned Nog. The serpent of fire, king of the ocean, the great jeweler. So many names given to this creature of legend. One that is supposed to dwell at the bottom of the ocean and guard its treasure. Childhood stories warning against greed and disobedience.
Cress, give me your hand!
Riven calls from outside the cave, and I eagerly reach for him. As if that makes the Nog angry, another roar and thunder beneath the ground shakes the sides of the cavern. My hand almost slips. Riven grabs both my hands. He pulls even as panic makes me scream. I climb out of the narrow hole in the ground, gasping for air. Down the hole, the roars continue to rise, and for several seconds, the land shudders with a quake that is coming for all of us. 51. The sun isn't out yet. Only a single brilliant red edge of knife along the horizon, bloodying the storm. Today, the air, even in this part of the island, carries the smell of smoke and ash. The sea splashes angrily against the basalt pillars, and the sound of guns goes off at intervals as some desperate fool tries to make a run. Daybreak is here, and we need to hurry. We emerge at the back of the collector's compound, in the small thorny forest that separates it from the plunge down to the sea. The usual watchtowers stand empty, windows shut and lights off. By the number of guns that have been going off the entire night, all of the people working here have been called to arms. We cross the thorny bushes quickly, marked with scratches on our faces and necks. Once or twice, the ground shudders. I can't help but think of the man who fell to his death in the arena, caught in the quake beneath the ground. This is what has been causing them. A monster from the deepest nightmares of this world. How much of this island can be saved? Down by the collector's harbor, where the landers arrive and leave from, a large ship stands anchored. We continue scanning for any guards and any movement. Neither Riven nor I spy any obvious protection around the compound. Still, I signal to Riven, and both of us bring out our guns. There are only a few proper guns with miners, and now, 2 of them are with us. We need to bring the collector down sooner, before the lack of these guns is felt back at the mines. The ground begins tapering as the forest recedes. We stay toward the back of the gray hulk of a compound. Everything has the feeling of desertion. Like a giant hand picked up the compound and shook it empty. No vehicles remain either. Not even the carts they stuff people in to take to the salt pans. Only the black and gold banners flutter in the storm winds. I extend a hand to stop Riven. There's no security.
Good for us.
Maybe, but dread pools in my gut. We press on, and the nagging feeling keeps increasing. I want to stop, but there's truly no movement. Nothing stops us. What if we're being led inside? I ask.
Would it matter if we have to reach the collector anyway?
Okay, he has a point. Quiet and cautious, against the wind, we find ourselves inside the compound. It is full of giant pillars and dank shadows. At the entrance hall, the several doors leading to the many offices stand shut. The sight loosens the knot in my stomach. They're truly gone. I would think them foolish, but it is only their pride, I suppose. All of them out to take on an army of shrapnel and old tools, leaving their own homes unguarded. They cannot imagine themselves anything but invincible. At the back of the large entrance hall, 2 big staircases lead in opposite directions, and an elevator stands in the middle. It can only be accessed via a key that guards carry. So we take one off the staircases. The passage down is smothered in the dark, only a hint of light from the landing below. We descend into the compound with our backs to the wall. The collector's personal residence is 2 stories below. It's where we'll find him. And perhaps Ariadna. Gritting my teeth against how easily I believed her deception, I step off the staircase onto the floor. Riven and I dart with careful precision across the polished glass and marble halls of the compound, taking time to hide behind the large stamba pillars. There's wood, too, glossy and polished enough that we can see our faces reflected. It's likely to give us away, but also warn us of anyone approaching. A deep roar echoes in the distance. I almost leap off the ground, expecting the Nog dragon to burst out of the polished floor of the compound. Riven throws me a glance over his shoulder, about to open his mouth, but I shake my head and place a finger to my lips. The compound is deathly quiet, and the ease from before has given way to a strange roiling again. Perhaps it's the fear of the Nog. Or perhaps my mind is trying to warn me like it does in the pits. A row of passages and turns later, we arrive in a large courtyard with a single double door across. A sign marks it as the collector's office. This is it. Beyond the door is the man who can bring everything to an end. I raise my hand to bang on the door, but Riven catches me.
What are you doing? Knocking on his door so he gets time to run?
No, I was going to threaten him to open up if he knows what's good for him.
Surprise element, Cress. That's what we're going for here.
I make a face, but, of course, he's right. On the count of 3?
Okay.
We step back a couple of paces. then kick at the center of the door. It rattles loud, but stays. "There goes your surprise," I say. Riven frowns and then slams his shoulder against the door, which flies inward. "Surprise," he murmurs, even as he hurries inside. I expected dust in the air from the broken door, but the chamber-wide carpet lies still as death. No speck in the cold air. An absolute cleanliness. There's no other noise. No guns. No guards. Inside, the heavy gold and brown is suffocating. A large painting of the ocean at the back does its best to camouflage the fact that the jagged wall is part of the underground stone that they couldn't break and build over. But the office is empty. "His personal quarters, then," I say, looking around. "Through here," Riven says, moving to a door in the right corner. It has a golden knob in the shape of a squid. He turns it once to the left, then to the right, and the door squeaks open. We enter a dark hallway with overhangs filled with plants that are shockingly green. At the end, the hallway opens in a large circular sitting room, lit dimly with lamps, with more hallways leading off to the right and the left. No one seems to be home. But we check anyway. First, the left ones, 3 doors, all unlocked and all empty. Then, the right ones. The second door down the right hallway stands ajar, and somehow, I know we'll find him inside. This room, too, is lit dimly, but it is warmer than the others. It smells lived in.
Have you come to negotiate, Miss Doone?
Comes the deceptively soft voice of the collector just as we step in. I whirl around, my gun pointed, and find the collector sitting on a thick chair with velvet arms. He looks so fragile, bundled in his coat, hair undone. He looks almost harmless. This man who has sent his men to slaughter my people. The only one negotiating here is you, collector.
I see Ariadna was right to join the company. Where Zargonine is involved, trust no one, she said.
The collector has the audacity to shake his head.
Miss Doone, you turn out to be a disappointment.
Yeah, well, you lied to me.
Tell me what you would do in my place if I were to tell you that this was the only way to make Kar Atish ready for what is coming.
And what is that? I snarl.
War, Miss Doone,
the collector says grimly.
War.
I exchange a surprised glance with Riven. A war with who? All the islands are governed together. You are going to war with yourself?
The Land Master of Salonia will go to war with everyone else,
he says, his face drooping.
Salonia is all-powerful. But after the Hunter Girl's win at the Glory Race...
She won? Ice forms behind my eyes. The Hunter Girl, Coral of Salonia, rides a merry stag that carries a part of Karavi's spirit. Their bond woke her up deep beneath the ground. And now, the girl and her merry stag have won? You don't know the real danger we're in. No wars among us are half as dangerous as what can be. I breathe. If I tell him, will he believe me? But no, I can't tell him. He and his ilk would truly think me insane, lock me up, spread word that I lost my mind. Maybe that will make the miners give up their arms too. I can't let that happen. The collector watches me impassively, a child in the massive chair.
What is it that makes you hesitate, Miss Doone? These people who live in the underground are trying to keep the origin wealth from us. Do you work for them, Miss Doone? Is that
Your idea of revenge on the miners. Playing both sides, are we?
What is their interest in the mines? And are they part of, or do they finance in any way, the miners' rebellion?
Do you hear yourself? I say in disbelief. He has invented an entire conspiracy in his mind, motives and actions, with nothing but my silence.
I don't hear an explanation for why someone who has such good self-preservation as you would be so opposed to this historic moment.
His pompousness is so at odds with the way he appears, fragile and harmless. He has no idea he's sitting on a land about to erupt into fire. He simply believes himself and his men invincible. Frustration seeps into my veins. If you drain the well where the Zargonite originates from, the islands will shatter. The blood well has been holding everything together for a long time. Think of it like a foundation. If it's broken, we're looking at an apocalypse, at our annihilation.
I see.
The collector coughs, delicately holding a handkerchief to his mouth, then primly pats his lips. He faces me square and sighs.
You have nothing to offer me except for insanity. There have been studies about the noxious gases addling brains. Are you aware? But between insanity and keeping my granddaughter safe, I may be inclined to spare your life.
I should have let her die, I snarl.
Call them off, Collector,
Riven snaps. You're making a mistake.
If only it were that easy.
He gives us a pathetic, patronizing smile. That's it. I reach up and grab his collar. I will kill you here and now if you don't stop this madness. His eyes widen, and for a moment, I see myself frozen in them. Hair tied but dirty, loose curls sticking down the sides of my face with blood and sweat. It isn't a sight completely unfamiliar, but the fire running in my own eyes is. And perhaps the collector sees it too.
If I were commanding an army, surely I would not be sitting in my bedroom sipping tea.
He's lying. Riven rushes. You're the collector. You control them.
The air is suddenly hotter and rippling in my vision. He isn't lying, I say. He's stalling. 52. Riven turns to me, eyes wide, then back to the collector. His face pales. And I realize that though this fight, for me, is about keeping the mines locked, for him, his brothers are out there, with their lives in their hands. One at the back of the gorge, the other at the mines. And if we don't do something soon... No, it can't all be for nothing. My mind whirs like a knife being sharpened over a wheel, sparks everywhere. And a second's distraction could mean blood everywhere. Dizzily, I walk back from the chamber. Think, Cress. If Ariadna is controlling the army, she has to be somewhere in this building. She won't be too far from her grandfather. They probably don't think we would have harmed him. After all, what's the use if he's not the one pulling strings? I find myself back at the office. With the ocean spread out below, the room is sickening in its luxury. My hair comes undone at that moment, slipping over my shoulder and becoming a nuisance. I sweep it out of the way, annoyed, and my gaze catches on the neat stack of 3 radios on the shelf. My heart pounds in my chest, my body already reacting to my racing mind. I grab one of the radios and hurry back to the collector's chamber. Riven, standing guard, looks up as I almost crash into him. The collector is surprised to see me back, his frown deepening, making the valleys of his loose skin even deeper. Without waiting, I switch on the channel and shove the radio at the collector. Call your demented granddaughter off. Tell her to stop. No. None of us have to die if you just do this, collector.
I have to put my interests first, Miss Dune.
Don't say I didn't give you a choice. I take a deep breath and then speak to the radio. Ariadna? It's Crescent. I have your grandfather. The static remains uninterrupted for several seconds. And just when darkness threatens to crush me, a crackling noise fills the chamber. Someone speaks, voice breaking. Then comes Ariadna's voice, clear as glass. What do you think you're doing? Call off your army, or I will kill him. Riven looks at me startled, and I keep my gaze locked on his, begging him to understand. I won't have the blood of Ashvin and Maven and Heron and Ruksha and countless others on my hands, not when I can exchange it for a much lesser amount. Ariadna scoffs. You wouldn't dare. You will have no leverage left. After I kill him, I will kill you, if that's what it takes to stop you. Ariadna laughs an ugly laugh. Don't play that game with me, Cress. You couldn't even kill that freak Bayern. You are not capable of it. I don't want this. They could have listened, believed me. If they had called off their men, the miners wouldn't have needed to keep fighting and dying either. None of us needed to die if only these landers didn't treat us like we were specks of grime in their clean and shiny world. Riven steps closer, one hand raised to shield the radio.
We need him for leverage. We gain nothing by killing him.
Even as he's saying it, though, I feel a prickle down my neck. The same kind of feeling I get when a creature in the pits is about to have an upper hand. When I've left an opening. My stomach plummets, every fighting sense suddenly turning into a storm. Riven, someone's here. Someone turns into multiple someones. 5 of them, uniformed in absolute black, visors on their faces, storm through the door with guns at the ready. The collector chuckles softly, coldly. I raise my gun too. Let's everyone calm down, comes a voice from the back of the group. Ariadna steps out from the space between 2 of the soldiers, her radio by her side as she looks at us viciously. I'm so glad to see you both again. She turns to her grandfather. Dada, you're all right?
Indeed, my love.
The collector says. Stay back, or he won't be, I say.
No, and now that we have that out of the way,
Ariadna says,
let me come to the point.
What is your point other than being a greedy bitch who wants to destroy this land? I spit.
See, that's where you're wrong. Thinking I want this only for myself, as if all 10 islands won't prosper if we increase our production and can supply the Zargonine at a faster speed. You're the selfish one here, Crescent, not me.
You saw those halls and that stupa. You think we're the first people to be here? Why has no one else drained the well?
Someone else's incompetence is not my problem,
she says, then points to the soldier standing at the back.
Get the collector, please.
I step back and place my gun to the man's temple. One step closer, Ariadna, and you will regret it.
Don't do something you will regret.
Why don't you let me have a fair fight with these losers? I bark at Ariadna.
Fair is what I decide, she says and smiles.
What you decide holds no weight here,
Riven says.
If you think you can take us all out, you're in for a surprise.
You're a pretty boy. You should maintain that illusion and keep your mouth shut.
She sighs dramatically. Maybe it's a curse of pretty boys, don't you think, Cress? I look away from her before I say something that will get me shot. Ariadna is playing with me, toying with me. I let her find my weaknesses, and this is what I get. My fingers curl even as I feel the blood flow slow down with my tight grip on the gun.
Fine, if this is how you want to play.
She waves a hand, and the guards train all their guns away from me and toward Riven. "Stop it, Ariadna!" I shout.
Drop your gun, then.
If I do that, they will take both Riven and me. If I don't, in both cases, we're doomed. Ariadna smirks.
You were never capable of doing what is needed anyway.
You have no idea what I'm capable of, I say, and throw my gun down. The collector, too, grins knowingly, like he's won a bet. With one move, I swipe the guitar out of my belt and across the collector's throat. His grin remains stuck in place for a second as the dam of his skin breaks, unleashing a red river and a gurgling scream, punctuated by Ariadna's harsh cry. "No!" He falls out of his plush chair and onto the carpet, his fingers pressing together as he tries to stop the flow of his blood. But it gushes and gushes, flowing over his hands and spilling onto the beautiful carpet. He convulses and gasps for his granddaughter. And Ariadna falls to her knees, screaming and screaming and screaming. 53. The guards drag Riven and me from the collector's chamber to the living room, leaving Ariadna howling like a rabid beast. I try to jerk away, but they only slip their grips from my hands to my armpits, dragging me against the floor on purpose. "Drown in the sea," I breathe, forced to endure the humiliation, even as their roughness grows progressively. The butt of a gun slams into my jaw. Pain blinds me, and I fall to the ground amid the circular seats. Riven lurches for me, getting hit in the stomach. Both of us roar and reach for one another, arms pulled to breaking point, only to be dragged farther away across the chamber. Riven continues grappling with his captors until one of mine places a gun to my temple. We both grow still. Ariadna arrives then, full of rage, full of agony. Her eyes are rimmed with red, and her clothes are soaked in the blood of her grandfather. She looks like a nightmare brought to life. A nightmare that I brought to life when I killed her grandfather.
Miss Cirrus?
One of the guards speaks. She looks at him with a burning gaze. I am now the interim collector of this island. The man startles, but bows his head and backs away.
Yes, of course, Collector Cirrus.
She doesn't answer him. A destructive darkness has wrapped itself around her. The coldness that made it so easy for her to leave us to die in the underground. The cruelty that has her overseeing the murder of an entire population on the island. The heart that loved her grandfather and is now darkening rapidly, all of it blazing together in an inferno within her, like the liquid flames of the red water. She walks to me and grabs my chin, her nails piercing skin, forcing me to look up at her. There is no rationality in her features, only unseeing anger.
He was my only family,
she breathes.
And you took him from me.
I wouldn't have needed to if you didn't wage war against my people. Your people, Crescent Dune? The same people your own father and mother tried to kill, those people? You don't know a thing about my father and mother. I know what I need to know. Taking others' families from them, that's the Dunes' specialty, isn't it? I slam my head into her face, and she goes crashing into a glass table. One of the guards shoves me back into place, almost ripping my shoulder off. Ariadna gets up, picks a piece of glass out of the corner of her lip, which bleeds freely, as does her broken nose. She licks some of the blood off. Then, she glances at the man restraining me, and he takes out a knife. I brace myself, but the man walks across the chamber. He grabs Riven by his hair and puts the knife to his throat. "Wait! Stop!" I cry, struggling to get out of my captor's grip. The guard presses the knife against Riven's throat. A red line wells along the blade. "Don't do this! You want me! I killed your grandfather, not him!" I shout. "Leave him be!" A flick of Ariadna's fingers, and the soldier slams a fist on Riven's temple. Riven crashes to the floor, groaning. His captors hold him down, and the third one kicks at him over and over again, and I'm screaming and crying, "Let him go! Let him go!" Rage burns through me to a crescendo, and I wrench myself out of the guard's grip so fast that he goes tumbling forward. My nerves catch fire as I launch myself at the guards, grappling and clawing, fighting like it's my last fight. The lights of the pit are bright, and the spectators howl for blood, and blood pours into the ground from both me and the creature. I snatch one of the guns. "Don't let her get away!" Ariadna screeches through the blood pooling at the back of her throat. The guard from the other side of the room aims. Riven kicks him with his entire strength and sends him sprawling. I jam the butt of the gun to his head. "Stop!" shouts one of the guards, pointing his gun at Riven, "or I'll shoot!" I aim mine at Ariadna and spit the words out through tremors. "Go ahead. You shoot, and so do I." "Drop the gun!" Ariadna barks. Immediately, the guards' guns go down. "You have no idea what a mistake you've made," Ariadna says to me. "Within a week, Salonia's army will be here, and you will have nowhere to hide." I shove her hard. She crashes into one of the guards, just as Riven, from the other side of the crashed table, yells at me to run for it. We hurtle toward the hallway, in the dimness, missing the team of soldiers filing in. Riven shoots out a hand and catches me around my stomach. Only a few paces separate us from the door, but half a dozen new guards block our way. I look from the guards to Ariadna, who stands behind us with her remaining men, trapping us in a small space.
"We'll never get through this,"
Riven breathes. I think of the time I first found myself alone, a child, hungry and dazed and frightened. Nowhere to go and no one to turn to. But I kept going, hiding and crawling and scraping. I fought apathy and scorn and monstrous beasts that have tasted humans. The Stygic and the raptors and the worm lizards and worse. Even these enemies of mine were impressed. I went into the deep and faced a god and lived. I did all those things. I'm a fighter. I'm a survivor. I flip the gun toward Riven and pull out my daggers. "You haven't seen me fight enough." Riven swears softly, but aims both the guns.
"Ready when you are."
I leap into the air and lunge for the guard closest. Like I thought, everyone is packed too tightly to shoot. My dagger cuts through the man's throat before anyone can aim properly. He howls and pivots, unbalanced, landing on another man. Both of them go down. Another guard lunges over them toward me, but Riven shoots him. I attack the guards one after the other. They abandon their guns and come at me with bare hands, caging me in a closed circle. I slam my head into the face of the guard nearest, smashing his nose back into his skull, and the circle breaks. Despite the odds, my movements are fast, and I manage to injure most of them, and kill some. And I feel nothing but triumph. Let Ariadna see the beast that has grown in me, fighting in the pits. She will give in. She will stop her army. She has to, or... The small voice at the back of my mind wonders if this is all a mistake, an act without reason. Why I don't feel worse killing people like monsters from the stormy seas. Behind me, gunshots fire indiscriminately, and it can only be Riven. The rest of them are packed too close. Still, I yell even as a guard tries to kick me, and I grab his leg, twisting him and shoving him away. Riven, are you okay? I am. Thank the ocean he's alive, still standing, still fighting. I catch sight of one of Ariadna's men taking aim and whirl to find Riven in his line of sight. To your left! The warning has barely left me when Riven's bullet goes through the man's throat, spraying Ariadna with blood. Riven sprints down the chamber, still shooting, and it takes me and Ariadna almost the same instant to realize why. The door stands unguarded. She turns and runs. I want to block her escape, but in the precious moments I spent looking for Riven, the guards, still alive, 5 in all, regrouped. I adjust my grip on my daggers again. A slash here, a quick stab there, but this time, the guards, too, have nothing to fear. They forget their protocols and lunge at me. I fight and try to yank myself out of their grip, screaming and reaching for any bit of skin I can bite or claw or kick. I scream defiance, but they don't let go, only tighten their grip like I'm a demon from the bottom of the ocean that must be restrained. Riven roars as he realizes what's happening. Instead of pursuing Ariadna, he turns and is already moving. No! I shout, still twisting myself in the guard's grip. Get her! Riven, don't worry about me! But he doesn't listen. A guard pulls himself out of the group. Put that weapon away, or she dies. Riven meets my eyes, and my protests have no effect on him as he slides the gun to the guard without question. My gaze drops to his neck, where the cut from the knife has sealed itself already. The guard walks up to him and knees him in the gut, hard. Riven doubles over, teeth gritted, but gets upright. My shoulder joints are blistering, tired of being wrenched around. But I can't stop. It can't happen again. We were so close to getting Ariadna, so close. A sudden slap throws my face to the left, ringing in my skull. Ariadna stands in front of me. She flexes the hand she slapped me with, her chest falling and rising rapidly. Bring them to the office, she says, and marches through the crowded hallway. Riven and I are dragged behind and shoved into the office, one step closer to the island, yet so far. Ariadna stands below the painting on the wall, now crescent. At that moment, the whole building shudders, louder than ever before. A crack in the gold paint runs through the wall to my right, like a cannon has struck it. From the bottom of the building comes a terrible moan, then a grating worse than nails against rust. It is the sound of thousands of bones crunching together. The crack expands. Magma rises up in it, seeking the new air. The guard holding Riven nearest the door curses and stumbles away from him. Taken by surprise, My captors loosen their grip on me, too. I jerk away from them, snatching a pistol from someone's pocket and shoot. The bullet finds the mark on the first soldier's heart. Startled, as if not quite sure whether to run from the cataclysmic shaking of the building or the bullet in his heart, the soldier slumps, and the second one stares at him.
Kill her now!
Ariadna shouts, even as the corner of the room gives, debris flying in the air. The others who had surrounded Riven rush into action. Roaring, they aim all their weapons at me, backing me into a corner. I shift from one to another, 4 of them. If I shoot one, I'll be shot as well. I have to stall. Do what Ariadna did. Maybe the quake will scare them off. But my hand, clasped on the pistol tightly, trembles. And the soldier who was holding me, the one standing stunned, whips about. He slashes at Riven with a bladed weapon in rage. I scream, rushing forward, but the soldiers form a prison around me. Terror climbs up my spine. I thrash in the circle, growing smaller and smaller, looking for an escape. Blood roars in my ears, blocking everything else, even as I scream, "Let me out!" They shove me back, and I almost lose my grip on the gun, my fingers slipping from the trigger. So I swing, indiscriminately, hitting at the guards with the butt of the gun. My terror transforms into anger, unfurling, vibrant as the red magma burning in the walls now. I slam into the soldiers over and over, reaching for Riven over the linked shoulders, but they don't budge. Instead, they step forward again, fencing me in tighter. I forget every sense of self-preservation and throw myself at the soldier directly in front of me. Destabilize their locked grid. Like a cornered animal, I writhe and lash and keep moving, never letting any of them get a firm hold of me, keeping them all busy with me. No one notices when the red threads beneath Riven's skin burn and glow, when his arm stops bleeding. In a flash, he's up and dashing across the room behind the guards who have all converged on me. Ariadna's panicked scream is too late. Through the dust swirling in the air, Riven has his arm around her throat and a hand on her head, ready to snap her neck. His grip tightens.
Say the words, Collector Cirrus.
You can't.
You have no idea what I'd do to make sure Cress walks out of here alive.
Drop the guns.
The collector barks, fear in her voice. Immediately, the guns go down. Now get out of here and run before this building explodes, I tell them. Only one of them waits to look at their new collector before they hurry out. I turn to her. This wasn't in your plans, was it? The apocalypse.
Don't be absurd, Crescent.
Ariadna growls, her frantic gaze casting about, blood dried across her face like a maze.
And let us out before...
She stops to stare at the red crack in the wall.
Whatever is happening spills over.
Riven shoves her free and crosses the room over to me. He cups my face, gaze roving all over.
You're okay?
Today is not the day I die, I say, through a nose stuffed with blood, still keeping the gun aimed. To the collector, I add, here is my ultimatum for you. That ship down in your harbor that got your army over, get on it and leave Kar Atish. Our minds will not empty.
Do you think you can keep landers off this island with your broken toys and 2 guns?
This time, when the shock wave hits, the walls give. A barrage of stone falls into the chamber. I grab Riven's hand and duck under the table. Ariadna screams, and suddenly, her voice is cut off in the middle. Over the desk, dust bellows over the falling debris, beneath which Half of Ariadne is buried now, just like Thane was down below. She wails in pain, the dust transforming the golden princess into a child of the mines. Even as the building keeps shaking and screams begin down by the harbor, I push a large piece of rock off Ariadne. Her hand, it seems, is broken. She cries, shocked too. Riven picks up another radio from the stock that went spinning when the wave first hit and hands it to me. It comes slick with blood. I thrust it into Ariadne's chest. Enough fighting and running for nothing. Call off your men, now, or you will die here, buried alive. This time, the collector, seeing her own death dancing in front of her, obeys. 54. Over the terrifying chaos descending on the island, the lander's army marches backward, through the constantly shaking ground, and follows the stream of lava bounding over the rocks down to the sea. One by one, hundreds of landers get on the ship. I watch from atop the slope, next to the shambles of the collector's compound, still holding the gun to its very brief ruler. There is no way I will let this girl escape us until every lander is gone from this island. When her turn finally comes at noon, the collector turns to me. Her face has hardened to stone. If there ever was a semblance of humanity in her, it's gone, along with her grandfather, along with the place she has called home until now. You will regret this very much, Crescent Dune. I force myself to not pull the trigger. There has been enough blood since the dead collector sent us down into the underground. Enough blood for me to spend a lifetime scrubbing it off myself. Letting your grandfather and the ones who came before rule us and ruin us is the only regret I have. Riven steps next to me, the blood crusting on his face, looking worse in daylight, and we watch Ariadne Cirrus descend the slope. She holds her broken arm to her chest and moves past the old pillars and the stones, the uneven terrain and the dark strips of color alongside the hill, until she reaches the harbor.
They're not going to take this defeat and sit quietly, you know,
Riven says.
They may be arguing among themselves, but now the Landmaster of Salonia will answer for the Cirrus family.
Should we have killed them? All the hundreds of them?
This thing about the blood well being a foundation, what does it mean for us now?
I turn to Riven. His face is a mess. The dark wound on his chest, a reminder of what he went through and what courses through his veins now. A miracle so powerful we could never dream of it. His fingers graze the wound. Our eyes meet. In the kind of tales that Raksha would recount, there are always words, new and old, that can describe exactly what's happening. But this is not a fairy story, and here we are, standing at a precipice, unable to articulate what happened to us deep beneath the ground, forced to carry secrets with us until we can hopefully speak of them in a way that others will understand. If we ever find the words. Perhaps he can take another blow from the daughter of Shadefolk. When I had fainted down in the underground and met that being, it was in my mind, but it was real, like memories made into a passage that I could walk through. Someone helped me walk through. Riven waits. But she's not whole. There are parts of her spirits out in the world. I don't know what it means for us. But if the Landers, with not a fraction of their power, could destroy us so thoroughly, I don't know what beings of that power would do. Would our world still be our world if they were free? We have to keep them locked in there until the end of time. Riven breathes out slowly, shakes his head.
We can't tell everyone, can we?
People would call me mad. And then the collector's compound comes crashing down, and the ground breaks apart. The waves of the Black Sea crash into the tall basalt pillars, through the dark storm whirling madly around the island, almost halfway to the top of the hill. Below, deep in the water, something is moving and shifting and changing the course of the ship, which undulates viciously. Riven curses.
What is it?
The ship desperately tries to steer away, caught in a storm that gains more strength within the water. They must be trying to get back to the harbor, but they're no match for the monster that crashes out of the waves. Two scarlet horns, livid like fire, on a large head with a bigger lower jaw, powerfully lined with fangs that could pierce through the body of the ship. The Nog dragon continues to rise above, to curses and roars of disbelief. Its giant but slender and serpentine torso is lined with fiery red between the black scales. Its 4 limbs and massive spiked tail are all bigger than the torso itself. Biggest of all are the 2 unfurling fin wings, to swim, to fly. The powerful fin wings pound sharply with a roaring beat, slicing through the storm, unyielding, merciless, fast as a bolt of lightning. The Nog slashes in the air, bellows so loud the fiery wind arising from its mouth parts the gray clouds. A powerful and searing sun blazes down from the skies. The screams are hellish, and for the first time, I find myself wishing the ocean was somehow even larger, so no monster like this could ever escape it. Riven's voice is hoarse as he says,
That can't be.
Yes, it is. The Nog broke free. The dragon plunges into the water, for a moment disappearing entirely from view, and before I can take another breath, it spears through the ship. The vessel breaks apart like a toy, crashing everywhere into the sea, its parts flying in the air. Like ants, the landers on the ship spill into the water, screaming and lashing and dying. The Nog attacks the ones desperately trying to escape, but there's nowhere to go but its jaws. Every lander who knows what happened on this island is on that ship, sinking to their deaths.
The ocean save us,
Riven whispers. I drop to my knees, hands pressed to my mouth. The red eyes gleam in the sun, peeking through the broken storm clouds as the Nog rampages across the water. It slashes with its large fin wings, grabs people from the water, and devours them whole. Snake shadows float along the gray-black waters, blood that cannot shine red enough. And when it's had enough, the Nog takes to the air, even as horrified roars run wild, its powerful fin wings spreading wide. A burning ember made out of cosmic matter itself. And when it reaches high enough, it turns downward. It speeds down like it wants to crash into the ship again, but at the last moment, it breathes out fire from between its fangs. A fountain of violent red fire burns everything in its path. A living volcano, it engulfs the very air along the harbor. Massive roils of steam erupt, blowing toward the island, and I'm forced to raise my hands and squint against the heat. The parts of the broken ship, still above water, go up in flames, and so do the desperate people trying to reach safety. There's only one creature that has ever defeated the Nog in stories, the water horse. And the water horse has never answered prayers. There is no safety anywhere now. 55. When the Nog plunges back into the ocean and the dust settles, the collector's compound is a wreck of rubble. The gold interiors, the polished wood, none of it survives, except in broken reminders of what used to be once. A beam here, a pillar there. At the far side, trapped beyond the lava falling into the sea, blocking the usual path up, are the bonded people of Kar Atish. Hundreds of them, packed together along the salt pans, watching it all unfold with eyes wide and hands clasped. Heron sends armed miners to gather them all up safely. And when they do, it takes me an hour to find Cyril's sister, and another several minutes to find her niece. They weren't letting the mother and daughter work together. The little girl's face is gaunt, hair bleached from being in the sun. And when she sees her mother, equally as bony and stone-faced, she just stays rooted to the spot. Cyril's sister runs so fast to her daughter that she becomes a phantom wind. The two of them cry and cry and cry, holding so tight to each other that not even air could pass between them. For a moment, I wish the collector's compound was still standing so I could break it with my own hands again. I wipe my tears and clear my throat. Shira? She looks up, her eyes. They're Cyril's eyes. I'd visited Thane at the doctor's room, and he asked me to do this. But now, I find my words stuck in my throat, and I wish he were here. I never did learn to express my feelings properly. Shira stands, holding her daughter close to her still. Her hands are ruined with the labor. I hold out Cyril's backpack. Your sister. Why can't the ground open up and swallow me whole? Why could Cyril not be here? Maybe I can just make something up. Tell this broken woman that her sister has gone off to another island for some work. She sent me to make sure they know about it. But Shira interrupts my thoughts. Where is my sister? A lie would be a poor way to honor Cyril's memory. But how much would the truth hurt this woman? How can I lay the burden of Cyril's death on her shoulders by telling her why her sister went down the deep in the first place? Some truths, as I know, should remain unsaid. Your sister was so brave. She went down the underground to help us all get rid of the collector. She fought for you and all of us until the last. It takes Shira a few moments to comprehend. Then, her face shatters at once. She shakes her head, hands clutching her daughter even tighter. I push the backpack, containing the pale rock, to the two of them. Shira clasps it to her chest, buries her face in her daughter, and howls. And all I can do is sit with her there, beneath the sky, and listen to her cries. For Cyril. Everywhere around us, smoke rises from the island. The lava waterfall still sears through the cliff into the sea, and chaos reigns. Testament to what I did today. Killed humans, not just beasts. Even if they would have killed me if I didn't. I have blood on my hands I can never wash away now. When the tears start, I don't know who I'm crying for anymore. The space in front of the collector's compound is now being used as a temporary setup while a group of miners inspects the premises inside and sees what can be salvaged for ourselves. In a way, the old stupa beneath the ground has had better luck with time. I'm studying the carvings on a piece of a shattered pillar when someone mutters annoyed,
What's he want now?
I turn. Badger.
He walks ahead of a group of his men. His mouth is set harsher than I've ever seen. He usually doesn't let anyone see him rattled, which means he's out for blood and doesn't care who gets in his way. With the collector's grip gone, it's him coming to claim the fortune. He can't let a power vacuum sit idle, can he? But he's wrong. Behind him, so many men are ones who have taunted me, mishandled me, leered at me, all while I bled and danced with death for their entertainment. "What are you doing here?" I say, loud enough that everyone looks, from the tables being arranged to the people combing through the rubble at the back. Raksha tilts her head, grip tightening on the weapon that she still hasn't parted with, even though we've been out of the mines for days now. She looks over her shoulder to me and Yara, the arena fighters. Following her gaze, Heron frowns at us, but then walks to the threshold. It's been 3 days since he was shot, his skin still pale from every exertion. Something about him standing there alone makes me move. My knees are surprisingly steady, though I know what Badger is capable of.
You betrayed minors,
Heron says slowly. I stop several steps behind Heron. Even bloodied and bandaged, he cuts a figure of authority that fell on him quite suddenly, if he's to be believed. Badger flicks his calculative gaze to me. It's not the kind that would have frightened me before for its sheer sharpness, but the kind that I know I will have to meet unwavering.
I said what I was told, young Scythe,
he says in a mocking tone. Heron laughs.
That makes you either a liar or a fool.
Badger's jaw clenches.
You're a child. Get someone in charge to talk. I am what you get, so speak.
Badger glances over at Raksha, and next to her, where Thane and the others sit at the tables. Thane should be resting, but despite the pain, he insisted he should be here for any decisions regarding the mines, so they dragged his recovery bed here. I'm glad for it. I may not be able to speak on any council of miners, but he can, and I trust him. When none of the elders seem to be reprimanding Heron for speaking for them, Badger knows he's lost before he's begun. He still tries.
You people don't own the mines. When no cargo leaves the island for over a week, what do you think will happen? They will send in more guns and boots here.
I tell him, we will deal with them too. Badger laughs.
So, the daughter of the kin killers gets a say in the future of our island now?
Before I say anything, Heron moves swiftly, grabbing Badger's collar.
Cress fought for us. She's one of us now. And we do not tolerate anyone speaking like that about our own.
He shoves Badger back into his men, who shout with indignation. I stare at Heron, at the vein pulsing in his forehead, at the anger in his eyes as he looks Badger down. All for me. He really means what he said. That I am one of them. Words get stuck in my throat. Badger knocks back the ones trying to help him and looks at the elders with rage dripping on his reddening face.
You're going to let these children drag you all down? Fine. Not all of us want that.
At his signal, his men draw their guns. Unlike the miners, who were forced to steal from the collector and his people, Badger has always had his own firearms ready for whichever way the wind blows. Today, he stands in front of people he would call his own on another day. There's nothing you will find down there, Badger, I say, finally able to draw my words out through the emotion clogging my throat after Heron's defense. Those are not creatures we can fight. Those are creatures that will annihilate us.
Death is glory. Has Salonia's supremacy taught you nothing?
You are so obsessed with this idea of glory, but you'll never be one of them, Badger.
Won't I? You see these men behind me? They can take this entire hall down. And then where will we be? This is the man you work for, Heron roars, turning us against one another. All of us have been to his pits one time or another, and we've all been robbed faceless there. We have booted the landers off our island, and it's time we do something for ourselves. You can choose to fight for him against your siblings, or you can join us as we move to a better life on our home. Where will you build this better home? Badger barks, annoyance marring his face. There's plenty of room in the tunnels you relax in. All that space. And what do you do with it? Lock animals in cages and build your pathetic arenas and let us all out to rot. We can all have a place to stay. We can all sustain ourselves without needing those deadly mines, only if people like you don't stand in our way. Enough! Badger bellows, snatching for a gun from the man directly behind him. But the gun never gives. The man holds onto it, and he asks, "What will we do for food if we don't trade Zargonine? We have salt pans. We have fish and seafood. We grow algae and seaweed. It is enough to sustain us, but we will keep trying for more, so none of us has to want anything again. And for the rest of it, that's what we're asking everyone to collect for. We will find solutions. Together. None of us will be left behind this time." The man considers Heron, then looks at me. He lowers his gun to Badger's shocked face. One after another, the others lay down their weapons too. The winner, I tell Badger, is not you. He lunges, and Heron throws out an arm, catching him by the throat. Leave, Badger. Get away from Kar Atish. Enough of you and your bloodletting. I laugh. And you thought you'd chain the Nog and make it fight in your pathetic pits? Your dreams are revolting, and you have nothing good to give this island. Badger shoves Heron's arm and pins me with a glare, wrath burning in his eyes. He has spent his entire life building his fortune on our blood and tears. But even he knows when he's made the wrong bet. Slowly, he turns, though I can feel the shackles of his wrath coiling around my wrists still. His men part to let him pass by, and that is the only mercy any of them seems to have for him suddenly. I know this is the kind of defeat that will forever darken Badger's heart, the kind that he will not rest without avenging. I murmur, despite myself, "Go to hell, and don't come back." Hours later, when Ruksha calls for Yara and me to go and release the beasts before the miners can inspect Badger's warrens, no one can find her.
Damn that girl,
Ruksha growls.
where has she disappeared?
To most others, only Ruksha's annoyance is visible. But I hear the underlying worry. We all know Yara has stopped caring about herself, and ever since the Redwater Valley, we can't tell what she's going to do next. Heron sends people across the island to look for her, but I already know they won't find her unless she wants to be found.
I bet she went after Badger to punch him in the face.
Riven stands with his arms crossed, staring at the gates, across the commotion going on in the compound. He can say what he wants to, but it doesn't change the fact that he doesn't believe it. Apart from Ruksha and Thane, we're the only ones who truly made it out of the dark of the underground. We didn't get along. No, that's not right. We hated each other, but Ansh didn't deserve it. Yara didn't. You were friends once. In another life, you might have been friends still. You mourn the loss of the Ansh you might have known, the loss of Yara, who could see past her grief. I might not have met you in that life. He shifts to stand in front of me, eyes so serious that I fear I've said something incredibly wrong.
A large silence fills my head, and I'm about to speak, to take my words back, when he speaks first.
Cress, not even the ocean could have stopped me from finding you. It's about damn time you accepted that.
I stare at him. A lightness in my head that makes me think I'm not actually awake, but in that in-between space of dreaming and sleep. I forget words, so all I can manage is a nod, and I say the most idiotic thing I can. Okay. Riven laughs, and if I could catch that sound in a shell to listen to forever, I'd be fine for the rest of my life. 56. The side of Maven's face is cut deeply, and though the wound is now clean and stitched, he winces in pain every few minutes. They say that face cuts heal better than the ones on the rest of the body, but his might leave a wide scar, which still doesn't stop him from wanting to laugh. His joy lightens my heart, to have him whole and hearty. I don't know what would happen to Riven if either of his brothers were hurt in a more permanent way. He would blame himself, for one. And I couldn't live with myself for causing him that pain. Not now. I wish I was there to see Badger's face, Maven says. No, wait. Atlas Creer. Ashvin snorts.
He stole that name too, I bet. Found a dead lander somewhere, robbed his body of clothes and name.
I laugh, imagining Badger's face when he finds out the things people are saying about him behind his back. Ashvin and Maven are making the most of this whole situation. With Yara gone, the three brothers and I have been sent ahead to scout through Badger's entire network, the tunnels and the arena, his personal warren of halls. We are to map it all out while the Miners' Council begins the slow, long process of withdrawing from the mines, figuring out what to do with the Zargonine already mined and now lying protected, the allocation of housing and resources, stuff of nightmares from which I was the first to get out. Maven jogs forward and turns toward us, still moving. What do you call a nog?
I don't know, May. What?
Ashvin says.
Nothing. Don't just stand there calling a nog anything. Run!
Ashvin and I roll our eyes, and Riven snorts. I step through the back door of the arena. In the dark, the chamber looks halfway to a grave. Walls peeling and shadowing, boards of wood littered everywhere that we used for sitting and relaxing. That it was all the worst conditions cramped together isn't news to me. But I wonder what Ashvin and Maven are seeing in this room now. It makes me self-conscious. Riven steps out of the front door.
All clear, come on.
We parse through the arena and its surroundings, checking for any Badger loyalists still remaining, but most have fled. Those who remain are collecting their own things and moving out. No one who has stayed here in any permanent capacity gets to keep that place simply by virtue of having lived here. It's going to be a tough road ahead, but it is fair. And after getting out of Badger's absolute shadow, the people working here understand that too. The beasts are down here, I say, pointing down the staircase at the end of the tunnel. You two go on through the other side. You'll find Badger's office and residence there. Then, Riven and I move down into the belly of the tunnels, toward the hatcheries and the dens that have made Badger's fortune. The stone steps are slick with blood and water, and there's nothing to hold on to except the rough walls. As we go deeper in, the reek grows overwhelming. But we continue, holding on to one another, each step careful. The platform we descend on overlooks a long, wide hall through an iron grate. Cages filled with the most vicious creatures line the walls, the controls for their doors listed on a panel up here. With thick chains and locks and the absolute lack of fresh air, the hall is choking on its own misery. I've only been here once, and back then, I was desperate. but I can see now the horrible conditions these beings have lived and grown in. Their only respite is the pit, where they must fight and draw blood. I don't realize how long I've stood still, staring through the iron grate, until Riven places a hand on my shoulder. I reach and take his hand in mine, never more grateful for him than now. "Let's release them," I breathe. Riven raises a brow.
Will that not be dangerous? Where will they go?
I'll give it to Badger. He thought of everything when he inherited the fights. The gates lead far down the cliff, away from the island and into the sea. Together, Riven and I wield the lever, and at the far end of the hall, the portcullis grinds upward. A sea breeze wafts in, carrying thick storm and soot. There's a quiet growl here and there, confusion rising. One by one, we push up the levers on the control panel. With great juddering noises, the cage bars draw up. And as they do, I feel my nerves crackling, a strange, light energy filling me up. The sound reverberates throughout the hall. For a moment, no beast steps out of their traps, used to leaving only for blood and fights. Then, tentatively, a chirping noise comes from a cage. The Circe steps out, looks up at me, and, as if she recognizes me, she barks. Without taking my eyes off her, I press the off button on the collar's remote control. The collar clinks against the floor. The other beasts' collars follow suit. Slowly, testily, the beasts begin rushing out. Half-grown scythe crabs, mutated aquabats swooping through the hall, one-horned dorinos, a baby capricorn that is stunted and emaciated, beak-mouthed ruins of marble, fend archers, biotors, and raptors, and at the end, the Circe, hissing and flicking her tongue by turn, rushes through the hall and into the free air. I push back the sleeves of my tunic, exposing each tattoo, freeing the memory of every beast that is marked on my skin. Tears well in my eyes. Not the kind I shed on nights I shivered in the cold alone, nor the ones of wounds and humiliation, the only kind I had known for so long. Not even the ones I wept just hours ago, ones of fire and blood, but tears of relief. Riven holds me for a long time, and I listen to his heartbeat, chastened. I fought him at every turn, fought my own feelings, all the while afraid it would weaken my resolve to leave, worried it would break his heart. Irrationally, I believed my salvation lay far away from him. But he's the bright light, always illuminating my way out of the darkness of tunnels and graves and coldness. Always. Where would I go if I left him behind?
What are you thinking?
His voice is soft, and he raises a finger to tuck my hair behind my ear. His hand lingers beneath my jaw, and that touch leaves flames in its wake. He takes my hands in his, kisses them, despite the blood of people and beasts on them. He saw me kill people. He was forced to kill people for me, and none of it has changed his behavior. The chamber was much larger when we walked in, but right now, it feels like nothing else exists save the space where we stand, a cocoon of warmth and calm. I don't know if he moves first or I do, only that we collide hard and become bound in an absolute embrace. No space for fear or doubt or confusion between us anymore. As if the act of freeing the creatures from their confines was the last thing I needed to truly believe there was a chance to turn everything around. Free of the fight within and the need to escape, light and life break the dams around my heart. So I tell him, I don't feel scared anymore. He whispers my name over and over, filling his mouth with it, until I don't know if his voice comes from him or deep within me, until I don't know if I am me or if I am him. And then he kisses me until the weight of the world slips off my shoulders. My hands run into his hair, and I never want to stop this, never want to let go of him, never.
Don't hate me for interrupting,
Comes the voice.
I did wait as long as is polite, but this is getting out of hand.
Like lightning, Riven and I part. From the darkness, the Shade Man steps forward. In the flesh, inside Badger's warrens, with half the island swarming around us. My hands are still around Riven, his around my waist, and every breath is hard and fast, so all I can do is ask dazed, "What are you?"
My people are under the impression that because we traveled together as hostage and kidnappers, we're friends, and you might be more receptive to me.
Someone could see you. How are you even here? And what in ocean's damned hell did you do to me? Riven asks.
A thank you for saving your life would suffice,
The Shade Man says.
And as for how and why I am here, we have our ways. Nothing happens on this island that we don't know about. Also, the Nog's destruction has broken open ways that have stayed shut for ages.
What? I let go of Riven and face the Shade Man directly. In the distance, voices grow as the chambers in the warren begin getting emptied.
Yes,
The Shade Man says, growing sober for once.
the children of Shade want to remind you that you swore an oath, and we ask now that you hold to it.
What oath?
Riven says, even as his hand automatically pulls open my fist. He stares at the wound at the center, then brushes his own chest, where the threads of the healed wound stain his skin.
With the oath and the god's blood, both of you now carry the deep with you.
The Shade Man says. He meets my gaze and holds it.
And I carry a message from all children of Shade. An age of gods and terror is creeping toward us. An age we never thought would exist in this world. We asked your mother this, and she failed. It is now you we must rest this hope on once more. Guard the way with your life, Crescent Dune, for the entire world.
All around the warren, there are people milling about. Ocean leading the charge. Clearing old chambers and locks and chains. Tearing down the fences of the arena and opening the gates. Making space for everyone who has been left out so far. A new city. A new island. A new people. One that will withstand the might of Salonia, because Salonia will come for us. In some days or some years, but it will. Tonight, it doesn't matter. We have brought on the change that had seemed impossible. And whatever lives beneath my feet in the abyss of this land, in the walls, it can stay where it remains, locked in the deep for all eternity. Their time has come and gone. I have sworn that I will stay here for as long as I am needed, to keep the doors of those minds shut and keep safe my home. The children of Shade have charged me with the mandate, and I intend to uphold it. So my parents can finally rest in peace too, knowing that I am here. And if Salonia wants to threaten our world, this island will be ready. I will be ready.
The end. This is Deepa Samuel. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Somewhere in the Deep by Tanvi Berwah.
Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.